Wave, nice guy with a cold shoulder. You be cool, but I don't know you. Wrote a flower and I'm off the potion. Give you superpowers that I won't stop. To the bank roll on supermassive. Big bank for the space chatter. Way up in the squad NASA. Cup filled with the dark magic. Subtle flex when I run a race.
What's going on, fam? How y'all doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. Trev Smooth, Shy from the Shy, M. White, Laisha, Sham Monet, Bo, call me Mr. Sweeney, and Shanti Warrior, Dr. Lady. Yo, me myself, I'm Lapeef. Say welcome to the Thursday show. Lapeef, let's talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Man, I just smashed another red snapper. That shit was so fucking fire. And the Juneteenth, Ty, did you go to any of the Juneteenth events? I just came from the one at Garfield Park earlier today. That shit was cracking.
Really? Nah, I ain't go this year, but everywhere I go, I'm like, Happy Juneteenth, Happy Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth, everybody.
Well, I just seen a message about Trump said he got too many unpaid, unworking holidays. So he said he's looking to make a change with that. He's looking to get people back to working and not out here celebrating.
We work enough.
Kind of figured y'all might like that. I like the hair, Bo. I like the hair. Bo, can you hear me? Yeah. You just unmuted and then muted right back. No, you just had it on mute.
You're unmuted now. Oh,
must be sticky. What you got on the keyboard? Yeah, you got to clean that off.
Pause.
Okay. Anyhow, let me see what we got in the chat, man, while she get that going. Fish in a Fit. How you doing, sir? Dale Matthews in the house. Got flavor. I wonder if my girl, you got a fan. I wonder if my girl Ann is on the panel tonight.
Oh, hi.
Anyway, good evening, chat. We got Nike. What up, chat? Elegant Elephant says, good evening. Happy Juneteenth. We also got Nike in the house. Dory G. What's going on? TJ. How you doing?
Hi.
Margene Ruderfer. McCollin Gaming. What's going on? Say hi, everyone in chat. We got Isaiah. What's going on? How you doing? What else we got? Mills 36. How you doing? As you guys come in, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you are catching this on the replay, hit that like button and also make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's go ahead and try this again. How you doing, Bo?
Hi. I don't know what was happening.
I don't know what happened either. Mrs. Hinger's in the house. I was saying I like your hair. Is he doing something different? It's like it's talking to us or something.
I put it up off my neck.
Okay. All right.
Nothing
wrong with that. You can keep it up off your neck. Anyhow, we're going to go ahead and get this show started, man. How y'all feeling? Y'all ready for this?
Always ready.
All right. So I got an icebreaker. And then we're going to get into it, man. I got an icebreaker. Shout out to Sweeney, man. He always be having you think. So this question is courtesy of Mr. Sweeney himself.
Sweeney, your ass look like a stalker. Like you just be hiding in bushes and shit, waiting on when to jump out.
oh my God.
You know. What kind of shirt is that, Sweeney? Hoodie. Oh, that's your merch? Okay. All right, here we go with the icebreaker. How often do we use the Bible to correct men's behavior? How often do we use the Bible to correct men's behavior? I see both face lit up. Ann wasn't expecting this. Ty, I don't know. Ty she can go either way. We don't know yet, but I want to kick this off first, man. How often do we use the Bible to correct men's behavior? Go ahead, Ann, since you volunteered.
Yes. Sorry for the reason why I'm wearing glass. I would say more often than not, we don't. We don't use the Bible to correct men's behavior. We use the Bible to show great models of masculinity. We often use the Bible to tell women when to shut up. But when it's about sexual discipline, being submissive to the Lord, and this balance between women and men that we see in Ephesians. Yeah, I don't think we correct men's behavior. And I'm also curious to know, like, how this even came up.
You just trying to move the goalpost, and
My
just
bad. I'm just.
just
But
relax. Just relax a little bit. You spoke. You said what you said, and some people may agree. They may disagree with you. What about you, Ty? How often do we use the Bible to correct men's behavior?
I don't think we use the Bible to correct men's behavior. I think more often than not, we may use the Bible to inspire men to, speak life into them or let them know they can power through situations. But I can't recall a time where it's like, oh, according to John, blah blah blah, you should be doing this, that, and the third. We don't reprimand men through or by the Bible at all. I actually agree with Ann more where you would hear it more where women may be reprimanded using the Bible more than men are.
All right. What about you, Dr. Lady O? What's going on with the men? How come the men are not being corrected with the Bible about their behavior?
Yeah, I think maybe Ann may have said something. Yeah, they only correct the man when it comes down to him being the provider. But other than that, they really don't correct the man according to the Bible. But the woman, she really is corrected according to the Bible, especially with the word submissive. But the women don't use the word, submissive to the man, because it says both of them should be submissive to each other. But the women never use that as reference. They don't. They should, but they don't.
I don't think it say men should be submissive to women.
Both should be submissive to each other. That's false.
I don't think it says that. You pull it up, but I believe it
necessarily
says
say the word submission, but he is submitting. He is submitting to her. He actually submit to God. We got that part. But it's still submitting to her. He still do. We can't. You don't want to tell the men that he don't have to do anything for the woman.
That's not what I'm saying. But submission is a different thing. And I think it said men should love the woman like Christ loved the church. But I don't think it said men should submit to
her. But see, that's the thing. I just said it doesn't say the word submission, but you are submitting to your wife as well, because when you're marrying her, you're only choosing to be with her intimately. You are submitting to her. You are going to her in need. When it's you're supposed to counsel your woman for everything. So if it's for finances, you are submitted to her.
Ephesians 5 says, submit to one another out of reverence for Christ. Wives, submit to your husband. Submit yourselves to your own husbands as you do the Lord. Husbands, love your wives just as Christ loved the church and give yourself up for her.
Is that what I said?
You also missed the part where they said, submit to one another.
It says to submit to one another.
Exactly. Duh, what?
Well, I'm not a Christian scholar. I'll go look it up.
I think the confusion comes in the type of submission, right? The submission is different for the man and the woman. The man's submission, I think in this case, is more like the sacrificing of themselves and their own needs for the betterment of the woman and their family.
Okay. Well, Ty, since you dropping these Bible verses on us, how often do we use the Bible to correct men's behavior?
You asked me that already.
I did? Okay.
And that was Ann dropping the Bible verses. I don't know it by heart.
We all don't look alike just because we're brown.
Okay. All right, go ahead, bro. Come on. You then. How you feeling about this? How often do we use the Bible to correct men's behavior? We even had M. White. I'm pretty sure there's other men out here as well that may be not knowledgeable about what the Bible says, but they often may bring it up. So how you feeling about this question? Can you hear me, Bo?
I didn't hear you say Bo. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay.
So we don't use the Bible to correct men. maybe we use the Bible to make them feel guilty about adultery or some other things, but like there's nothing that we do with the Bible to actually like correct their behavior or encourage them to be better. We only do that with women, unfortunately. And I feel like men in particular have this misconception that the only thing that the Bible is used for is to tell people about this hierarchy or how men are supposed to rule over people. So it basically gives men power, but it does not hold them to the responsibility of that power. It does not correct them in their behavior and in that power. So we don't use the Bible at all to correct them.
Mhm.
I wanted to piggyback off of what Bo said. I think it's not that the Bible itself doesn't hold men, as far as like to the standards of which they're supposed to follow. It's that society doesn't, right? We choose not to do that as much as men would like to. Not even all men, right? Because all men, let's be honest, are not even into the Bible, just like Marcus just stated. He hardly knows it. A lot of men are Christian. They might be Muslim or something else or nothing at all, right? I think women, especially Black women, are the predominant audience of the church. And if we wanted to hold man to the standards of the Bible, it would be on us to do so. And I don't think we do it, right? Like, we don't do it enough. We would rather use it as a way to encourage and influence them. And it may be because we know that they're dealing with things on a day to day basis already. I don't want to throw this also on top of you, but if it's anyone who's like dropping the ball, it would be society or just women, right? That's actually holding men to the standard of the Bible.
I wanted to. I was thinking the same exact thing, because it's not that in the Bible there aren't instructions for both men and women. They're there. It's just the focus society. When it comes to how the Bible is utilized, society's focus is just not on both. But that's, like you said, not the fault of the Bible. It's the way in which we're. What do you think, Mr. Smooth?
You talking about the general question, right?
Of course.
Okay. You know what? I don't think that women explicitly use the Bible. I think that they indirectly may use some of the principles from the Bible, right? How women are expecting men to cover them, and none of this is wrong, right? But that's just how they communicate it. Most of what it is that we follow or would like to follow, right, is pretty much from the Bible, right? That's what's been instilled in us. Even if people aren't devout Christians, they still are following principles of the Bible in many cases, right? Just because of, the lineage just having Christianity behind it. So as far as the men's duties, they're expected to, they are expected to do for that coverage, whether it be financially, whether it be protection. These are what we're supposed to do. And then, like the Bible verses, it'll say that men are supposed to sacrifice themselves if necessary for their wives. It doesn't say submit. I couldn't find any explicit language that shows that men should submit, but it does say to be selfless and to love your wife. After it says submit, it said to love your wife. So with that, women are absolutely expecting us to follow Christianity at that point.
So the standards, in your opinion, for men are rooted in the Bible, and men are expected to maintain those expectations, those biblical expectations. Is that correct?
Yes, and I don't see anything wrong with it. If it's actually rooted in the Bible, right? As long as the woman is prepared to fulfill her duties as is listed in the Bible.
Do you think fulfilling one's duties is noble if you don't actually have a relationship with God, or you don't understand why these structures exist anyway? Like, is it better to just do it because it's expected of you? Or is it more, I don't know, is it
Rewarding?
Yeah. Like,
to do it if you're doing it for God.
Yeah, because mutual submission becomes a pleasure when you understand that relationship you have with God. But if you're just submitting because you're told to submit, it can feel oppressive, your submission. Because you don't. Does that make sense? Like, just doing things simply for duty's sake.
Men have no problem with that. We do plenty of things for duty's sake. Yeah, absolutely. For the most part, yeah. Men understand duty. That's why men generally don't leave their relationships. That's why men generally don't divorce their wives. That's why statistically more men are likely to stay with the woman after adultery. Is because men understand the duty. They want to be there for the kids. Yes, that's right, Bo. Go look it up for real. It's right. Men understand the duty and they don't quit. That's what it is that we do, and most of it is by duty. Men will continue to support a woman financially that they hate. Men will continue to protect a woman that she might hate. He might be in a miserable marriage, but doesn't quit because he understands his duty and he's following what he thinks is right, whether that's foundationally from the Bible or not, right? Whereas women are more likely to flee a relationship for any reason whatsoever. So yeah, men absolutely understand that. And we don't feel oppressed. We just understand our obligations. We don't throw a whole bunch of feelings into it, right? If we understand duty and we understand what our purpose is, what is our purpose here? Maybe it's not for marriage. And if that's not the case, then don't get married. Don't involve people in what it is you got going on. I'm not saying that everybody needs to get married. I'm never going to push that for anyone. But I'm saying if you do, then stick by it. Don't get into a situation and then flee. Know what you're getting into. Understand it. Research, see what it's like, and marry somebody who's compatible with you, not because they got a bag, not because they look a certain way, not because they got the D that you like. How about you get with somebody who's going to align with you, that whose principles you could follow?
I think you make a lot of good points, but I think it's also very important for us to point out that it's good men, certain men that are built on principles that follow that idea, right? Because we have a history. Let's not negate the facts. We have a history of men, especially Black men, leaving families, leaving children, leaving homes, having multiple families and not taking care of any of them. And that's not to say all men, but I'm just saying it's not that all men have this mindset that they should stay with their families and they will stick it out through everything, because that's just not true, right? We have a lot of men that don't, and we do have a lot of women that don't. But I just wanted to clarify that part. It seemed as if you were just only speaking like men just always stick it through, and that's just not the truth, right?
Well, I never speak in absolutes. For one,
and also men are more likely to leave women when they're sick or ill than women are the opposite. 7 times more likely.
Very true.
That's such a godly way of looking at things.
Very true.
So yeah, I wasn't speaking in absolutes, but what we can't ignore is that most men don't cheat. Most men don't cheat. That's just what it is. Most men don't cheat. You can look that up too. Most men really don't cheat. That's honest. We don't. There are some people who do. We get it.
Men? What?
Who are these men? So wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I need to just.
It's in the high 30s. From what I've seen last, it's like 38%, which would mean that most don't. Right. So just over a third actually do cheat. So
Mr. White, is that true?
Why do we think that men are just a bunch of horn dogs out here trying to ravage everything they run into? I don't know what type of circles y'all are in, but that's not.
He's referring to men who are married, and when men are married, I think he's referring to those group of men. I do see that certain men who are married, especially nowadays, they're married because they want to be married. Because majority are not married.
I don't know.
The ones who want to be married seem to want to really be married.
Right. So it's up to you to discern who these men are, right? And don't waste your time with people who don't have your best interest in heart. I'll let somebody else go. I'm taking up a bunch of
I
space.
just feel like this a real gray area of a topic, because I know like a lot of married men and married women who have had stories about their husbands cheating and them having to go through counseling and deal with that and figure out like the roots and the whys and all of this. Like, men don't cheat is crazy. It's like that song that came out, like, black men don't cheat. Like, what?
I have a question.
Well, I don't think people will admit it unless divorce is there. So if they're still married, there's really no way for you to know that information, because it's not like people are just out here being surveyed.
When it comes to cheating, men and women cheat at the same rate. I'm so tired of women running with that freak narrative, because at the end of the day, we got mama's baby, papa's maybe. So we not gonna run this game as if women are out here sleeping around on their husbands as well. That there is a 24% with men and 28% of women, or something like that. It's the same rate, okay, minus 4%. So please stop acting like the women are shrinking violets, because they are not. Okay.
No, let me ask this though. I have a quick question.
One mic.
I have a quick question.
There are more married black men than there are married black women. So please stop with some of these narratives I'm hearing. It's just hurting my ears already. Y'all already hurt me.
Marriage
I think Laisha has a
and
question.
man cheating doesn't mean women don't cheat. I'm confused on how we saying like proving one.
Always the narrative about what men are doing, but y'all not something that's an even rate. Y'all not. That's not even a fair argument, because you keep running on what the men are doing, and you're not talking about these cheating women out here. They're cheating at the same. It shouldn't even be an argument, though. It shouldn't even be an argument as to who cheating, because both cheat. If you got a cheater, you got a cheater. It's just a bottom line. We can't keep
the fact that men don't leave and that men don't cheat.
On the men, women out here cheating justice too. You keep running to, like, women are not stricken violence, ladies. You ladies are the biggest abusers of your children. You ladies are the biggest abusers of your children. We have got to stop with some of these narratives of if you are freaking stricken violence. You are not.
Nobody said.
Okay, whenever I hear men are cheating, it triggers, because women out here doing the same
thing.
Okay, so you got triggered.
Where's the argument going when you keep talking about men and other families? Where's all this going?
But this is what I'm trying to figure out. Where does the statistics come from? Because 9 times out of 10, people aren't admitting that they got cheated on. Especially, I would like to say this from my personal experience, right? I'm not saying it's a fact, but it's my opinion. I feel like we would never know if women cheat more anyways, because men in their ego would never admit that they got cheated on.
It's called DNA test, ma'am. Men do know that they're being cheated on. At the end of the day, men, let me tell you something. Y'all men are way more calculated than you think they are. Okay, men know their wives are cheating on them. At the end of the day, men don't leave those relationships just
but who's admitting it? How do we know is what I'm saying.
There's a big study that's going out, and people will admit
paternity fraud.
The
rates of paternity fraud would indicate.
Y'all don't talk to men.
That squad out now. That is not.
I'm just saying.
Not y'all.
But Darwin, that's what I'm saying. I do have conversations with men, and a lot of times it's a lot harder to pry that. I'm saying when you go out on a regular basis, right, into the world, not even like, I'm not talking about a club or something. I'm just saying, let's say if you meet somebody at a store and y'all start talking, right? It is more than likely a woman will admit to being cheated on because we bond over that. It is less than likely a man will admit to cheating because they take that as an embarrassment, so they don't want to acknowledge it.
Men wear the shame, and women, they kind of dodge the shame.
Yeah,
a lot of times, in some cases, men would be responsible for the reason why infidelity is involved. But when a woman is responsible, she don't tend to take responsibility. So it's easier for her to have a conversation because they tend to shift the blame a lot. But if you open up a space where you provide a service and men to pay for it, then they're more willing to unravel everything because they're trying to get some type of help or some type of outcome, some type of result. Men are not going to just be going around saying, yeah, my wife was getting bust down by.
That's embarrassing to them. Are you kidding me?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying y'all are right. I'm asking, how would we know if they don't admit it?
You won't know. You would have to take up a profession.
You guys
to be able to get to be able to have access to that type of information, because that it doesn't do him any good for him to be publicly announcing that his wife is unsuitable for marriage and becoming a Jezebel. So it doesn't. I mean, his house is broken, and then you got guys out here that are lurking. Oh, you got a wife that's busting it open. You got guys that are. Let me see if I can get in. Like, it doesn't do him any good at all to be public with that kind of stuff.
Right. Do you guys ever take surveys, any type of surveys? Like, because it's weird. What I'm seeing right now is kind of weird. It's like we're now in the business of anecdotal evidence trumping surveys, which is the only data we do have available when it doesn't suit your narrative. That's wild, right? We do understand that there is a margin of error, right? We dig that. That's fine. But that's the data that we have available. When people generally go into a survey, they don't ask for your name. They don't ask for anything. There's nothing to hold you to it. So most people are generally honest. You're not going to take time out of your day to take surveys just to skew the numbers. That's not generally how it works. And that's how every other stat that we present is manifested.
You also got to keep in mind that men care more about their image than a woman does too. So we try to protect that, because that transcends past the relationships. And if we can maintain a really good image, it'll appease our peers, because we do get respect from the peers and our superiors as well. So we want to maintain a good image.
So wouldn't that lead me to believe that I wouldn't know if women are cheating more than men because they want to protect their image, is all I'm saying.
No. It's a survey.
Why is it even relevant who's doing it the most?
Right.
Like, what does that mean?
That was what we was just talking about. They were talking about if the women was cheating more than the men.
I understand that's what y'all was talking about, but where's the relevance in who does it? If let's just say women cheat, 27% of men are a tick under them. Like, what's the point?
We were talking about accountability when we were focusing on men, and because we're talking about correcting men's behavior.
Well, if you're talking about accountability, we know that men more often than not is gonna say, yeah, I fucked up, man. I went out there, I fucked up. Women are gonna be like, well, he should have been emotionally connected. He wasn't getting my hair done. I had to go get it myself.
I think
so I went and got on
that's
the pole.
crazy.
Like,
Okay, so there are thank you, Sweeney. Shout out to you for dropping this link, because they did a survey with over 2,000 straying partners and over 3,000 betrayed partners. And these were some key insights. Women felt less regret during the affair than men. Men reported still being in love with their spouse during the affair more than women. Men endorsed being in a mental fog during the affair, and women experienced more limerence, this feeling of this feeling of like love, almost addictive love. They still felt in love with the affair partner.
That's why you can't forgive a woman for cheating. Yeah. Because oftentimes when a woman is cheating, she's getting caught doing it. And if she's getting caught doing it, she's going to ask for forgiveness. She's not asking for forgiveness for taking every inch of enjoyment. If it were up to her, she would have never
every
got
inch
of enjoyment. If it were up to her, she would continue to bust it open. But she got caught from not.
Yeah. The stats support you.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I try to tell guys. I mean, that some of them do it, but I tell them, like, you just got to know what you're going to have to deal with. She didn't want to get caught. She did not want to stop doing that. So that's why I said, if the woman came to you out of the blue and said, you know what, I've been changed woman 2 years ago. It's been on my heart. I don't know why but God is telling me that I got to tell you this. That's totally different. There's some shit that she already repented from. She's changed her ways, and she knew she kept it from behind you, so she brought it up. Those are different type of women. But the women who get caught in the act and then try to use the Bible, well, you supposed to forgive because God. Nah, it don't work like that.
Yeah, wait, God forgives.
No, but see, the thing is, you got to draw it parallel to the way God forgives.
I'm joking.
Because if the rapture had happened, you wouldn't be able to say, "Oh, Lord, forgive me," because you said that's how you. No, you got caught.
Valid.
But you got caught, so you got to pay. The same way you got to treat people.
Yeah, but you can divorce on adultery too. So you can forgive, but that don't mean that you can't divorce your spouse in the midst of it. But that stat you just read, it showed that men who do have affairs, they still love their spouse, right?
Yeah,
that's what men do. And I need side chicks to understand that they don't like you. Okay, at the end of the day, they're not leaving their wives. And let's just be real. Okay, it's a small percentage of them that do. 90% of side marriages don't work out. 97% of those marriages, when a man do leave a woman for his side chick, and there's a 90% chance they're going to get a divorce. So with that being said, men can smack you down and don't even like you. So when you let him bust you wide open, he got a wife. She got the last name. She got the kids. She got the benefits. I'm just saying.
Y'all should be happy that we can do that. Y'all should be happy that we separate our heart from our pecker.
I ain't happy that.
I'm just saying because
women when they cheat, it's both.
I just want to point out that you confirmed. You said that's what men do.
Yeah.
Now earlier you was like you was going in on us like y'all jumping on these men.
No,
they don't mean blah blah blah. But that's what they do.
No, I'm just saying when they do cheat, they don't. Men can do it with no conscience. That's what I'm saying. Not that that's the one that don't cheat, but women we do it. We like he say we gotta be because he made me feel some type of way, and I just saw the cool guy, and we usually fall in love with that side dude, right? Knowing he's a bum, you know what I mean. But at the end of the day, because 9 times out of 10, you ain't cheat with higher, it's just not gonna really happen. I just don't know why we fall into that. We mess with somebody lower, but men, it's all about the feelings though. They could come home and look at you and they love the crap out of you, but we come home and still be thinking about Johnny. I'm just saying.
This is exactly the issue I have. Like when we're talking, God doesn't care what the sin is. All sin is bad. And so when we're talking about men and how they can, cheat, but it's not that serious because it's just physical, it doesn't matter. God calls you to love your wife the way he
do love her.
Christ. Therefore,
but let me ask you this.
Them a pass.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to tell you why they think they get a pass. I literally heard this today, and that's why it's kind of ironic that this is the topic. I heard it today on TikTok. A man literally said, well, when the Bible talks about adultery, it's not referring to us because the Bible also talks about, and this is what he followed up with, because the Bible also talks about how we can have multiple wives. So we're not adultering on you.
Crazy.
We're just doing what we're supposed to do. We're just multiplying and being fruitful. The Bible never said adultery applied to men.
That's what we're talking about.
Literally, that's what he said today on his panel.
No, but that's true. And a lot of men use that. And it's honest.
Mr. Nosley.
Who was
that? Did he give you context on
what type of
adultery apply to men?
Where men cheat.
Or he just said that men get a pass on adultery.
I know what she's talking about. Camp will have to come up and break it down. She right though.
Yeah, I've never heard a man say, but because see, my take on this topic is going to be something that I've said to Lady O, and she kind of explained it to me, and I get that side. But when I say this to people, it upsets them, specifically the Black community. I've never seen anybody talk about the Bible for anything outside of oppression. Anytime somebody brings up the Bible, it's because you didn't like what I said and you're trying to make me shut up. That is it. So I don't talk to people about the Bible. I'm not saying, and I want to preface that with, I'm not saying that's what the Bible is about. I know that there are great things in it because I've read it. But what I'm saying is 9 times out of 10, when I'm having a conversation with somebody and they bring up the Bible, it is a way to tell me, shut the hell up.
That's really sad.
What did you say to get them to use the Bible to tell you to shut up?
God's love.
Everything.
Come on, man.
When you start talking about women and the way that they're supposed to act, they talk about men, they start talking about the Bible. When you start talking about how you just don't want to listen to a man, they start talking about the Bible. You're supposed to submit. You're supposed to be the Bible says. They love bringing up, are you a Proverbs 31 woman?
That don't sound like they was trying to get you to shut up. They was probably trying to get you to change your behavior.
My opinion is my opinion, though. And it's almost like all opinions don't have to
Well,
turn
isn't it
into
safe to say
like
that your
a
opinion is intersects with your
bashing.
behavior?
What?
Is it safe to say that your opinion intersects with your behavior?
Yeah.
If
Okay,
you're
then why
rational.
you have the need to say your opinion after I just stated that they was trying to get you to change your behavior?
Because my opinion is the same thing, like you said, as my behavior, right? Okay, so how does my behavior affect you? How would it affect you?
You just
If a woman,
contradict.
this is what I'm saying.
Wait, what?
How would it affect you? If my opinion is that I don't want to listen to men that I don't respect, why are you bringing up how I should listen to men because the Bible says submit? I'm telling you, this is,
Well,
and
here's
I'm
the
like,
irony. How are you in conversations
what do you
with
mean?
people you don't respect when you don't listen to people you don't respect?
Because I'm not trying to have a lot of times I'm just minding my business and people start trying to tell me that me minding my business is wrong. And then we start having a conversation about how I didn't ask if it was wrong. And then they start talking to me about, well, let me
Place,
tell you.
let me dig you out of your hole. Let's go back to the thing about the adultery.
Mm-hmm.
You said as a guy named No Sleep spoke about
Yeah.
men adultery only applying to women, right?
Yes.
Did he say that if a man sleeps with another man's wife, that is adultery? Did he say that?
No, he didn't bring up homosexuality at all.
What the
No. Is that what you just said?
just take a break, Lacey. Just take
What did you say? You said if a man sleeps with another man, is that wrong?
Another man's wife.
Oh, I didn't hear wife. I'm sorry. I didn't hear wife because I was like, no, he didn't bring up homosexuality.
Well, what I think
Oh.
he was trying to say is, and I could be wrong, he probably went extreme with it. I think he was trying to say that if a man sleeps with a woman that's not his wife, that's not adultery. So long as that woman is not married.
But it doesn't matter. In the eyes of God, you are in a covenant with God and your wife. And anytime
I get it. It's people interpret the Bible differently, so you got to try to see how he's interpreting it.
But this is
He may interpret it. We had this conversation before. Some men or some scriptures, you know, you got to read with a concordian and all this other stuff, and you might get two different interpretations. One is where a man shouldn't sleep with nobody other than his wife, but then there's scripture that says he shouldn't sleep with a woman that's married. So you got to kind of figure out which lane, you know, which understanding are you going to adopt, and then you got to go off of that. But I do know we're covered under grace if there is some type of confusion. But
you're correct. It can be interpreted many different ways, and some people read it like by the black letter, right? But if you actually have a relationship with God, then you recognize that it doesn't matter if it's somebody else's wife or a transgendered person or whatever. It is the betrayal.
Wait, that ain't even it.
No, what I'm saying
Don't
is
even
when
put the
people get
T
caught
in
up-
there. Just
okay.
because you muddy in the water right now.
When we get caught up in the semantics of, well, this is what the Bible said and that's what only matters, you forget there's a spirit in that word, and that the spirit or the intent.
So are you insinuating that the people who believe that it's only adultery when you sleep with somebody else's wife, you're insinuating that those guys don't have a relationship or the spirit?
I'm
I
saying
don't think they have a good moral compass.
I'm saying that if
you got to be able to authenticate some of these things that you're saying. That's really difficult to.
I think cheating is wrong across. I think you trying to find a loophole to cheat means you don't have a good moral compass.
Who's trying to find a loophole?
Not you. I'm saying if you try and find a loophole to cheat, you don't have a good moral compass. By saying, well, it doesn't apply to if I only sleep with women that are single. Cheating is cheating.
No, I get the cheating part.
Oh, for sure.
I get the betrayal. Hey, look, I'm doing something without the knowledge of my wife.
Yeah.
But let me paint you a picture, and you tell me if this is cheating.
Mm-mm.
Man has a wife, and he goes to vet another woman to take on as a second wife. And whatever they do is behind closed doors, but the wife approves. Do you call that adultery or cheating, whatever?
No.
Okay.
It sounds like a
we got to be clear on when we use the term cheating.
Wait. Why isn't that cheating?
Because
he's saying a polygamous relationship. That's polygamy.
That's a polygamous relationship. It's just like in the Bible with Abraham.
They don't
just like that's not true though, Ian, because it's just like when
she's
Abraham
saying David was a cheater.
Sarah,
King David was a
when Abraham slept with Sarah's concubine to have a child. Oh, What happened? Okay, when Abraham slept with Sarah's concubine to have a child, it wasn't seen as cheating, right? He was cheating his timeline because God said that they would give them a child and they were supposed to wait on God, but that wasn't seen as cheating because Sarah literally brought her to him. It was an agreement amongst them. I think it becomes
I
more of
see.
a thing when it's behind the wife's back, right? When it's done in secrecy, when
Yeah.
she's not a part of it. But if we've made an agreement in our marriage that it's okay for you to bring in a second wife, polygamy, right? Then that's no longer cheating.
Got you. Okay. Thank you.
Can I
I
Well,
just
just
shout
can't
say,
out to you.
imagine a
I
world
appreciate
where
you
we're
cleaning
like,
that
I
up.
know that just burned Bo and Laisha up. They just hate
me?
You know why it doesn't burn me up? Because I wouldn't mind having a sister wife. Y'all got me so
So you
twisted.
gonna
I
take
don't
us
care
through
if I had a
all
sister
Yeah,
this
wife.
when you don't
no.
even mind?
I don't care. I do not care if I had a
Look,
sister
you want
wife.
to see what accountability look like? My fault for prejudging you. You see how that works?
I didn't
I
even prejudge.
apologize.
Look,
Like
some
Yeah,
that
I don't
that
care
wouldn't
nothing
bother
about
me.
that.
some of y'all sister
Marcus,
wives and y'all don't even know it.
Can
Marcus,
your
when you
husband
assume
hear
you make
you?
an ass out of me,
Huh?
can your husband hear
you
you?
know
So
what
can
I'm
your
saying?
My
husband hear
husband?
you? Yeah,
He's in Miami on a work trip, actually.
What?
figures.
You recruiting
No, we
or
just
oh you
playing.
say
We
you
just
work
playing.
you
We
work?
just playing.
At a work trip. No, but he's probably somewhere in the comments. Yeah.
Well, whatever you do,
Okay.
tell them do not shop around Miami for a second one.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
no, not Miami.
Bo,
No.
Shan, we
Mm-mm.
haven't heard from you guys.
Well, Lashia, one more time. I just have a quick question. You're open to a polygamous relationship.
Mhm.
Do you feel usually in those relationships the woman helps vet other women?
Yeah,
Do
like
would you feel
actually that is
comfortable?
our number one rule. Like he's always told me that I go and bring who I
You
think would
want?
be a good and then like cuz we've had so like for instance, right? A girl that's like my best friend for the longest was a girl that lived with us. Her kids lived with us. So we had like 5 kids running around the house. He paid for everything for both of us. That was just that. Like that's what we had going on, like, and I was fine with it. It doesn't bother me.
They were together
Yeah.
as well.
Oh,
Wow.
Okay, girl.
That doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me because I feel like my personal story was, long story short, after I had children, I went through this time period where like it was a big hormone fluctuation where my sex drive was in the
Your
trash and
ego
I
was
I didn't
off.
want to be
Yeah.
touched. Like the thought of you touching me was disgusting. I was going through postpartum really bad. I needed help cleaning up. I was having a lot of emotional issues and I'm like, well, he doesn't deserve to not get his needs met and the house doesn't deserve to go into the trash because I'm trying to figure out where my hormones are at and get them back to normal. And I was doing my due diligence of like I started taking like medicine. It's called like the happy pill, the happy hoo-ha pills and stuff like that. And it helped. Like
Oh,
over time it helped. And after like 6 months of, I guess like that was like the supplement of like adding more vitamins into my body, I was back to normal. But for me, and I hate to say it like this because it sounds kind of like vulgar, but the simple fact of like I'd be willing to have a threesome. Why wouldn't I be willing to have a sister wife? Because why would you think that you're gonna come in my house and get my peen, but you're not gonna help me do these dishes? Girl, please mop this floor. Because if I gotta clean the house and sleep with a man, you gonna clean the
you
house and
gonna
sleep
do
with my
that?
man
Hey JR,
too.
make sure you put
Okay.
that
Tell you
as
what
a
I
clip.
tell you.
Okay.
That's
Timestamp it.
crazy.
This shit gonna go
I
viral.
ain't mad.
Hey, can we
so
get Bo in there
wait,
real quick?
wait
Can we
a
get
minute.
can we get Bo in there real quick?
Bo,
Oh God.
was your
Bo
Bo?
This
don't know what to do
conversation
with the
went
conversation.
so far. I had wanted to comment about something so long ago.
Jump in.
But yeah,
Well,
I'm gonna have to take it back a little bit because I don't do polygamy, poly. I don't know what it is. It doesn't
yeah.
matter to me. I
I
don't
was
want none of
50%
it.
right.
Uh-huh.
I was 50% right.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't like I wasn't seething about it or anything. I don't want it. I don't care nothing, about anybody else wanting it.
Why don't you want?
But my whole thing is that we use the Bible too often to tell women to not sleep around with men. But the Bible tells us all to save ourselves and to control our bodies. In some kind of way, we only use the Bible to do that to women, but we never use it to do that to men, because they have plenty of verses that just tell people. They don't tell, the Bible doesn't tell women. The Bible tells us all. In some kind of way, society has said that it's okay for men to sleep with these imaginary women that they're supposed to be sleeping with before they get with their pure wives. I don't, we don't know.
You know why that is, right?
I do not know why that is, because
Well,
if the
let me ask you
Bible,
a
if we're
question.
following the Bible, we got to follow the Bible, right?
Right. Well, what if you run into a plethora of men who don't follow the Bible? Are you going to use the Bible against them?
I'm not, but I'm just calling out the hypocrisy.
Okay, that's one thing. What if you run into a man who done had 100 partners? Let's take you out of it, because every time we use somebody on the panel, oh no.
Oh no! What?
In
Listen, don't
general,
tell me.
Would
I
a
don't
woman
care.
would a woman still value a man to be her husband that had 100 partners?
Ew.
In
Don't
general, you could
listen.
say ill. Why we gotta say ill?
Sorry,
Yeah, who
naturally.
said
I don't
ill?
think that it should be discussed. That's
Can
not
we
my
just say
business.
in general, would they still value him to be a
Probably
husband?
not.
That's not
Okay.
true. A woman will
Oh,
feel that.
I mean, I wouldn't. Don't tell me. But if you
Let,
do,
let me
I don't
change
want
it.
you
Let
to.
me switch it. Let me take that's extreme. Would a woman still value a man who had really experience, which deems him really good in bed? Really, he's giving that D like supreme D. Would she still value him as a man she would marry?
Not if
His
he's had a whole
experiences
lot of
allow him
partners.
to graduate to a level of where he got supreme D.
Wait.
Not if he's had a lot of partners. No. If you
I didn't
tell
say
me,
I didn't say a lot of
what?
partners. We took that off the table.
Oh, okay.
We just said his level of experiences allow him to get supreme D. Would a woman value that as and still marry him?
Hell
Sure,
yeah.
why not?
Okay, let's flip it. When a man value a woman who had so much experience, she got that supreme VJJ. Would he still value her as a wife?
Yep.
Well, I think you need to go look. I don't know where the
Wait.
hell you been living.
You
Because
trolling, right, Ty?
where are
You
we
trolling,
getting?
right? Ty, you
There's
Because
trolling.
so
here's the
many
thing.
men out here
Hold
married
on.
women
Wait a minute. Here's the thing.
openly say that
I was once that inexperienced girl, and I got made fun of by dudes.
Yeah,
Like,
same.
you don't do it right. You don't do it like such and such. I don't know what I'm doing. And you want a virgin, but you want a freak simultaneously. I don't
Yeah.
understand where y'all are getting
That's
this from.
just
All right.
one case where he was telling you that you look weird with your little hip thrust or whatever he was doing.
You know what?
That's not knocking you from being a wife.
So you
going
would
back
feel
into
so if
cheating.
you're yeah.
Men will cheat on their wives if
With
they're
the hoe.
not meeting their
Thank you.
freaky needs. Thank you.
Thank
With the
you.
hoe, because they
Thank
you.
want you to be a lady in the streets and a freak in the sheets with no
No,
experience.
that's
Do
not
y'all
true.
want some
He
help with
wants
that?
you
Do you want
be
me to
freaky in the
explain
sheets,
it?
but you don't want to do the
Sorry.
things he wants you to
Sorry.
do, so he'll go and get
Sorry.
it somewhere else. That's the correct narrative.
Or
It's
you
not
do it
weird
A
though.
so
man
it's
is not
good.
going to go get a woman to give him guac 3000 when he got a woman that's giving him guac
But wait a
3000.
minute.
Want
Hold on.
But she
Don't
don't
mean
know
that.
how to do guac
Because
3000.
you
She know
changed
You
how
the
to
just
do
made my
guac
subject.
point. The only
Wait a
reason why
minute.
he's teetering out is
I'm
because
trying
the
to figure
woman.
out how you changed the subject.
What subject?
I'm bringing up. Hold on. We're not
on the
even
same page.
talking about what I brought up. You use the Bible. You want women to follow this Bible. Women submit to your husbands. All of these things. But you do not want to follow the part of the Bible that says, hold on, put to death, therefore, whatever belongs to your earthly nature, sexual immorality, impurity, lust, evil desires, and greed, which is idolatry. You don't flee from sexual immorality. All of the sins a person commits are outside the body, but whoever sins sexually sins against their own body. It does not say women. You are not addressing the fact that the Bible tells us this all.
You
Men
never
and
heard
women.
us
There is
address
no
men.
gender attached to this.
You never
So
heard
we're
of.
not talking about that.
Have you watched this network before, other than the shows you're on?
So Bruiser is talking
What
about
does it
yes,
mean?
him and Bruiser and Sweeney do say it. The other guys do not agree with it, but Bruiser is one person who does stick with. He does not agree with that type of behavior. And
Even if I know they don't believe in
it,
it, I still give my opinion on how man is to carry himself sexually.
But that's you
But
post millions
I
of
cannot.
other
One thing about men, if you look at hierarchy in divine order, God is the one who corrects a man, and man corrects his woman. So a man is going to be corrected regardless of what a woman do. But the women are still trying to step out of their lane and correct men.
But hold
The
on.
reason why,
Okay,
go ahead.
So, but here's the other thing. How many men are really submitting to God? Because a lot of men are not submitting to God, they're submitting to their ego. They
How do you know that?
exactly, but that's the thing. You want us to submit to our husbands as they submit to God, but unfortunately, these husbands are submitting to their own egos, and they are being harmful in their relationships and their marriages. And these women are just following them blindly. But then when you get a woman like me, and I'm like, you're not worthy to be followed. You are not worthy to be
Only way
submitted
we
to
can
in the first
substantiate
place.
what you're saying is if we would look at where it's measured, which I don't think nobody's measuring whether a man is submitting to God or his ego. We would have to take a case, and if we can use your case, you were married to a devout Christian religious man. Did he submit to God or his ego?
I do have a
We saw a case where he was devout in everything he did, and you wasn't even trying to align with that.
If he was a devout Christian, sorry.
He was a Christian.
I do have a question, Darwin. So let's say, for the sake of argument, I grant your argument that God is supposed to deal with men is supposed to deal with their wives, right? If women are watching men outright disobey God, then what reason would they have to obey men?
Whoa.
So can you give me an example of outright disobey God? Because that's very bland.
For example, when she listed all those things and you responded by saying, well, God is going to deal with us. We supposed to deal with you. All the things that Bo listed that men do that's immoral and all of that. You told them that God would deal with us.
Okay, so that's why I responded. We would have to
deliberately. So if you're deliberately, you don't have to measure it. We can see it. We see men every day deliberately disobey God. So if we can say, if men are deliberately disobeying God, then what reason would the women have to obey us?
Okay, what is one of the examples, Boheem, that you gave that men literally deliberately disobey God? Because in order to disobey, you actually have to be following God, right? Are you correct with that? Let me flip it for you. In order to break a classroom rule, you would have to be in the classroom, subscribe to the teacher and attendance. Correct? Can we understand it from that point? If you're not even in the class, if you don't even go to the school,
yes, you made sense the first time.
That's what I'm saying. So we would have to measure this according to the man who actually subscribed. We live in an international mecca of the world, America, where people don't just threw their Bibles in the trash. They don't even care. So we do have a backup for the man who deviate from God's will, and that's called Uncle Sam. That's called hot man. Gonna put your ass in check. In all aspects of violations, we have something that's gonna check the man. It's not the same way across the board for women, which is why men are compelled to kind of step in there and fill those gaps. Especially in the family.
Whoa. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Chat.
That is the most. Hold on. That is the most ass backwards logic.
Wait a minute.
That logic is so ass backwards.
Let's go into it. Let's go into it.
All right, if I can make this make sense, you said basically we all threw our Bibles in the trash, right? Mm-hmm. So men are disobeying God. Mm-hmm. It said, screw the Bible, we gonna do what we want to do. Mm-hmm. Then you said now men are just gonna police men. While the men are doing because you said Uncle Sam. That's man law. So you basically said men are just gonna police men.
Men are policing men and women.
Essentially, what I'm saying is, even if man decided that he want to deviate from God's will and break the law or break the rules, there's consequences for that. I mean, we don't have to agree with that. I believe that. I see it happening to my brother right now for or going around smacking cheeks that he ain't had no business smacking.
Come on, dog.
Okay.
I think y'all just like so Darwin.
If it's difficult to understand, let somebody else speak on it. But
Darwin,
but it's consequences for man deviation.
Does the neck
Not
get
really.
instructions from the head or vice versa?
Say what?
Does the neck get instructions on what to do from the head, or does the head give instructions on what to do to the neck?
Does the head give instructions?
Do your fingers control your brain, or does your brain control the
Your
body?
brain control your fingers.
Okay. Did God say, according to the Christian philosophy, that men are supposed to be the head and the woman like the neck?
Yep.
Did he also say that there's a hierarchy that goes man, woman, child, animals?
Yep.
So
Yeah.
them conflating and trying to make this we're all equal and nobody should be submitting to the other, and we both should be submitting to each is a disingenuous argument, because just the way they say we ignored that small portion, they gave details on what the submission looked like and how it was different. And it also said, let me just quote this so I don't say it in the wrong way. I was sitting here reading this stuff.
You guys don't believe in God to have
How you, hey Marcus, how you say all of that and ignore my question?
Hold on, he didn't get to it yet. Let him finish up. Let him finish up.
Hold
This
on.
still ignores my question.
Let a woman learn quietly with all submissiveness. I do not permit a woman to teach or to exercise authority over a man. Rather, she is to remain quiet. For Adam was formed first, then Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived and became a transgressor. Yet she will be saved through childbearing if they continue with faith and love and holiness with self-control. That sounds like a specific prescription to somebody that was not a male. We have a lot of stuff we're supposed to do, but to pretend like it's tit for tat and equal is feminist rhetoric, and it
No. To pretend, Marcus, to pretend like these men are godly men is the problem. We're supposed to be taking instruction from most people that aren't even godly.
That's not even
That's
it.
all I'm
That's the
saying.
whole point.
See, that's where your problem
what we're
is,
missing
Glacier.
is that
Somebody
was from
taught
Old
you.
Testament.
Somebody taught you
teachings and
incorrectly.
everything changed once Jesus came. And New Testament came, women were able to speak. Think of Esther in the Bible. Like, we can't take, like Ann was saying, right? That's looking at text black and white. And during those times, during Old Testament times, that's how things were. Women could not speak up. You were supposed to stay quiet. Even if a man was doing wrong, it wasn't your place to put him in correction, right? It was another godly man's place to do so. As the New Testament came, as Jesus came, he opened that up. And now women were able to prophesy. Women were able to tell people what God or what they were supposed to do and to follow certain ways. So
where scripture says that women had authority over man in the New Testament?
It didn't say women
scripture.
had authority over man, but it
that's
didn't
what
say
she's
women also
saying.
had to stay silent.
You can
when
say
a man
whatever you
did
want,
something
but we're
wrong.
talking about we're talking about correcting somebody. In order to correct somebody, you have to be able to have some type of authority or some type of. You have to be able to enforce some type of consequence.
But the issue was
That's not even true.
And it didn't say you have to stay silent.
No. Wait. Y'all, so all of that still ignored the very real question, the very question that I asked. If all these men are not godly, they're not following God, then what reason would women have to follow man?
Exactly. May I piggyback off of that?
I was going to answer that because Laisha had mentioned that, and I told her she was being taught right. You still, if you decide to be with a man, that we're talking about if you decide. If you're not deciding to be with him or being up under his cover, it don't even apply. It's irrelevant to even argue. But if you're deciding to be under a man's cover, and regardless if he follow God or not, it is the command to submit to your husband. It is not contingent upon him if he reads 7 days or he kneel and pray, if he take anointed. No, your place is to submit to your husband regardless. And it's his place, regardless if you out of order, whatever, is to be able to be responsible for you and lead and protect you regardless if you out of order.
So my follow-up question is, if you get to choose hell, then why can't she?
Hold on. So how are you choosing hell?
So if you get to disobey God and and not listen to God and say, well, I choose hell, then why can't she choose hell? Why can't she say, well, then I choose not to obey?
Who said she couldn't? Who said people can't? Who said people can't do wrong in return for wrong?
The reason why I'm asking this question, bro, is because The reason why I'm asking this question because we're talking to modern women. They see men for who they are, and we're telling them, "Hey, look, you need to stay and do what you're supposed to do, even though men are not doing what they're supposed to do." But
let's use an example. Let's use promiscuity. Let's say for on the record, men are being out here fornicating, and then men to turn around and say, "Oh, woman, you ain't supposed to be out here fornicating." That's a good way to start it, right? It's a good perfect example. The reason why men is able to do that is because men control access to what?
Nothing.
Relationships and marriage.
Thank you. The supreme double standard. That's what we call it.
This is stupid.
Y'all can just give your body to anybody. Just
we don't give our body.
Anybody you want, and then you gonna come and propose to me?
That's crazy.
And guess what? No. Either you gonna say yes, or the next girl will.
No, they don't. Okay, I think everybody's not getting it. Like I'm pretty sure I am the youngest person on here, right? Or it's either me or Ty or Ann. And I don't mean to bring in age to try and ruffle any feathers. But the truth of the matter is that's not how it works. That might work for those people that are 40 and up. But the 20-year-olds, them girls not going for it. And just because I'm telling you, I don't get how we're having this conversation like we're talking about the people who aren't on the real dating pool anymore. The real dating pool of people is full of 20-year-olds, right? And those 20-year-old girls are going to look at you and going to be like, "What you mean? I see you in the club. I'm not sitting at home being no wifely woman. I don't care if you give me no ring. Run me some money."
That is not the real dating pool.
So here's the
what dating pool are you in, Darwin?
No, there's a name for that.
Hold on.
None. I'm not in it either.
Let me
exactly. So where are these good people that you know? Probably people in relationships and married.
If I was still in the market, I wouldn't be in the same dating pool as most of these guys. I would be on a corporate level dating pool.
You think corporate women don't feel that way? You think the nurses, the lawyers, the doctors, the engineer women don't feel like I already make my own money? You're a liar, you're a cheater, you're a narcissist, you're manipulative. All you really got is some A+ or B+ dick.
No.
Other than that,
no, they don't.
What else are you giving me? I already bought a house. I already bought a car. That's how they feel.
CEOs and directors and all kind of shit on a basis. I've been in these spaces. These women on a corporate level, they're lonely. They don't have any leverage. 35, 40-year-old.
You ever heard of the words post-nut clarity? You're lonely until you get post-nut clarity.
These women are being passed around, and most of them are work wives. They're not getting marriage.
Here's the thing, though. So to Bruiser's point, right? He said that if the women decide not to do it, then they just, because men control access to marriage, that the women, that's the reason why the women have to follow the man. Here's the thing, though. Women in mass are starting to opt out of it. They're literally no, but the thing is, so y'all have to, so the problem is that y'all not understanding the human quality in all of this. Y'all are saying we're going to deviate from God, but we still expect you to listen. And if you don't listen, then we'll marry somebody else. And the women are basically saying, if you're going to deviate from God, I'm not going to follow you. I'm going to do what I want to.
That's not what they're saying.
That's literally what they're saying.
That is not literally what they're saying, because if we could see that
6 women up here all telling y'all the same thing except for one.
They don't represent They don't represent the majority. Women are not opting out because men are deciding.
There are more men that desire marriage than
most women are opting out. Most women are opting out of marriage and delaying motherhood and being a wife because of their prioritizing financial stability and independence. They ain't got nothing to do with a man.
More women are opting out.
Yes, so we can not have to need y'all.
I don't think that's true.
They're prioritizing financial stability so they cannot need a what? A man. The only reason marriage was so important to women was because they needed protection, they needed finances, they needed a place to stay. What are you talking about? Now she got her own protection in her pocket.
You just made my point.
You don't know what's funny?
Okay, then. So if those are the only three things that you're good for, and she can give them to herself,
That's why they're opting out of marriage as young. In the dating pool you talking about is young. We already did this. Had this conversation.
No, this is not young.
What
This
she's
is
saying is the
hold on. This
expectation.
is not young. More men
the
desire
30s
marriage
too.
than women across the board at this point. They're literally opting out.
Sweeney, do women go to the church looking for men? Is that the number one spot they go looking for men?
I don't
Especially
know
in the
about
early
the church.
20s.
I don't know about the
Hell
church.
no.
I can only go
So,
off of the
The
dating.
early 20s, they're not going to church at all.
All y'all, I can't respond to all y'all at once.
For your
I don't
argument to
know.
say
I
they're
don't
not
know about the
following men,
church.
they're not following
I'm just
God,
going
meaning
off of
that
the
they're
data.
going to church looking for men, not finding them, then deciding to just get out in these streets. When there
Bro.
are men perfectly fine inside the church, and those church women tend to date niggas that's not in the church. Like
What does that have to do with? What does it have to do with women desiring marriage and children?
It's not no heathens in the church, Emily.
Women because they're not in the church following God. And if they're not choosing the men in the church primarily to say, all right, I want to follow you because you're in the church, that's completely negating the whole argument.
Well, that's not the whole argument. I just asked a simple, logical question. Y'all said that men should be following God, and y'all said let God handle the men. And the women are saying, if you're not gonna follow God, I'm not gonna follow you. I don't understand how the women are literally not following the men. I don't care why they're going to church. They're not following the men. It doesn't matter.
Well, what's the
They're
point?
literally not following the men.
So look, so Sweeney's correct on that. Statistically, more men desire marriage than women. But so then that breaks it down like, okay, why is that, right? And this is something that I've spoken about a lot. Men have lost their perceived value. Women don't have the desire to tether themselves to a particular man for life, right? So they have access to plenty of different types of men, particularly with modern dating apps and all. They have access to every type of man, including the top 10%, even top 5%, right? The average woman can have access to the top 10% of men. If this is what they're dealing with, and they can continue to just cycle through these men, they're not going to, and they don't really see the end in sight. So the problem is that I feel like women are negating is that it's finite. This run that you're having in your 20s and 30s, it's a burnout after that. Yeah, eventually there's a dramatic fall off where the attention that you used to be able to garner is no longer available to you. So if you feel like you never will need a man, okay, great. And it's cool. And I don't see any, listen, if that's how you want to live your life, as long as you know what the big picture is, if you understand that it is finite and that it becomes more and more difficult to obtain a man as you grow long in the tooth, then fine. As long as you know what's up. Your 20s and 30s, if you burn them out and then you try to hit a buzzer beater when you're like 39 and say, yo, all right, my end time, my eggs are ready. They're not. So that's the reality we have to understand. But it is a fact. Women don't want men. And there's plenty of reasons for that, is because right now, protection is not really a thing, particularly in the West. Women don't really have to worry about being in harm's way, right? You have 911 on your cell phone in your pocketbook immediately, or in your hand, really, for modern women. And secondly, they can provide for themselves. So the two of our major, and if you talk about the third, problem solving, you got Google Chat GPT for that now, for the most part. So, or YouTube University. Women don't find a value in a man. They can get all the things that they desire from a man by just dating, right? You can get somebody to take you out. You can get attention. You can just have a social media profile, garner all the attention that you like. Yep. And it's not a reality to women, particularly in their 20s and 30s, when their market value is a little bit higher. So I understand that sentiment. I don't agree with it because I do believe it's finite, but these, in my opinion, are the reasons why women have opted out.
Well, Trev, you know the difference between lionesses and hyenas?
Hey, hold on, wait. Let's get
Lord Jesus.
Yes, and I know, and I realize what we have an abundance of as well.
Let's get Shannon there.
Man, y'all done jumped this subject so many times. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Even force her to come in here.
But I will piggyback off what Trev is saying. I think that women do value men. I just don't think that men are willing to listen to what women want in men, like what they value, what it is that you can bring that will make her say, "Oh, you." Because there are men who get women, right? It's only a small few, but nobody wants to be that guy who women want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that women do want a mate.
You give us
let me clarify. Women want a mate. They just don't want any mate. Women don't want to just settle down with any man, because I think they've all done that and they've gotten nowhere. Like, it's either brought them so far from where they need to be, they've been hurt, so they're just not willing to do that anymore. But I do believe that women do want somebody. It's just that what they want is just really hard to find.
Is it hard to find, or is it hard to qualify for?
It's hard to qualify.
It's hard to so both. I would say both, right? It's hard to qualify for.
Which one supersedes the other?
So because there's such a small group of them, everybody wants them. So
exactly, you're making our point.
I agree with you.
I said high top tier man.
Are you gonna let me finish or what?
Go ahead.
So I am agreeing with you somewhat, and I'm giving you an explanation to why you're absolutely correct. So it's both. Because that side, the group that they're wanting is so low, those guys have the options of many. All these women want them, so maybe they don't qualify for this guy because he has so many options. So I think that it's both.
It's not that he has so many options so much. He does have the option, but his standards are so high that most women tap out. They lose energy trying to optimize themselves for him.
All right, so Trev, the reason I asked you about do you know the difference between lionesses and hyenas, I found this very interesting, right? So lionesses, they go out and hunt and they protect the pride. They're usually in polygynous relationships with a large male lion that protects them and their children. When they run into trouble, he come with the backup and he holding it down. And they keep other males out of the territory. Now hyenas, they operate in the exact opposite way. The women are at the top of the food chain in the hyenas hierarchy, and they dictate and order lower level males around. So much so that in order for a male hyena to rise, he has to leave his tribe and go find a whole new tribe of hyenas. They also have faux penises. Those penises look like men's penises as well, and they have sharp things in them, so they cannot be raped because they are in charge of the sex fully, and they operate like men, and they're typically larger than them. I'm not calling nobody no names. I'm just saying in general, you're either in one camp or the other, it seems to appear.
You do know that lionesses kill lions when they don't act right, right?
Correct.
Like they will all literally kill that male lion.
They will all jump on him and kill him. Very true.
How often does that happen in a tribe?
Hold on, wait. I got y'all. Hold on, wait. I got y'all.
You want to know what's funny?
No. I got Alicia. The problem is, you notice what I said. I said they kill him when he don't act right.
Define don't act right.
He doesn't do his responsibility. He doesn't protect the pride. He doesn't act in accordance with. He doesn't provide the food. When he does not act right, they will kill him. So juxtapose that for humans.
Because you know what's funny? Wait, I just want to say this one thing. What I find so funny? Everybody says.
Hang on. Sweeney made a good case. M. White, use what he just said, and just oppose it to what happens to a man when he don't do a right woman. He don't do a woman right in the United States. When he don't do divorce, what happens to that man?
Alimony, divorce, child support, alimony.
Thank you.
A fake abuse case.
You can look at it subliminal, and you can
family to come hurt him.
You can parallel. You can juxtapose the lions, a group of lions, to the government and a law enforcement
alimony.
that helps out a woman. You can
get alimony.
What do they do? And you can literally destroy a man's life if he don't do it.
You used the small example of an obscure example of what happens when a man when a male lion doesn't do what he's supposed to do. Even after I gave criteria for what the male lion was.
So what I'm trying to get
and
you to
then
understand.
you gonna say we're using the small example when he just used the small.
No. I'm not using the small example because I'm not saying that most lions don't act right. What I'm saying is that in the event that they do not do their job, or they're too weak to do their job, because the chat want to say weak. It doesn't matter. He can't do his job. The lionesses will kill that male lion. So with that being said, it goes back to my question. If the men are not doing what they're supposed to do in accordance to God, then what reason would the women have to follow the man?
Well, I thought you were going to say if the men are not doing what they're supposed to do according to God, how are women able to unalive the man? And if I were to answer that, I would say his seed. Use his seed against him and use his seed to destroy his community. That's how you kill the man.
Even deeper than that, this argument contingent that women aren't following men because they don't follow God, it falls apart because women aren't going to church to select the men to follow specifically. So we can't even get to this path if it cuts off right there.
We're
Wait a
talking
minute.
about
Wait a minute, Marcus.
Oh my
Hold on,
goodness.
because you're acting like men actually go. Men don't be in church. I'm telling you from a person who used to go to church. My bad. Used to go to church a lot. Men don't be in church. Women are the ones in church. Men don't be in there. And the men that do be in there, they don't
Cheat.
like us. And
You
the
know
other
why?
men that do be in there be sleeping with every
They
woman
cheat.
in there.
You know
So
why?
there are no
The
quality men in church.
the
Do you know why they ain't in there?
the personal experience that I've had with being in church heavy as a child and then growing up, the first time that I saw the pastor and his brother outside of church as an adult, that was not the pastor I knew. That was no long that became the predator all of a sudden. Why do people think just because you go to church, you're some type of upstanding person? No, you're just standing in a building listening to words. A lot of those men are not godly men. They're just going to church. They like the way it looks. They like to be able to act like, oh, I'm a godly man. I go to church. I go to Bible study. And then what? You go and drink
Which one
and
is it? The men are not in church or the
So
men
wait,
is?
They're human
wait,
though. We're not they're
wait a
human.
minute.
That's the thing. Pastors and stuff. I do go to church, and there are men in the church. The thing is, those men are married, and they go to their wives and families. That's usually it. And then we got the 304s, men and women both go to church because they always talk about the church thoughts. So you have bad people that go to church. We got it. That they're not doing the right thing. But again, when we talk about pastors and people, they're human. They are human. Oh my gosh, you're going to ban them if they walk with the Bible in their hand. Don't make out you being a hypocrite. They are human individuals who are preaching the word of the Bible. You do not have to look at, now don't get me wrong, we aren't talking about if they out here commit adultery and all that other stuff. But if you see a pastor out, I've seen my pastor out before, of course, at ice cream shop. But I'm just saying, they're human. That's what I cannot understand. I don't know what are we expecting out of people. I don't get it. Absolutely nobody's perfect. I don't understand what we looking at getting. What's the problem?
This is crazy.
So Sweeney,
I'm
hold
not
up, Sweeney.
saying that they have to be perfect. I just think it's quite interesting that to compare, like I look at it like this. When women are saying what they don't like in men, one of the biggest things is that they're saying, oh, let's say like promiscuity or certain things like that, right? But the things that it seems like are starting to become the forefront of what men tend to nitpick about women are like kind of smaller, asinine. I'm not gonna lie to you. And that's just my opinion. Like there are so many platforms across the internet that are talking about women's femininity, but then men find all of these ways to be rude and disrespectful and cheat and all of these things. But the biggest problem in the world is that women don't know how to shut up when a man says shut up. She's combative. That's your biggest argument for a woman, that she's combative, but you're a cheater and a liar and a narcissist and a manipulator, but she's combative. She should combat those things.
Here, why are you listening to those men? Of course, we all know there are radicals everywhere. Y'all listen to these men. I'm just saying
because it's not a small percent like people keep trying to say it is.
Married men are not even on the internet. They're not. They're with their wives.
That's not a small percent. I hate how people keep saying that that's a small percent. But if you scroll on TikTok or on Instagram for just 10 minutes, that's all you will see.
That's your algorithm. But here's what we really have. Here's what we really have, right? Sweeney gave y'all a serious cop out, and shame on you for that, because for real, women just don't want to follow men. It ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. Most of y'all are not godly any damn way. So why do we really want to go there anyway? Y'all just don't want to follow men. Say that shit. You don't want to follow men. And I dig it. If you don't, that's cool. But say that shit. Say it with your chest. You don't want to follow men. Whether he's godly, you don't want to follow him. Whether he's ungodly, you don't want to follow him. Y'all don't want to follow men. Right now, what we have is we have a government who has designed it to tear the families apart. And it's a goddamn shame that black people are the main ones to fall for it. Our families are not intact because we are disobeying the natural order. And I don't care if you're talking about Christianity. I don't care if you're talking about Islam. I don't care what you're talking about. It's the same type shit. It's a natural order. And most of us could tell. And most species can understand that too. But for some reason, us black folk want to fuck the game up and act like we don't know what it's supposed to be. And y'all don't want to follow a dude. If you don't trust him, if you don't trust in his leadership, say that shit. Don't try to say like, I'm not trying to. No, we know what you're doing. You just don't want to follow us. And that's fine. Don't. But don't get mad when you get the results that you do. When it's later in life, don't
Can I
get
ask you
mad.
a question? Can I ask a
Go ahead,
question? I hear the talks and I hear people, beating their chest on the internet, both women and men. But I don't think that the problem is, so when we're talking about women following all men, yes, nobody's going to follow all men because all y'all ain't that bright. But when it comes to your man, I think that most women don't mind following their man. So let me give you an example. Let me finish talking. All of the men on this channel, before your wives, did you not have a woman you dated who was a good girl who followed you? You just didn't choose her. Anybody? So have you guys ever dated a woman?
What do you mean by good woman?
There's no way to measure. It's the only way you can measure that. The only way we can measure whether she was able to follow us, if we shaped the relationship in a way where I was a leader and we had a direction and a vision to get to. We typically don't do that with bust downs or girlfriends. But our wives, that's when you're able to test whether a woman is willing to follow you and get in line. But some girls you mess around with on the streets.
So
just because she following you at the mall so you can buy her a purse or some shit like that don't mean that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the gold digger that you dated. I'm talking about a woman that you have dated, because I'm pretty sure your wife was not the first person you dated. So think back to when you guys were dating. Was there a woman who was a great woman? She just wasn't the one for you. For whatever reason, it was nothing really wrong with her. She just was not the one for you. She followed you. I mean,
I will say this.
Darwin, are you gonna let me finish?
I understand what you're saying. You can keep going.
Okay, go ahead. As long as you understand.
I understand exactly what you're saying. I had a woman like that, but it is not consistent. And that's every woman I ever dealt with. And I might be the only one who's gonna admit. You got guys out here that's gonna stroke. They're gonna say, "Oh, my woman is 100% submissive." She fought. No, women, it don't work like that. Even the wife I got, it's always gonna be a battle here and there. That's just the nature. A woman is gonna want to try you to see if you don't have any boundaries, to see if she can cross. Every woman I ever met always tested me to see if I know how to demand respect.
What?
Every woman I ever met.
So the answer to your question, Shan, is yes, a lot. And to go against the point earlier, I was not righteously godly and all the other stuff. A large portion of that time, I was real bogus, and they still was following indiscriminate. Moving forward, I know Darwin put the prerequisite that it's an ego stroke, but my experience has been that if it ain't 100, it's 95% submission, and they don't really be trying me like that. It could be a lot of factors to the reasons why, but that's not been my experience where I've had to go back and forth with the women. And that is normally why when I talk, I sound like I'm on the side of the women, because I'm not experiencing women trying to put themselves in equality to a man. Specifically in this conversation, the understanding is that we're on the same level by some of the ideologies. So it's going to appear that I'm against the women because I'm not talking to somebody that views themselves naturally as somebody I need to protect and is a subordinate, but somebody that says we're equal and let's go head to head. But in general, normally, I 100% agree with you. Most women I've come across have, when given the option, been submissive to the queen.
So I'm gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and move it forward. But I'm gonna say this: the man literally proved my point. Proved the point of this whole beginning dialogue, y'all. And I'm gonna explain how. When we JR, put the question back up there. how often do we use the Bible to correct men's behavior? And we just displayed right here on this panel over this whole last part of this whole last hour and a half of a discussion, we did not use the Bible to correct the men. We just only tried to use the Bible to correct the women. But hey, thank you for proving my point. JR got another clip that he want to roll.
Before you end that, Darwin, didn't you try and make the example of what the interpretation of what men should do by the Bible? When you said
not only that, there was not a case where man was out of order to be corrected to showcase any of us corrected him.
We just talked about men in general, and we did not. And the first thing we did was we started talking about the whole question is predicated.
You said we had an opportunity. You said we had an opportunity.
Let me make my point before you.
You said we had an opportunity to correct the man. Where was
no?
I
didn't say a man. I said correct men.
Where was men? What example have we had of a man doing something wrong? We did not insert the opportunity to correct.
Just listed off several things where she said that these are things that men violate in accordance.
She was talking in theory. We didn't give an example.
The whole
JR didn't give us a clip.
Theory.
He didn't give us a. JR did not give us a clip or any example of somebody doing something wrong and asking us to insert our opinion or what correction we would give to be able to showcase that we actually use the Bible to correct them. So you cannot go out and you cannot say that
the whole time we spoke about women in theory. We didn't bring up not one individual woman. We talked about women in general, about what they're supposed to do and how they're supposed to behave. And then the whole topic was supposed to be how men are supposed to behave. The moment somebody listed how men are supposed to behave in accordance to the Bible, the first thing y'all did was say, throw that away because God gonna deal with us. Here's how you're supposed to behave.
No, we did not.
Literally what you did.
Darwin, you did.
The question wasn't about
Darwin, yes, you did. You told us we can't check you.
What did I ask you earlier, Laisha? I asked you, give me an example of a man doing wrong, and you went to a No Sleep podcast where he was talking about adultery. And we went down the rabbit hole about what adultery meant, depending on how you interpret the Bible. So we can give an opportunity to administer some type of correction. So don't try to slither out of that. I did give you an opportunity. Me personally, a person who believe in the word of God, to be able to show correction. You wasn't trying to understand it from that point.
It's all right. JR wrote a clip. It's all right. JR wrote a clip. Y'all prove my point.
Bro, I do this all too much.
All right, let me get to these super chats.
That was bad, bro.
In the basement with the $2, also a member said these helpers are cheating their ass off. Big at 11, $10 says I agree with Dr. Lady O. I haven't cheated all week. I've been chilling, but next week, let's see what happens. Sean with the 199 says adultery. Adultery is sleeping with another man's wife. Sean again, but the 999 says God told David he would have given him more wives and asked as opposed to taking another man's wife. I'm not condoning, just showing it's not unlawful. Read the whole book, not just the New Testament. Gina 789 with the $2 says most men are jaded. It's a turnoff. Gina again with the $2 says most men don't want to improve themselves. Gina again, $2 says men got to grow up, sweetheart. And lastly, my life, your entertainment with the $9.99. I don't think Laisha realized that her social media algorithm pushes the narratives she's speaking about. I am in Alabama, and we as men don't see nor do half of the things she's mentioning. It's foreign. I want to thank everybody that has contributed to the platform. Let's get the likes up, man. The likes are low and disrespectful. All we are asking is that you hit the like button. The likes are free. And we're going to continue to go ahead and give you guys this great dialogue, great conversation. Let's get into it, man. I'm going to play this clip. This plays directly into what we was discussing. I found to be interesting. So here you go. Y'all ready? Y'all alert? Dr. O, you good? Shan, you good? Do we need HR, Shan? You good? Okay. Like, don't start rage quitting now. Just make sure you check with me first, and we'll make sure we can get your talk time. Here we go.
Father, mother in the home?
Yes, I did. And I would like to, just inject that a strong marriage is more than just cooking and cleaning. Yes. You know, some women are not good at cooking, and the men are very good at cooking.
Amen.
And you got to come in agreement. Some men rather cook. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's all in coming to agreement and learning to communicate with your partner. You gotta work together.
Yes.
You gotta talk. You gotta trust each other.
So you agree that Maurice is the head of you?
He has been the head, and I put him there because I know my place, and I know where God has put me, and he is the head of the household, not the head of me. He's the head of the household. He's the one that will lead and guide and protect and take care of the household for us.
So he's not the head of you.
Christ is the head of me.
But your husband is supposed to be the head.
And he is the head of the household, and I follow him as he followed Christ.
Amen.
And my children follow us.
Right.
They follow us. Yeah. We set the example.
So let me just ask, did you know you're not the head of your wife, but the house?
She finessed that nigga.
You knew that?
It's just,
but you just told me you're the head of your wife.
But this is the thing. As the word kicking. That's why, brother, we got to keep the scripture.
Yeah. It has to be.
That's why.
But what does the scripture? Does the scripture say you're the head of your wife or you're the head of the house?
It said the man is the head.
Of what?
Okay. Is the head basically over the church?
No. What did it?
The wife.
So did the Bible say you're the head of your wife or the head of the house?
The head of the house.
No, the Bible doesn't say that.
Me included, the children.
No, but what does the Bible say?
He's the head.
Of what?
He's the head of the household.
The Bible doesn't say that.
What does it say?
Man is the head of his wife as Christ is the head of man.
That's fine.
But you guys saying that he's the head of the house. You said he's not the head of you.
Well, the way you word it, but he's the head of the house in all of us.
But that's not scripture.
He leads us.
That doesn't work.
He leads us.
But why are you deviating from that one? And I'm asking because a lot of people want to know these things and they're having a rough time. And they are marrying women who will accept that he's the head of the house, but they won't accept he's the head of me.
Because they not grounded. See,
Exactly.
we're grounded
But you're
in
not
Christ.
saying that. You're not saying he's the head of you.
We are grounded. We are grounded. When you are grounded in Christ,
He will show
Christ
you
is the head of us all.
So let me go back to the order of Christ.
He's the head.
So is Maurice the head of you?
Is he the head of me?
Yes.
In what way?
As your husband, your head, is he the head of you?
I follow him as he follows
That's not
Christ.
what I'm asking. Is he the head of you?
If he wasn't a godly man, then there would be a difference.
One more time. Is he the head of you?
Is he the head of me?
Yeah.
As he follows Christ? Yes.
Amen.
But don't give me
He
that.
follows Christ, I will follow him.
So Maurice is the head of you.
He's the head of me as he follows Christ.
And
only.
What do you think about that?
I'm cool with that. I'm good with
But
that.
now are you the head of the house or the head of your wife?
Whatever God say.
What did God say? You guys are pastors. I'm going to get into that too.
Oh,
What
yeah,
did God say about man
cool
and his
with that.
wife?
The man is the head. He's the head.
This is so important because
why
I know a
I'm
lot
going
of, and I counsel a lot of Christian couples who they have a major deal with this now, where the wife would not accept that her husband's the head of her. They'll say the head of the house, but that's not what God said. That's not what the scripture said.
That's why I don't go to church. Them pastors? Yeah.
In that example, she is actually the head of the house. And
She said she put that nigga in the
she
kitchen.
put him in position, and he was
Said I put him there, and Christ put me here. I'm like, what?
He was getting his cues on what to answer based off what she said. He was following her direction. I mean,
and that goes back to Trev's point. It's not because of what a man does; it's the woman don't want to follow, so they would rather build themselves up so they can absorb themselves from having to be any type of submission or any.
And she was confused about it, and so he was confused because she was confused. Instead of him,
They wasn't confused, bro.
They weren't confused.
That's why I said they were confused. She asked she was asked the question. She said, "I am not the head of the he's the head of the house, but he's not the head over me." Then she doubled back and tried to jump underneath saying that after she had already spoke uncorrected, and he seemed fine with whatever her answer was. He was whatever trap Jesse was about to put her in, he was gonna come dig under however she wanted to navigate that mercurial water. that was an example of being led by the woman and the chaos that can ensue if you're still trying to adhere to a biblical principle. If you saying throw the Bible away and I'm the head of this household and he needs to submit and he goes for that, I'm not even mad. Wouldn't work for me, but if that worked for you and you figure out somehow how to, that's cool. But those parameters don't allow for that to exist. Like that shit crazy.
I don't think that anybody was confused. I think that she didn't want to say anything that would be a viral moment to make her husband look bad.
It was a viral moment to make him look bad.
He didn't want to
That's
say
exactly
anything to
what
make
happened.
her upset.
Exactly
Like,
what
I
happened.
think that was what was going on in that clip. Like,
No,
I don't think they was confused.
I think she's headstrong and she leads that relationship. End of discussion. She definitely, that man was
Ain't no
over
end
there.
of discussion,
He was
no
staying in
time.
his place, honey. He was just
Did you
not
see the play?
And the reality is some women are like that.
Oh my gosh. Who raised you?
We're not gonna sit here and act like all women are like that. We're not. That's just there are women.
I would never make
we're
that
not gonna dis. We're not gonna sit here.
I
And
ain't say
there
all
are
of them
women
like
who are like that, but that is not all women.
But did you see the play? Did you see the play? A woman came into this man's life with mediocre cooking and cleaning skills. She said, "Hey, baby, you do this better than me. How about you go in the kitchen?" And that nigga said, "All right." Instead of saying, I'm gonna put you through some classes, we're gonna get you educated, get your skills up so you can be a good cook. She flipped that motherfucker, told him to get his ass in there.
You know what though, Darwin? I can respect that, but that is something that only a certain type of man says to most women. Most women tell their man to go and cook because they're better because they already know that most men aren't opting for them to go take that class. They're going to say, "Hell no, I'm not spending my money on that." A lot of them are like that. Like a good man would say, or yeah, they'd be like,
Nah, bullshit.
Hell no.
Can I tell y'all something?
I'm not doing that.
I taught my wife to cook, and I don't see how difficult that is for a man to do.
Because they
Not
don't
to
know
say
how to
she was
cook.
trash.
Especially if he already know how to cook.
It's not difficult. Women always want to act like this. Come on, like it doesn't take long to get somebody up to speed. I don't care what skills you're lacking, as long as you have the will. I can get you straight. Most men are good instructors. I can get any woman up to speed in a couple weeks. I don't care what it is that you're lacking, what it is you suck at. I'm gonna get you straight. You're gonna go through my program. You're gonna learn.
Trev, and to go further, the example that you was she learned, she didn't combat me, she just was trying to figure out what to do. And guess what? I was kind, I was patient, I was helpful, I was encouraging. All the things that come with not fighting somebody. If you want to fight with me, I think you need this much pepper. Do you know for sure? If so, then you cook by yourself.
It's not a coincidence that she finessed him into being the main cook, and then she seemed to be just a bit combative, in my opinion. Just from there, right? She's not following him. You could easily tell that she's not following him.
Oh yeah, the moment he do something not according to scripture, he's not her cover no more. You gotta get that down. Once you backslide, that's it. You ain't following Christ, I ain't following you.
Hold on, y'all both got a question. Go ahead, Bo.
I got a quick question. Now, I'm not understanding why it is that we fight against people having weaknesses. So my question is, why is it that there's such a problem with a man supplementing his wife's weaknesses as the wife supplements his weaknesses? Because if you're strong in cooking and she's not, even if you try to teach her and she's just not a good cook, what is the problem with you just cooking?
Because the weaknesses is not supposed to be permanent. If you find yourself lacking, that's an opportunity for you to improve. What she just communicated is that I'm not willing, or I don't think I should. You can take the slack. That's another reason why men are choosing more malleable, impressionable women, because when they get to a place where they're hardened and they don't even want to make any changes or improvement, it's impossible to try to get them to take on new things or open up to new ideas. So this type of woman right here, the way she was speaking, if he came up to her and said, "Hey, look, I know you're mediocre in the kitchen, but we live in a fucking world where AI, ChatGPT will tell you how to make a fucking masterpiece dish that they serve on yachts. she can go and learn that shit and it's just little with 10 to 15 minutes. No, it's a weakness starts to transcend into other things. Once a woman find out that she can leverage things that she's weak in and get you to flip the role or exchange it, she'll continue to do that across the board if you don't cap it off.
So yeah, I concur. I don't think a weakness is,
it's like a hole in the boat.
I don't think.
Well, my thing is, when men use their they weaponize their incompetence against us, and we have to just pick it up and do it. You all like, I don't know how to cook. Y'all don't try to figure out how to cook. I don't know how to clean that. Y'all don't try to figure that out. You get to keep your weaknesses. You get to keep these things that you don't know how to do. I don't know how to fill that out. Can you fill this out for me? Can you make my doctor's appointment? You know how to make a doctor's appointment. Why is it that we always fill in your gaps, but there are no gaps to be filled here?
That is wrong. That is wrong. First off, cooking,
that's not wrong.
Cooking is a basic adult function, right? If you can't cook and you can't learn at watching a YouTube video or somebody like literally showing you, that's probably not a person you need to be marrying in the first place. You can't be like, no, I'm not done. I'm not done. So that's just that part of it. There's men who can't do certain things. So let's say you can't put shelves together, right? And most women are not as good as men with that. We're not going to weaponize that against you, and we're not going to try to teach you, right? We're not going to tell you, hey, you don't know how to change your oil. I'm not going to try to teach you to change your oil. I'm going to do that to you. We do understand that men believe in gender roles, right? And females do too, until they are put to task to do something. Like, why are we not understanding that?
I just don't understand why.
But to answer your question, and I kind of got lost. What was your question, Bohemian? Oh, why is it that men weaponize or exploit their or whenever they're incompetent in something, they get the woman to fill in the gap?
Yeah, and y'all don't have to improve that part of yourself.
And I get it. I'm an entertainer. There's a thing called helpmeet.
Exactly. Men are always using the Bible to stay incompetent, but they use the Bible to make us work. I don't understand. Like, y'all have an answer in the Bible for everything for women, except men. You all just kind of placate to men's incompetences.
There is an answer in the Bible for men.
You all get to keep yours because you're my helpmeet. No, nigga, I'm not. I am a person here who is with you. To be with you because I love you, not to be your maid, your cook, your whatever. I am not here to help you. We are here to help each other.
You have a choice. You have a choice. And you can buy a dog. Well, you already bought a dog.
Period.
I'm not going to say the rest. But you have a choice.
Oh no!
But man gotta answer the guy whether you like it or not. The thing is, we all trying to flip it because y'all are envious that he does not have the answer to you, and God put it that way for a reason. And it's probably a way to chastise you because of your iniquity from the beginning. He was never supposed to answer to you. When he first started answering you for the first time, all hell broke loose and they kicked y'all ass out of the garden.
All right, let's go ahead and get Shannon tied now. Go ahead.
They don't want to hear that shit. Let Shannon go.
Y'all approving
No, I already said what I had to say. I mean, I see what she's saying too. It does seem like if you're on the outside looking in, just when people are talking, I don't really think relationships be like that for real though. When you listen to these guys, it's like it's all about what women can do for the guy and never what the guy can do for the woman. But I would like to think in reality, the people I'm around at least, that's really not how it works. Yes, women cook clean, but the men be paying them bills. You know, it ain't no argument. It's just standard around here.
You know what y'all need to do?
Can I ask you a question?
It's an unspoken word. Like just the people in the middle, the places where I live in my environment, it's unspoken, you know. It's
Shan, can I ask you a question? What prerequisites do you have specifically that you expect a man to do, and then can you list what women are expected to do?
My expectations for me
for a man, and then list what you expect what women are expected to do.
Well, I just expect a man to love me. Put me on a pedestal. But and now that comes with perks. But I'm just
Exactly.
being honest. Okay, but
no, I want to detail it.
All out there.
Tangibles.
What you gotta make? Let's go.
Because then he could clean everything. He'll do all that stuff for you. But if I were, you know, I would say that I would just want him to be like a manly man, you know, protect me, feel protected around him, take care of the house. You know, I cook, I clean, I like doing domestic things. I like to clean up, walk around looking all cute for my guy. I'm a girly girl. So, I like the traditional roles. I do. They don't bother me, but I can understand why some people don't.
You didn't list all the things that you expect. You just
I got you in white. So basically what he's asking, right?
Okay,
is what is a man's duties for women? What duties does he owe? And then what is your duty to him?
His duty is to take care of the finances, the house. Anything that goes down, he takes care of that. I take care.
Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Y'all know y'all not right for that.
Because
y'all ain't right for that.
I have better things I could be doing right now. So if you want me to sit there, you want me to go. I'm just saying.
Shan, we already talked about you.
I
We
know.
already talked about you having a conversation with me.
So listen, what I'm saying is, you know, for me, I think that men are in control of the house, women are in control of making the house a home. That's just how that's how my dad was. That's how, you know, protection. Huh?
Please list them categorically. Please list them. Cutting the grass, taking out the trash.
Well, he doesn't cut the grass. We have somebody who does that. Yes, taking out the trash. If the job is too big, we outsource. But of course, he's in that, so he fixes things around the house. He knows how to do all of those types of things. He takes care of the car. On Sunday, he fills the tank up, make sure the car is good for the entire week. We go out, wines and dines. He is, if something goes wrong in the house, you hear something, of course, he's the first person up. I mean, he just shows protection. It's so many things. It's hard to list them all. He does things on a daily basis you shouldn't even think of. You just take it for granted because it's just there. So it's hard to just list all of it.
No. So Marcus don't want to know what he does. He want to know what you expect. What is his duty? The non-starters that he has to do for you. What do you expect?
Those are I mean, everything he's doing is my expectation. I mean,
yeah, everything he's doing.
The reason why, Teresa, let me just say this: it would be a disservice for me to sit here and because he does so much more than I can even. It's almost like, you know how you get something so often and you take it for granted. You just feel like that's what he is. It's things that I can't even name all the things that he does for me. He does a lot.
Fair enough.
And I agree with you. I agree with you because I do the same shit.
What is your duty?
I do a lot for him. So I make sure that when he comes home, that home is taken care of. He don't wash no clothes. He don't do any of those things. I make sure I clean up after everybody. It's just who I am. I'm going to make sure his clothes are ironed, or I take him to the cleaners. I do all of those things. I help him with his day-to-day. For example, he's really not good at organization, even with his business. I put those things in order for him on his Excel spreadsheet for him. I'll remind him of things. He'll say something out loud. I hear him in a meeting and I'll write it down or have it in my memory. Like, did you call so-and-so back? Because you said you was going to call him back. That's just, we just have a relationship where we just.
Well, I got a question for you. So hold on, wait, Marcus. I got a question for you. All right. If you forget to do any of those, is he allowed to check you on it?
If I forget to do any of those
Say, for
things,
instance, you forgot to set his laundry out, and he comes in and tells you, "Hey, you know you forgot to set my laundry out last night."
well, no, because he wouldn't check me on it. It's not. I can't explain it. Just like I wouldn't check him on something else that he didn't do. Because if he doesn't do it, see, these things that we do for each other are natural things we do for each other. Right? It's not because I'm making him do it. It's not because he's making me do it. It's because we want to do it for each other. So it's not like, oh, a job. If you don't do this, you're fired. Absolutely not.
So the thing is, that's the reason why I asked what are the duties, because duties are things that are expectations of you that you're not supposed to be able to get out of. And if you do not adhere to those duties, there's severe consequences for those actions. Sure. That's why I asked about duty rather than what, because you're absolutely right. You're gonna do for each other. But what I'm asking is, what is the non-starters? If you don't do this, I am out. Or if you don't do, not necessarily I am out, but there's gonna be consequences. You might have to hear me, or I might have to come in and say something about you not doing this particular thing. That's what I was asking for. So, like, if you could think of those things, because I'm sure everybody has some. Nobody just let somebody, like, everything you do for me is by your choice, and if you decide not to do it, I'm cool.
Let me help her out, because the question is framed in a way that's difficult to answer. It may be better to frame it as a way, if he stopped doing X, Y, and Z, you'd be out. And one could say, for a wife, if she stopped nurturing and taking care of the kids, or if he stopped paying the bills, if he stopped protecting the house, if he stopped giving you that hard pipe.
So the reason I initially asked these questions was because in Bo's earlier comment, she said men are allowed to hide their deficiencies and not improve or do anything. And it appeared, and I could be wrong, it appeared that you were saying women do everything and men just don't do anything within a relationship. That's how I interpreted it. Or don't. Can you explain that? Because maybe I was incorrect.
It's not that women do everything. It's just that we are criticized more when we don't know how to do something. And men are not criticized at that same level for not knowing how to do these just basic adult duties. They're allowed to be incompetent in those areas, and women are not.
I will say, going off of what Bo said, I think women are criticized for not knowing how to do things that women are supposed to do, like cooking, cleaning, taking care of kids.
There you go.
And men are criticized for not knowing how to do things men are supposed to do.
There we go.
Like taking care of a car, you know what I'm saying? Fixing something in the house, something like that. It's so, and I only say that because I'm thinking, like, if you got a flat tire and you're with a guy and he doesn't know how to change your tire, you're instantly like, you don't know how to do this? Like, what's going on? Why don't you know how to do this? Like, this is something you should know. And it's the same thing for some men when it comes to something simple like doing laundry. There are women that don't know how to do it, right? Like, maybe they were never taught, but why not? Why don't you know how to do this basic thing that a woman who's supposed to keep the house should know how to do?
I would venture to say that we're just humans. It's like our expectations of men and women just because they're men and women is crazy. We are all humans. All humans are not going to be able to do all of these things just because society says man is supposed to do this, woman is supposed to do that. Because I can do a lot of things that some men can't do. And some men can do things that is expected of me as a woman that I can't do. I'm a person. And why can't I do it? And it's not to you, Ty, but why can't I do it? It's because I'm human.
See, that's the problem.
Like, we don't know. It's not the problem.
It is.
Your expectations have been the things that you expect of people have been given to you. And so you are holding on to what people have told you life is supposed to be like, instead of understanding that the human is just a being that has its flaws. And we don't know how to do things. I mean, some people don't know how to read. We all went to school. Why they don't know how to read? Because humans are humans. Some people don't know how to talk. Why? Because something is going on inside of their body that doesn't let them speak. It's called autism. You do not allow humans to be human. You want us to
So
be
That's your problem.
these
That's your
black
so
and
problem.
Bo,
white things.
Let me
what are
just say
some of
one
these
thing.
what are some
'cause
of
I was
these
like,
things? Go ahead, Bob.
I was gonna say the problem is what she's trying to do. She wants to even the playing field so bad. Instead of calling herself a woman, she calls herself a person. Instead of saying we are human, instead of saying we are man and woman, she want to say we're humans. You clearly are trying to erase the gender out of the whole species so that you could placate or so you could substantiate that we should all be doing the same things. It's a reason why God made you a woman and God made a man a man. There's a whole reason for it. So
No,
it's not it's like it's biological and natural reasons why you should be doing certain things and a man should be doing certain things. A man should be lifting heavy objects and reaching for objects that are higher because oftentimes naturally he's more taller and stronger. Like these are basic things that we've been trying to get away with, and we've been trying to get away with it so much. We even using technology to blend gender so bad because it's so much penis envy to the part where we're attacking the children to push some type of ideology that they are not a man or woman. They're just a human. They're just a person. No, you're a man and a
see,
woman.
you're missing my point though, Darwin. It is not that I'm trying to even the playing field. So, but I mean, we are human. Like that's not
There you go
this is
again.
not something that's not true. However, what I'm saying is the same grace for women is not handed to them like they do men. Men are allowed a lot more grace in a lot of areas than women are. I
And
don't
I can
and
disprove
the
that.
thing is, we can like we have to understand that people are people, and what I mean by that is people are flawed. Everyone is not going to know how to do everything, and everyone's not going to be
There
good
is.
at the things that society
I'm gonna
says
tell
they
you where
should
your
be good
argument
at.
falls apart. When you put us in a place where it's damn nearly like a utopian society where it's paradise, you can make that argument that men have more grace because we created this society this way. But the moment shit hit the fan and a war jump out, men don't get no damn grace. We don't give a damn if you don't know how to shoot a rifle. We don't give a damn if you don't know how to use a grenade or using a knife or protect yourself or defend yourself from being unalived by another man. We're gonna send your ass out there and we're gonna protect our women. That the grace is gone. You get what I'm saying? The grace is gone, just like
Well,
that.
Go ahead.
now
The
they're
moment we
thinking about
created,
drafting women too, so that dynamic is even changing when it
man,
comes
they
to
took
like.
women out of special forces, all kind of stuff, and they done did all this. So if they
So
draft you, you're gonna be somewhere cooking in
so
the
if I
deep
can
fat.
if I can play devil's advocate and offer an olive branch, right? To kind of explain what Bo is trying to come is coming from. One, we don't have to go to the extreme of the draft. For example, nowadays we can accept that most men don't know that a lot of men don't know how to change a tire, or a lot of men don't know how to change the alternator, or change the brakes on their car, or fix a put a shelf up on a wall, or put his TV up on the wall. As a matter of fact, they would say things like, "Well, I can hire somebody to do that." But in the same breath, we would criticize a woman who says, "Well, I can hire somebody to cook for me. I can hire somebody to clean for me. I can hire somebody to watch my kids." And then they would get criticized by saying that they're not real women because they're not doing those type of things.
I
So
can tell you what.
if that makes sense, but before you rebuttal, just do that kind of makes sense where the women are coming from, where they're trying to get you to understand that they're not being given grace in society when it comes to their deficiencies, but a lot of men are being given grace in
No,
society when it comes to
the
their
reason
deficiencies.
why is because if you use that example, the difference is the intimacy level. Whenever somebody break down on the highway, somebody come get you off of the highway, boom, you can pay for it. But if you can't cook or clean up your house, that means somebody has to come into a place where where your household can be where you're vulnerable. You got somebody.
That example, Darwin. Back out.
What?
Yeah, because I literally just mentioned putting the TV on the wall.
No, I'm saying like putting the TV on the
Plumbers,
wall.
electricians.
Like if a man can't,
Yeah,
you
men say that they do all of these things, right? And I'm
No,
not
I
saying
don't.
that they don't, but most men are taking the car to the mechanic, are hiring the guy to mount the TV, are letting the electrician and the plumber come into their intimate space and fix the plumbing and the electricity. They're hiring the pool guy for the pool. They're not even taking out the trash, because I'm not gonna lie to you. We got valet trash. We got valet trash that drives around and picks it up from the front door. He's not doing anything super manly or crazy. My husband has a very comfortable life, just like I have a very comfortable life. And if I don't want to cook, or if I didn't want to do laundry, he would ask me, would you like me to hire the housekeeper? Would you like me to order food? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying y'all don't do stuff. I'm just saying that it's not like men are getting their hands dirty like they did in the 60s or something.
In those cases, who's paying for these services?
He is.
Okay, then it's different if a woman is not paying for these services. Just like, who is that? Shan? I don't know who it was. No, it was the girl with that wear the shades on shit. They got the son in the Navy SEALs and some shit. She said that she's not gonna cook, and he's the breadwinner. She gonna tell him to go hire somebody with his own money to go pay for somebody to cook when he got a wife in there. It's totally different. That argument stands if it's that case. But the scenario oftentimes is the man taking money out of his pocket that he budgeted so that he can pay for services.
Well,
I
would actually make the argument. I'm actually willing to make the argument that, one, we know that majority of the households are dual income at this point, right?
Yeah.
And I would actually be willing to make the argument that
a woman would pay
men's jobs are far more supplemented with cash than the woman's job is in the house. Most households don't hire maids to come clean the house, or hire except for taking care of the children, because then you can adjust for daycare regarding that. But like, most women don't have their jobs replaced in the house, but a lot of us have our jobs replaced in the house. Like, a lot of us don't cut our own grass now. A lot of us don't change our own brakes. A lot of us don't change our own tire. We wait on AAA. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I got to do all that shit because I'm broke. So
it's okay.
This goes back to like that.
I gotta change my own oil because you know, man, the way my checking in my savings account works out.
That's the way we like it, sweetie.
They be fighting.
This goes back to what Mark like. What are the
if you can just think about it on that level, Bruiser. Like, when you think about it on that level, just to try to understand where the women are coming from.
Basically, y'all are arguing, why is he using his money to pay for whatever?
The whole argument.
No, Darwin, all we're saying is that if a man can't do it, nobody says he's less of a man if he goes and pays to get someone to do it. We're fine with it. If you pay the mechanic to fix the car, that's cool. All we're saying is that usually a man says if a woman can't cook, though, that's not cool. If she gets food like catered, it's not cool if the Thanksgiving dinner is catered, but it's cool if somebody else fixes the plumbing. I think that's what Bo was saying.
Let's go, and then we'll go to M. White. Go ahead, Ty. And then we got to get Dr. Lady O in there too, because Shane been speaking.
I was just gonna say, I feel like this whole argument is contingent on the type of person, and this kind of goes back to what Bo was saying, right? Like, everyone is human, and in the human experience, everyone has their own standards and expectations within a relationship. For the type of woman that, you know, Shan is, and what she was stating in her relationship, they work together in the ways that they feel they are best in that scenario. I feel like in my personal life, I do criticize, and not verbally necessarily towards men, but I will not date a man who can't do certain things. Like, I've dated a man who had money before, but felt he needed to use money for everything. Like, oh no, I won't, mount a TV, or I don't bring in furniture. I just hire people to do that. I hire people to do this. Okay, then you have no real, for me, that's not valuable. because I found value in a man who's able to do these things on their own. So if you can't change a tire, if you don't know how to change oil or something like that, I don't see you as a man for me. When it came down to like what I expect from a man, something even as small as a man not knowing how to barbecue is a non-negotiable for me. I like barbecue, and I refuse to barbecue. I don't think that's a woman's job. And a lot of women in my family barbecue, but I refuse to, right? It's just my views and what my expectations are. But at the same hand, I cook. I don't mind cleaning. I'll wash the dishes. So I think it's all based on the specific relationship and the people that are dealing in these relationships and what they want from those people. I don't think it's like one consensus across the board for all relationships and how they're going to, operate.
Go ahead. And White.
I appreciate Ty comments, and I agree with. I'm gonna barbecue. I'm gonna do all that other stuff right now. My thing is, they said that men's roles are acceptably diminishable. Like we cannot do them, and it could be okay. So if a burglar break into our house in the middle of the night, and the man say, "You know what? I'm too scared. Let's run in the room and hide and call the police," I do not think his woman is gonna respect him that next morning. I just don't. I just do not. Maybe a show of hands. If your man runs from trouble and hides when your life and your children's life is in jeopardy, if you'll respect him, please raise your hand.
If my man does not go and hide with us and call the police, I'm gonna be mad as hell. Now,
you'd be mad at me.
In hiding though, in us getting to safety, that man better be in front of us. But that man better not go and confront nobody unless he has been formally trained. If you a police officer, if you a first responder or something like that, fine, great, whatever. Otherwise, you get your ass in here with me and you call the police, because you're not putting yourself in danger like that. Because if you leave, then what?
Bo, you supposed to call the police. He's supposed to, divert.
He gonna be right there with me and whoever else in this house, and we gonna call the police.
You'd be surprised though. No, Ty.
Wait a minute.
Ty, you'd be surprised how many women I've heard say that though, that they don't want that man to fight because they don't want to lose that man. They want the man to come hide with them. I hear a lot of women say that.
Let the man.
I'm not gonna say I'm say that, but I've heard women say it.
Come. If the intruder comes and finds us, that is another thing. That man better be ready to defend, but do not go and confront. You get in here and we are going to call the police. If in fact, that's why I say you be in front. And so if in fact that intruder does come and find us, then you are ready to defend. Other than that, hell no, man. Get to safety. Because if I lose, then what?
Somebody run up in my crib. Hell no. Under no
so Bo,
that's how they feel.
We're getting down to it now. There's a specific archetype man that completely suits what it is that you're looking for. You might not like how we describe him, but I know men who would fall right into everything that you're talking about. That's going to run and cower with you under the bed while the intruder does what he wants. A man that's going to listen, who's going to treat you like a partner and all of that. I doubt most women will be attracted to him, but there are men available like that. I know what you're talking about. We're not going to call them what we call them, but there are men like that that will suit you. I do believe you can find somebody probably pretty easily, right? One of these modern day guys who's with the shits like that. I don't agree with that type of lifestyle, but yeah, that you might have just been looking in the wrong places. There's a dude like that. We all know a dude like that.
Can I ask you a question, Trev?
Go ahead.
How many meals does the average person eat per day?
The average meal?
How many meals does the average person eat per day? I ain't like 3 meals a day.
Normally, that's what's recommended.
Okay. How often is somebody hanging the TV in the house?
Very rarely, right?
Once you get the TV up one, once you get the
people break into the house.
Hey, hang on.
Yeah, that doesn't happen either. Okay.
What are we talking about?
Let him rock. Let's see where he going with it first.
How often does a man call somebody to hang a TV in the house? It's probably going to be however many TVs, and it's probably going to be one and done, right?
Yeah. That's a one-off.
Why in the hell are we trying to make sense out of outsourcing cooking parallel to outsourcing somebody coming to hang a TV in the damn house? When if you outsource 3 meals a day, can you see how that can add up? And why it makes sense why it financially makes sense to outsource somebody hanging a TV versus hiring a cook to come in and cook 3 meals a day for $300.
No, I got it. No, so Bruiser, that point is valid. However, there's other things, right? Like there's a lot of dudes that just don't know how to do shit, right? Like the tire changing we talked about, they can't do an oil change. They don't know how to do most things like around the house. If a shelf break, they don't know how to put it back on the wall or replace it.
But if the frequency was on the same level as cooking and cleaning, the duties that the women are arguing that they get absorbed, the men that are not trying to run parallel to the man absolving himself from, as far as fucking fractures in the house and fixing things. If these things were happening at the same frequency as needed meals and needed hygiene and sanitation and all that stuff, wouldn't we think that a man would start doing that stuff if shit was just breaking frequently on the same rate as somebody needed to eat on how many meals a average person would have to eat?
Yeah, if you say if shit broke in the house 3 times a day,
I don't know why we can't use basic math to debunk this whole conversation. Why man is able to outsource the things that he's expected to do versus the woman expected to do because she's doing them at a higher rate in some shit than a fucking false.
So basically what you just did was you just excused it by saying, oh, well, we can outsource our duties because we don't do them as much as y'all do. That still doesn't defeat the argument that you are able to you're arguing basically I can outsource everything I do because it doesn't occur as much as cooking.
It's not everything you do. It's those specific things that we
if you outsource taking out the trash because you pay a service fee for that. You outsource the fixing of your car because you pay a service fee for that. You outsource the people coming in and fixing everything that breaks in your home. You're literally paying on a daily basis. Just because it doesn't occur every single day does not mean that you're not paying for it every single day because you include it in your budget.
So if meals were only once a month or anytime somebody got hungry, and let's say hunger only came once a month or twice a month or once every 3 months, you would be able to outsource that.
So how much do you think it'll cost to hire? How much do you think it'll cost to hire a mechanic to do all the repairs on your car throughout the year?
How much I think?
Yeah.
Last year,
depending on the manufacturer, you're talking about like 2,000 to 3,000 per year maintenance. About 2,000 to 3,000 a year per maintenance if you have the average car. It's close to that.
Are they outsourcing sex in this equation as well?
No, I don't think anybody
with the ranch and the whole time.
I think we getting away from what Bo was really talking about. She was asking us, why is it that men are ridiculing women for not having these basic, for not being able to do certain things. Now cooking, I'm hoping that we're not going to hold in on that example because I can't excuse a person for not cooking because it's too basic of a function, right? That's just how I feel about it. But there are some things that men may not agree with as far as, okay, well, you should be able to do this, you should be able to do that. I'm thinking you want the duties to be more, I guess, fluid, right? Like where everybody can do everything. But Sweeney made a great point that most men are doing a lot of those things already, right? They share the responsibilities. That's what the average person does. A lot of men may talk and puff their chests on the internet and shit about, I want to do all this and I want to do all that, but y'all ain't making the bread. Your homegirl doing it too. So if she's doing that at the same clip that you are or better, then it's like, you're gonna have to concede on some of the things that you're doing because you're not offering the same amount of value. So in those particular cases, if the man is not providing, then no, he hasn't earned the right to just give you all the things in the house to do. That's not how it works. You have to be providing solely, or at least the majority, if you want that at whatever rate it is. It has to be a balance that you're both comfortable with. These would be the discussions that you have prior to marriage anyway, even before a long-term relationship. Most of us don't do that, but they're very important. You have to understand what it is that you feel comfortable doing and I feel comfortable doing. I don't think there's a right or wrong way, as long as no one feels like the brunt of the work is on them. For me, yes, there is a right and wrong way, but I'm not going to tell somebody else how they should live their lives, right? So if you and and a partner agree on certain things, fine. If someone was to ask my advice, then I could only advise you for something that I know works. And what I know works is that I believe in gender roles. I think men should do this, women should do that. But of course, as a man, you have to be in that position first to be able to do that.
You and your partner, huh, Trev?
I don't have a partner, bro.
Would you fault a couple that has enough money to outsource everything? And she says, hey, look, if you're gonna outsource, like he makes all the money, right? And he says, well, I'm gonna outsource everything that I do. And she says, well, I want you to outsource everything that I do. And that means they hire nannies, cooks, cleaning service,
prostitutes.
Outside of, like, most people ain't gonna outsource prostitutes. Take sex
Y'all
out
already
of it.
doing that.
But yeah, would you say that you'll be fine with that, Trev?
Motherhood.
Yeah.
My bad. Ask me again, Sweeney.
So if a guy made enough money, right? Because you said he doesn't, as long as he makes the money to do it, he outsources all his duties.
Flex.
Yeah, no matter. Yeah.
And she says, well, also I want all my duties to be outsourced.
Yeah, to me personally, okay, so that makes sense in that situation. But I don't believe in outsourcing anyone's duties. Really.
Trev, you
like,
is not under your car every day, bro.
Well,
Come on,
wait,
man.
so really what it sounds like,
Sweeney, time out. Hold up. We're not going to do that.
You just want it to be affordable? Is that what we're arguing about?
Look, Sweeney,
Trev, you changing
time
your
out.
own oil, bro.
Listen.
You changing your own oil.
Listen. Hey, Sweeney, I have a car channel, right? I give instructional videos on how to. I've changed downpipes. I've tuned my vehicles. I've done a lot of things. Certain things that are too complicated. There's some things that are too complicated that I won't fuck with, but I do a lot of it. There's certain, like, if as far as messing with the air conditioning system, outside of recharging it, I'm not doing it. If the compressor is bad, I'll do that. But if it's something crazy where I got a leak in the lines and all of that, I'm not doing that. You're forced to outsource it. But there's certain things that are expected to be.
If you under your car every day,
not every day. No, I can't. I don't have time under my car every day.
Hang on. First of all, if you under your car every day, something wrong with the car, you need to get a new car. Secondly, most, not all, but most of these things that we are outside or substance is a flex. Not only that, you also got to keep in mind.
That's not the point.
You got to let me finish. You can
I was talking to Trev, bro. You
got to also keep in mind that a lot of these things carry a warranty, and if you go in there fucking with that shit on your own, you're gonna void your damn warranty. So I'd be damned if I go in there fucking with I just had an AC replaced. If that bitch go out again, I'll be foolish to go in there trying to fix my own AC to compensate for an argument that, oh, you outsource. No, fuck that. I have a warranty on that. You don't have a warranty on fucking fried chicken and fucking French fries. And another thing, you got to also understand that a man, we didn't compensate for the fact that a man may like to be fed from the hands of his wife. There's no woman going around here saying, oh, my pussy get wet because you changed the tire. And she's at work looking at her computer, or she's in there changing diapers and shit. She don't give a damn. Just get the shit done. Get your ass out of the sun and come back in the house.
Sweeney, go ahead. Sweeney, go ahead. Try to pick up where you left off if you can remember.
So, Trev, you changing your oil?
For the most part, yeah.
Or you taking it to the dealership to have them change it?
Bro, so I got ramps that I just drive up real quick. I unscrew one bolt and drop the oil, throw whatever quarts, 4 or 6, depending on one of the cars I'm doing. But I don't do everything, Sweeney. But I do that, yeah.
All right.
I'll
give Trev a pass.
But listen, so Sweeney, at the same time, I'm not trying to say it's commonplace. Most people won't do that. But you just asked a car guy if he.
No, I asked the car guy, but that's why I said I'll let you have. But let's keep it a bean. Most people are outsourcing that. Most stuff.
And it's reasonable. It's reasonable to do that.
As long as you got the $50 to do it, most people will outsource it. Me personally, I'd just rather pay the $25 and do it myself.
So, Sweeney, with that, would you agree that there's still other things that you should do? Like, let's say you got something that's broke.
Like, for instance, I know how to hang my own TVs on my wall. I know how to mount my own TVs. I know I cut my own grass. You know what I mean? Pretty much anything that goes wrong in the house, I'm the first one to touch it. Because again, you know what I mean? Like, When you ain't got that kind of, when you ain't got 30, when you ain't got $8,000 to go hire somebody to fix some shit, you got to get under there and fix it yourself. So, you know what I mean? Like, it would have to be absolutely outside of my scope. Like, if you tell me I got to change my whole transmission, I might not be able to do that. I'll probably wind up calling my pops down here. But I've changed my suspension. I've changed all of that myself because ain't nobody else gonna do it for me. I ain't got $2-3 grand for somebody to do that shit for me. So that's the type of shit, like, you know what I mean? I think I do personally believe that we live in a society where a lot of more people have the ability to outsource what they want, what the things that they no longer had to. Because I do believe that our great grandfathers and them didn't outsource because they were kind of forced to work on their own cars. They didn't have the kind of bread to just go and take that shit to the shop and have somebody fix it. That's why a lot of the older heads know how to work on cars and we don't. Because my pops know how to do everything on the car. I don't. But I know how to do enough to maintain my car until something seriously goes wrong.
All right, y'all. We got to get Dr. Lady O in there because she about to jump through the screen right now. I had to jump back a few times. Go ahead, Dr. Lady.
I'm getting old head tired, but
yeah, she was bobbing back and forth. That's why I say y'all got to read the room.
I don't have a problem with outsourcing anything. Like last year, I have concierge trash service as well. I order a lot of Panera Bread, Uber. I don't have a problem with that. Even with my guy, I don't have a problem with any of that stuff. I think that knowing how to do those things is very important, and just for basic survival skills. You know, during the Big C, you know, we had to do a lot of things on our own. As long as you know how to do it. I have a dishwasher, but I still wash my dishes. So I'm just saying, I don't have a problem with him calling somebody to get a tire change. I just don't have a problem with it. You know, now as long as he know how to do it, that's even better. Especially if he have the means to do so. Now, if he don't have the means, then of course, yeah, I'm expecting him at least know how to do these things. Just like a woman should be expected to do her own freaking hair. Okay, like when we are going to the hair salon, these braids and stuff, I'm a licensed cosmetologist. I really could do these by myself, but since I have the means to do it, I'm going to go get somebody else to do it. I don't have a problem with any of those things. I do not. So I don't think a man is lazy. I don't think he's less of a man if he has somebody else do those things. And we got to understand, a lot of those men unalive much sooner. Men unalive sooner than women. So if him having less labor in life and he can focus on maybe exercising or, you know, our diets and things like that, then and keep him around a little longer, I'm for it, to be honest with you. So even cooking, I don't eat meat, but I order out a lot, but I mean healthy stuff. But at the same time, I also stay in the kitchen as well and make my own little stuff from time to time. But I don't have a problem with it. That's just me overall. I don't have a problem when neither one of us do it. The thing is, there's something that needs to be done. You both need to find a way to get it done. That's just being a couple. Okay. It's not about whining about, oh my God, you didn't get out there and change your tire yourself. No, if you got the means to do it, let them do it. It need to be done. That's just my stance on that. So yeah.
It's also about the time. Like, time is most precious currency in the world. If you can outsource, typically men outsource these things so they can have time to do the things that they're supposed to do on a daily basis, like go to work, get home in time so you can eat, take a bath, and spend time with your kids and family. A woman gonna argue that you need to do it yourself, but then complain that you ain't spending enough time with her when you out there in the fucking heat fixing stuff. You can't have it both ways. If he's outsourcing these things, he's creating more time so he can focus on his purpose and elevating himself or improving himself. But if you outsource everything a woman is doing and she's staying at home, now we're talking about a particular couple where a man is working and a woman is at home cooking and cleaning. Imagine outsourcing all of those things, and what's she gonna do? Load up on The Oval by Tyler Perry. Load up on Housewives. All these damn soap operas just going in her mind. She ain't adding shit. So be caution if you do outsource all of the things, and then gonna sit there and have the audacity to try to deny you. Oh, I'm tired. I don't want to fuck. Like,
come on, Bruiser.
I'm just being real, bro.
We gotta be honest, bro. Ain't no dude outsourcing all of that.
I don't mind.
And saying, man, I'm doing all of this so I can come home to you. They outsource so they can come on, bro.
Yeah.
No, because they don't feel like doing that shit, or they don't know how.
They
In all honesty,
don't feel like doing that shit, or they don't know how.
Don't know
and
how.
If they don't feel like doing it, they replacing that shit with some shit that they want to do.
Most
I.e., they might want to catch up
money.
on.
They're outsourcing these things so they can get the time back to do the things they love, the passion, their purpose. If you know you get off at 5 o'clock and you know you got to change that tire, but you got a basketball tournament with the intramural league shit down the street, you might get somebody to change those tires while you at work. So when you get off work, you can go play basketball, bro. There's a reason behind all this. If you ain't got shit to do and you got money in your pocket, you're not gonna just go blow some money. You ain't got nothing at all to do.
Let's put it to a poll. All right, for the married ladies, Laisha, if you can come back on cam. For Shan, because I know you've experienced, and then I can ask Bo. And when y'all outsource things, what did y'all do with y'all extra time?
Get their hair nails done.
Rest.
I did extra work. To be honest with you, I did some more extra necessary business work. To be honest with you,
I agree with Lady O.
Hold on, but you had a job though.
Yeah.
What if you didn't have that job to do? If you didn't have an employment, if you had an income, what would you do if you outsourced cooking and cleaning for a man who's a provider?
But no, we can't move the goalposts like that because we all work.
Okay,
so you can't ask us that.
So that's
work.
So
Laisha, Laisha does it. My bad, Laisha.
But I would. The reason why because I can include working because that's kind of how symbiotic households work. Like it is what it is, and if you look at the data, it's pretty much so. I can include all of y'all on the question, but I will start with Laisha. When you said, "All right, I want a nanny, I want a cook, and I want somebody to come in and clean up the house," what did you do with your spare time?
During my spare time,
On
Lapeef?
Exactly.
First of all, the only thing that I feel like I haven't ever outsourced was like taking care of my kids, right? So
you don't put your kids in daycare.
My kids. No, I'm not gonna lie to you. My oldest is 9 and she's been homeschooled. She is homeschooled. She has never been to school. Nope, don't do that at all. So I feel like I like to do yoga. And after I do yoga, I would probably like hang out with some of the girls that are in my neighborhood and we go for a swim. And then I run errands, like I pick up any type of packages. I do shopping for the household as far as getting the household supplies. Yeah, what are you laughing for? Because I live a very soft life. I don't have a schedule. I do what I want to do.
The reason why I'm laughing. The reason why I'm laughing.
What's wrong with that?
I love your life.
This is the reason
I got
why
a nail appointment. I had to get my hair done. I went shopping for the kids' clothes.
Okay, stop right there.
I went and got cocktails with my homegirls at happy
Stop right
hour.
there. You just fucked up this whole argument. You know why?
What you want me to say?
He outsourced all that stuff so you can get time to go spend more money.
On
other shit.
But can I have a very honest moment with y'all?
Okay.
No, I want you.
I'm gonna have a very honest moment with y'all. When you outsource
that.
and I have all that free time and I got to hang out and giggle all goddamn day, there is something down my throat at the end of the night.
Hold on, wait.
Hold on, wait. Hey, Darwin, hold on, wait.
I didn't fold no laundry. I didn't cook no meal, and you got what you wanted.
No.
Y'all don't deserve rest. We deserve that.
The whole point on
you
why
asked for something, I gave it to you.
Ask of a woman, because all she gonna do is go spend money on us in the streets.
Darwin, what you said is she was gonna watch soap operas all day.
That's what you said. Yeah, you said I was sitting in front of the TV. I said I went to Target and got an iced coffee and bought my man some new
You went to go get your nails done, your hair done. You went to go get cocktails. You went to go get your feet done. How much all that shit cost?
Hold on, y'all. So
you just ran up $400.
Wait.
Outsource all of your cooking and cleaning.
Laisha.
So now I gotta
Yeah,
pay
but that's the same.
$400.
Okay,
y'all,
you said.
hold on,
Go ahead.
y'all. Laisha, you just made it so hard.
I'm
No, she
sorry.
didn't.
I live a
No,
soft
she
life.
didn't.
Hold on, wait a
Whoa.
minute. No,
So
wait.
take it easy, Sweeney. Hold
Go
on,
with
bro.
that.
You just,
Hey, take it
I
easy,
live a
bro.
soft life.
hold on, no, listen. You just made it so hard to
What do you
defend
want
you.
me to do?
Because I'm about to explain to you. Because I'm about to explain to
You
you
made
what
it
my
so
wife,
hard.
what my wife
Oh,
did.
JR?
That's what Sweeney said.
No, that's what you said. I just heard you.
That But no, but
Oh,
listen.
that's the song
This
again.
is what I expected you to say. Because
No,
I thought about my wife when she took off time and what she spent her spare time doing. And what she spent her spare time doing was that she was the one that could show up to the games for the kids. She was the one that can run the kids around and be able to be there for them when they need to be picked up from practice and all of that. Like that's what when she took time off from other things, that's what she picked up the slack on. You know what I mean? She began doing like I don't know if any of y'all in Texas, but y'all heard of the mums and stuff like that. So she make the mums for a lot of the kids at the school and stuff like that, and she sell those. So like when she found her spare time, she did it for the betterment of the family and what she can do more in the household that she wouldn't otherwise be able to do because she either had to work or she had to utilize that time on your Monday on your other tasks. So I just hearing you say, man, I'm just gonna go out there and spend that man money.
Sweeney, your argument was never gonna work with Laisha because she doesn't work.
I don't
Right?
like
So
my thing is like
no.
I will I participate very heavily with my children, obviously.
Yeah, she
like,
does that already.
but my thing is like
I
if
just
I
wanted
want
you to
to
say
wake up
those things.
and do something else, then I have the freedom to do that. And my thing is that even when I did work though, like I still worked like I told y'all last time, I worked a part-time job. I do currently, I do freelance writing. I mean, like I have businesses, and when I want to sell my products, that's what I do because I do makeup and I make charcuterie boards. Like if I have an event to cater for, I'm gonna go do that. But it's not like I have to do these things. I get to pick and choose. Like I get to be soft. So when you're talking about walking around complaining, when you see me complaining on here, I'm not complaining about my life problems. I'm complaining for my homegirls. That's what I'm on here to do. I don't have these problems. I walk around and I spend my man money, and guess what he do? Guess what he do? Like I said, he comes. You know what I'm saying? We live a happy life. I'm fine. I'm
Simple,
good.
like it's so simple.
So
Like,
she
what do
basically,
you
hey, look.
want?
So in a
Like, y'all want
nutshell, she spent her spare time fucking and spending money.
Yes.
And
Yes,
working
I
out.
am
Hold
married.
on, Sweeney.
I'm
She
happy.
said
That's why
she
I
fucking
got
your
married. Isn't that the goal? Like, isn't
Hold
that what
on.
we want to do?
Is is your husband complaining?
No, he chilling.
And there you
Bo,
go.
He's chilling.
Bo, that's
Have
why
you
Laisha
ever
open
tried
to
to outsource
polygamy.
all of your duties
Because
in
she
the
live
house?
in a soft life, baby.
Like, and
She, her
honestly,
life
I
so
don't.
soft.
I will say this.
I don't care.
I
You
do
want to
cook
spend money on
often.
somebody else, do it.
I do cook often, but I'm also not the woman that complains about cooking because I come from Louisiana. I come from a family of cooks. I like to cook. That's my piece. I put on my R&B. I like my hookah, and I'm gonna cook a 4-course meal because I want to. Like that's what I like to
Lacey,
do.
you know what she just exposed indirectly?
What?
To the women who are working?
What?
Now, you know how women got this trope and they're going around saying, we want to be equal, we want to work, we want to be independent. But then they want to outsource. They want to outsource all the duties. They actually want your life so that they can go and they don't have to cook and clean or whatever. They can outsource that and they can go to get their nails done. Why in the hell are y'all not being with a man who can provide then?
Can I tell you what I noticed? I
Why
noticed
y'all
that a lot of women were saying that they are dealing with men that don't like the things that I'm hearing that the men are saying to the women aren't the things that are said to me, even though I don't work. Like I've never been made to feel like in my home because I'm not a part of the financial like bills and stuff. he's making me feel like there's some type of like rah, 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 rah. And that's what I hear a lot of women feel like they have to go and get their own because they're made to feel like if they are underneath that man financially, they feel crappy, they feel
It's a
less
matter
than.
of fear. They're looking at somebody else's experience most of the time, not all the time. You do have your exceptions. It's a matter of fear. It's a matter they don't want to. They don't want to hearken to a man's voice. They don't want to be layered. They want to be equals. So why in the hell would they try to get married or get in a relationship with a man? Why it makes sense for them to go ahead and become financially stable on their own so they can absorb themselves in any argument where a man is saying, "Hey, look, you need to listen to me." And I understand it. Like if she's paying 50% of the bills or 60 or 40, whatever, the audacity. Like why would she? She can pull the plug, she can go and find another man, she can do what they say, do bad on my own. So yeah, there's that argument.
Can I answer the question though? So theoretically, I want Laisha's life. Theoretically. But if you put me in that house for a week, I swear to God, I'm gonna be in a crazy house. Only because I have something that I want to like this is just me. I have something that I want to do. I have a job that I love. I created my own job and I love it. And I don't know what I would do if I couldn't do it. But theoretically, sometimes I do want to just take off and just do whatever I want to do. But I can't. I can afford to, but I can't afford to do it as much as I would like to. I want my cake and eat it too, but that's not reality. I don't
You
want to
just
be a
said I
stay-at-home
37
wife.
times. You just said I 30. I counted 37 times. You said I. All the things you want to do is only for you specifically. And that is the reason why you will. I ain't gonna say that.
I'm
So
telling you why
let me
I want to work. This is why I want to work. It's because I love what I do.
Yeah, but is it for the best interest of the household? Are you saying it as I want to work because I want to take care of my household? I want to take care of my family. Why isn't you not saying that?
I want to
Because
work because I have goals and aspirations. This is something that I
That's what I'm
wanted to do.
saying. Like all the
I'm
stuff
doing
that
what I've wanted to do since I was a child.
I get it. That's what I'm saying. All of your I want to do is only for you. It's
I
only
have
for you. It's not for nobody else but you. That's why.
she only got to worry about herself though.
I'm
But I'm
so
saying though,
sorry that
but
I
she
live in
won't.
a
I
capitalistic
get it. She only got to
society
worry
and
about
I have to
herself.
work.
But she just said she won't Lacia's life. I guarantee
But
you,
she would have to
Theoretically.
if you
be
ask Lacia the same line of questions, you're gonna say, "I do this for us. I do this for my kids. I do this for my man, my husband. I do this for us so we can be this. This is different. You see the difference?
And when I get a
Again,
man,
Bo, thank
whatever
you
I
for
do for him, I'm doing for him.
But you said
But
after
if
a
I
week,
don't have a man, who
we
the
gonna
fuck am I
lose it.
doing it? Like, who am I doing this for? Why does it have to be I'm doing it for my household? Who the fuck is Cleo? Me and Cleo? I am talking about me because it is me. Now, whoever this potential guy is, when he becomes my man, if he becomes my man, then I might start talking in terms of someone else. But other than that, it's
Well,
just yeah.
well,
You know what I'm saying?
Hold
Like
on,
I
can
go to work
I just
so
got a
she
real
can
quick
have
question
a
for you.
$500 dental cleaning,
I
a
feel you. Bo,
$300 blood work. Like
Bo, can I ask you one quick question? I just need a number. Do you have a lot of single friends?
Hold on. Do you have friends?
Okay,
Period.
how many women share?
yes.
Not Darwin.
How many women?
Damn.
I'm your
If
homie.
you give a percentage, how many women
Oh my
do you have
gosh, who raised you?
ideology? Like what
Huh?
percentage of women? What percentage of women do you think you kind of share the same ideology with?
All of them. All of my friends
Ooh,
share my same ideology.
damn. You need some contrast.
I don't know what to tell you.
Why don't you be
Oh
friends
no,
with
no, I'm
everybody
not
else?
mad. So I've argued with men on the panel multiple times about what I think, from my experience, the type of women, what their how they interact in the ideology, and I kind of lean to the side of that most women I think are like Lacia, right? And their argument back to me is, no, most women are like both. And I'm like, I'm not saying most women are like that. Their argument is we can't get married because most women have Bowles mentality. And I'm saying, nah, that's not most women. But
Yes,
you're
it
telling
is.
me that most... God damn.
It is.
So
It is.
what mentality did you say?
Bows.
Marcus?
Most of
Oh,
them are
okay.
like bows. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that and my question to the men is genuine question. If the majority of women are getting together saying we majority are like this, we majority think like this, why is that harder to accept and then work something out with instead of being like, there's no way, let me go and find the minority, let me keep telling myself that this can't be true, let me get with other men for validation, because the validation of other men shouldn't even matter, because that's not who you want to take home. You want to take home the women, and the majority of women are saying that they're like this. So now what do we do?
Quick question, Laisha. Do you live in a major city?
Yes, live in Atlanta.
How about you, Belle? You live in a major city?
Memphis.
Right. So I don't know if y'all dig it, but people who are in major cities are very different than people who are not, right? Women in major cities are extremely different than women who are not. And we could even forget about talking about the flyover states, because women typically don't behave like that, right? So sometimes we get into our bubbles and we don't really know how other women are. So I understand that your immediate circles might be like that, and your algorithm will definitely be like that, because they're going to suggest things that your friends see. It just kind of ends you up in that, right? And the algorithm is trash. But when it comes down to it, I don't know. We could say most, but I don't think it's as bad as we're making it out to be. There are a good amount of women who do want to get married. Some don't know how, right? Because I think the parenting still sucks. But I think there's some more women who genuinely want to get married. I hear lots of women talk about it, and that's anecdotal. But me just looking at how it goes and studying different states and what's going on in other places, surely the major cities are more populated. But once you start to step outside of those zones, then you'll meet different people who don't have those types of ideologies. Most of the people who are in my life, most of the women are married or in very long-term relationships, are marriage minded, want to be married. But if your friends are like that, then you might have to consider what type of core group you have, right? Or at least consider, like, you know what? Damn, you gotta just put yourself in different places, get out of your comfort zone a little bit, and definitely out of the algorithm. Because my algorithm would tell me that most women act like the way you're explaining. If I went by what social media says, I would think this world is trash, because I'm in that space and that's what I see. And the algorithm is going to typically push things that are more polarizing because they get the most engagement.
Trent,
so we have to understand that. Go ahead.
Well,
Trent,
also the marriage rates has increased too. That's another key sign. Marriage rates has increased. So
Trent.
people are getting married. That's because I know most of my friends are married. That's just, I'd say 90% of them, no lie. Most of them are married. And the ones who even got divorced are getting remarried. So I know people that are getting married. My kids go to marriages. Of course, they're millennials. They go to weddings. They have friends that's getting married. So I'm just saying my circle, the stuff that I talk about on TikTok panels, this stuff don't even apply to me. To be fair, it just does not. Because like say most women do want to get married. Most women are good women to their husbands. My girlfriends are not on the phone trashing their husbands. They make marriage look very appealing. You know, my kids make marriage very appealing. Like I say, 3 of my 4 sons are married men. So they make marriage look appealing. So in my world and what I choose to surround with, they're marriage-minded people. Now, I don't get all the bad algorithms on TikTok. You know, I follow, of course, Darwin and a couple other panels and stuff that I be on. But other than that, I don't really get the negativity like that. It's just women are just egregious and just terrible wives. It's just the sad stuff that you see on TikTok. Those people, I don't pay attention to them, just like I don't pay attention to some of those guys that say, yeah, I want a submissive woman, and you live in a trailer. Okay. And I'm not trying down nobody to do it, but I'm saying there's some things that some men put out there. It's just like they know they don't qualify. Okay. That's just the real. But why follow them? Why make it like all men are bad? why make it why all women are bad? Because I really do know some good, really women out there who are good women, in my opinion. It may be subjective, but I'm just saying.
Period.
Sweeney, you was about to ask me a question?
Yeah. Are you saying that it's pretty much that ideology typically comes from people in major cities, like women in major cities?
I would say typically. I definitely wouldn't speak in absolutes, of course, but I would say typically it's a little different when you're in a major city.
You know that over 83% of the U.S. population stays in major cities?
Yep. What did I say? Did I not say that most people are in major cities? But it doesn't mean at all. So then now you're counting every single one in there. But what I'm saying is it's a little different.
So just based off of your
and then you have to consider places that are like overpopulated. Like New York City has a whole bunch of motherfuckers, right? And that's one mentality. So it's not completely like that in every state.
No, but so what I'm saying is that if the ideology is because a lot of people come from like this, because I would assume when you talk about flyover states and like these not so urban areas,
Iowa, Montana, stuff like that. Yeah.
You're talking about an ideology in a woman where it's more homemaker, it's more kind of like that. I don't want to say that southern hospitality type deal. But if most of the US population are in major cities, then what was you about to say, Marcus?
I got a question for Bo about her thoughts on friends with benefits. Like, is that like a preferred way of dating? Or because I'm trying to understand, I really am. I'm not trying to be funny or anything. Like, would you be okay with just having like purely sexual relationships and then you go your way and live your life separately from the guy and he does the same and the only thing y'all really meet up for is sex?
Not at this point in my life, no.
Why?
Because I want companionship. I don't like a lot of my desires are not as carnal as they used to be. Like I desire something.
Is it safe to say that when a woman get to that stage of your life, she start to have I ain't gonna say epiphany, but it starts to dawn in on her that, hey, maybe I need to put away the carnal life, or maybe my desire or your desires, that lust for those carnal things kind of float away and you actually want a
No,
companion.
I mean, I've always been this way. It's just that I was more open to just friends with benefits when I was younger. I've
Why?
always wanted companionship. I've always prioritized companionship.
What's the difference?
But huh?
What's the difference from the time you was open when you was younger versus now when you're older?
I was young.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So
You
is it
young, you
safe to
dumb.
say? So is it safe to say when you get older, to your stage in life, it's gonna dawn in on women, or they're gonna lose that urge or that lust to want to participate in carnal because they're out of their youth?
No, it's not because of that.
You just
It's
said it because
not.
you're young.
I'm just saying, like, when you're young and you are just like new to the world, that's what you do. But it's not this
Okay, so it's a matter of
epiphany.
youth.
But what I'm saying is,
I think
it's
it's more a
not that the desire for companionship hadn't been there. There was no epiphany. There has always been a priority for it. But now I just don't care to be casual. That's all. I've just taken the casual thing out of it. I only prioritize something serious, companionship. That is it. That is all. But
Do you
I've
typically
always been there.
do you typically consider like the men that you date, would you say they ascribe to like traditional masculine roles, or are they more like gender fluid?
Gender fluid? I don't think you meant to say that. But
I think so. When I'm saying gender fluid, I mean like
that nigga.
like look, they might seem gay, but they not actually gay. They kind of ascribe to masculine and feminine traits, where they kind of walk
do I
away
date
from.
men that know how to balance their masculinity and femininity? Yes, I do. Because men that I am attracted to know that everyone has a masculine and feminine that they balance on a daily basis.
Would they get their nails done?
No, that is not. I don't. Y'all have the wrong idea about femininity.
No, I'm just
Good
asking
What's
God,
questions.
wrong with a man
No,
getting
that
his
makes
nails
my
done?
head hurt.
I'm just asking.
Right.
I
What's
just
Just
wrong
want
with a
a
man
man
getting his nails done, Marcus?
a manicure, pedicure.
I'm
If he's
just
not
Yeah,
getting
asking
And
cut
if
nothing
I'm
wrong
off,
with
being
a manicure,
honest,
general
pedicure.
I would
questions,
love
and
for
I'm
a man to get
asking
his
general
nails painted.
questions.
They
Can I
just don't.
continue to ask? Let me continue to answer these questions because
Use a
I am
different
genuinely
example.
curious. You say what?
Use a different example. The
I don't see
nails
nothing wrong
done is
with
No,
the
I'm not talking about
pedicure.
like getting a manicure. I'm talking about like they actually like they're men who
Oh,
paint their
color.
nails. Do the men she date paint their nails sometimes?
She said she don't mind if he got paint his nails though.
I actually would prefer a man that likes to express himself that way. But men don't
That's
do
what
that.
I'm
So
asking.
I understand that. As
Look,
but that's as a
y'all just
nail
tried to
tech.
make it feel like
You
I'm
know.
crazy, and she just come on, like, bro, I understand you. They trying to stop me from understanding the you that
Hold on, wait
exists.
a minute.
Y'all
I
go put that
Wait a
picture up.
minute. No, so you
I've
mean
never
to
dated a guy
tell
that
you.
painted his nails though.
she
Yeah,
never
I mean,
dated one? Do you know how rare
Y'all go
that
put
shit
that
is?
picture up.
I don't got it. I don't got it, bro.
That shit is about
It
as
don't
rare.
happen.
Motherfuckers don't.
As a nail tech in the South, that doesn't happen.
Shout out to Caleb Williams,
you know
but
what
most of these
Dwayne
motherfuckers ain't
Wade
out
is?
there
You
painting
know
their
I
Dwayne
was
nails.
gonna
Wade is?
say it's because you in the South. Because in the North, you definitely see a lot of men with painted
Let
nails.
me tell you something.
I
I
live in
want it
Atlanta. I
so
see men
bad.
that paint their nails all the time.
That's
Oh,
Because
another
you
thing.
live in
I
Atlanta.
don't
We know
like
that. You live in
I
Atlanta.
don't prefer these
I
like
don't really see
You
it.
uber
guys,
I
it's
mean,
on YouTube.
masculine
They
I,
painted them.
men.
I was done with it. I don't really see that, to be
Men
honest with you.
I don't
Look,
like men who are
these is the
so
same nails that I
masculine
think
that
I
they
saw on
can't
a
do
dude's hand
anything.
at the bar last week.
It depends what was the bar at. On the south side.
Gems and clowns and everything.
If you midtown,
Bro, how many times can your man cry in front of you before you like, come on, stop? Or is there no limit?
what?
Why are you telling me not to cry? Like what the
No, I just
You
asked
can't
you a
cry?
question.
See, I
How
know. No, no,
many
no, no, no. I
times?
know,
Or
but
is there no
it's
limit?
a frustration of mine because I don't like men who are so masculine that they don't know that they have feelings or they don't like it's I don't like just
I'm
men who
asking
focus
questions to
on
make this distinction.
masculinity as
I'm
like
asking,
this
right, a
box.
box. I get it. And I'm asking you questions to understand what this spectrum is. I'm trying to
Yeah,
sift through it. So every time I ask a question, oh my God. And I'm
my
just
bad.
trying to
Go ahead.
understand.
I'm sorry.
Because
I'm
the
gonna stop
question
doing that. Go
wasn't,
ahead.
do you only date men that don't cry? I said, how many times can a man cry in front of you before you say, all right, dude, that's enough? Or is there no limit? Like, can he
There is
come
no
home crying?
limit.
So he can come home crying every single day, like, babe, I had a rough day at work and
If
cry
it's
every day?
if it's something to cry about, like what we need to figure out what we crying
Hey,
about.
hey, Marcus, didn't I
What
not
is that?
allude to this about an hour ago?
I was, what you say?
I said,
About an hour
y'all don't
ago?
remember me alluding to this
I
like an hour
remember,
ago?
bro. You
It's a
said it was a
specific
particular
archetype.
dude. I thought we put it to bed. You said it's a particular guy that's out there for her.
I'm
Yeah, I'm
saying
trying
because
to get
okay,
data on what the parameters for this archetype is. That's what I'm
Shit,
asking
you
all
need.
these questions.
Okay.
but here's the thing with
Why
the
does the
crying.
archetype have to
That's
be
an
the most
extreme
sissy
example.
dude on
No
the?
one is coming home crying every day. Not even women are coming home crying every day. However,
Yeah.
if in fact
Beta.
Y'all
if
pick the
in
most
fact your man
sissified.
is crying and you tell him to stop, if that man is really worried about something and you brush him off, that is how men unalive themselves. Like this is men's mental health month, right? And so
Mhm.
a lot of people really like they this is a facade for them. I really do care about men's mental health because if something is going on, if it's something to that extreme, there is some help that man needs to get. Someone needs to listen to him. Just like people don't listen to men. People don't pay men's feelings any attention. I actually do.
What
I
if I told
actually
you?
care
What if I
about that.
told
So
you
I
all?
would never berate a man for having feelings. Of course
What if I
not.
told you in most of these cases, the man's feelings and his mental health issues is connected to his the attack on his masculinity? Of women trying to push equality and tell him that he's not a leader and all this other shit. Mm. You don't like that part.
I don't don't have a problem with that part, but here's the thing. I'm not telling a man he's not a leader. If that man is not telling me, like if you got to tell me you a leader every 5 minutes, I'm probably gonna tell you you're not a leader. Cause why the fuck you keep telling me you a leader every 5 minutes?
Don't take
Leaders
it.
don't have to
Try
tell you
not to
they a leader.
try not to take it literal as if he's telling you the leader. But for example, if he's telling you, hey, look, this is what we're gonna do, you know what I'm saying? I've been positioning myself to get this business up and running, and I finally got it. And I need you to run the front desk for me. And you say, no, I got my own job. That can cause a man to have a mental health issue.
Oh, remember when what's her name? Damn, the girl from Girlfriends, the light skinned lady, Joan from Girlfriends. What's her?
Tracy Ellis Ross.
Tracy Ellis Ross. Do you remember when she was talking to Michelle Obama and she said she don't like straight black men who do? You remember that quote? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I remember that part. Most of it, yeah.
Oh damn! I was gonna ask you, did you agree with that quote? I think what she was saying was,
I think we have two different topics right now.
Oh, she didn't like older. Oh, all right, never mind. Y'all go down the road.
Like older men. She didn't like older men. She didn't like
older men. They were like toxic masculinity.
Yeah,
and she liked younger men because they were more fluid and they had no problems with
I remember that now. I didn't agree with that, but
She tried to use that as an excuse. She tried to use that as an excuse. She's not compatible with majority of the men out there. Otherwise, she would have been the wife and a mother to some kids. She's trying to use she's trying to get behind feminism and try to claim the rhetoric. Oh, they're too masculine. I don't want these leaders. He got to be a leader and he biblically principle.
Or Darwin, you could really just listen to women when they are telling you what they want. It is not that we're trying to push against anything. It is this is the experience that we want to have. Why is the woman's experience and what the woman wants always negated?
No, it's sad, but I understand.
I'm not negating nothing you want. I'm just
let me understand it. You got to understand. Okay, men hold the key to marriage. You can never ever change that. It ain't about what you want. It's so sad. You got to be able to attract that guy. I know it's hard, but I'm saying you got to be able to attract what you want. Because like I tell any woman, you want a guy to make a certain amount of money. I don't care what your preference is. My thing is, can you get him? Okay, that is a whole thing. Can you qualify what you want? It doesn't matter about you. I want this man to come. He got to be such and such. Can you get him? And she's already proven older in life that either she passed him over and now she can't get him. Because to be honest with you, at 50-year-old, and I'm a 53-year-old woman, and I am divorced, I can tell you the ball is in the man's court. Because I can tell you, even when I'm out with my 63-year-old man who's 6'3", them women still looking at him. I'm talking about the younger ones. I'm talking about like 30-something years old. So trust me, when you 50-something years old, her best get her a 70-year-old man and cup the fuckery. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Go to her fine 70-year-old man that work out really good and take care of his body, honey. Because she's gonna be younger to him. Okay, to him she's gonna be younger. We got to be smart, ladies. We got to stop acting like we can roll with men. The chances of getting with the younger man is not high numbers. It happens, but not in where men do. They don't fool, not in high numbers.
And I didn't have to say it. Thank you.
That's the reality of it all. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just being realistic from the 53 years I've been around the sun and how men work. And I read for them. I saw how they operate. They don't want older chicks like that. They will sleep with you and they may date you. But when it comes down to marriage, they usually want somebody young. Even my male friends is in their 50s. Reason why we don't get along and to date because they want younger women. They want women in their 30s. It's what it is. You don't get
I agree with you, lady. Both
nature, bro.
Hey, Sweeney, what's the numbers on that? As far as, because from what you said earlier, I think you brought us some data that showed that people generally don't have a great disparity with age. It's usually a few years apart, typically. Like the overwhelming majority. It's about 4 years or so.
4 years.
So I mean, people typically do get together with people that are their age. That doesn't mean that you're not. But here's the problem with that: it becomes harder and harder and more competitive. No matter how you spend it, it still is more competitive.
what keeps Tracy Ellis Ross from having a man is because she's a millionaire. And
No,
ain't no
it ain't.
millionaire, ain't no
No, it
millionaire.
ain't.
Hold on, bro. You gotta let me finish the argument before you say no, it ain't. And ain't no millionaires checking to marry Tracy Ellis Ross. That's the reality. That's the reality. She can't find somebody on her level that's willing to pull that have that fluid, let her do whatever the hell she want to do in life mentality. And I think she falls more on the extreme level. I don't think she would move symbiotic with a man. I don't even think she would do what Bo does. I think she would go further than that to be like, you can't tell me shit. I'm not doing it.
No.
I'm doing my own thing.
Bo would say that, right? Bo, would you not say that
Nah.
in certain scenarios?
Sweetie, that's
Why do y'all
valid.
think I'm combative like that?
I don't think so.
I'm
So,
confused.
sweetie, I believe your point is correct with that, but I don't think women who are making average or a tick above average are far removed from that mentality, right? Once a woman understands that she can provide for herself, she would still have the same type of thing. So if you can't be a hyper provider, then she's not going to give you much respect. So she's like, shit, I could do this. I don't really need you to survive.
Well, yeah, fair
So
enough. I'm just speaking specifically on Tracy Ellis Ross because I think because what she asked for is a far more extreme than I even hear the average woman who can just provide for herself or ask for.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like her expectations are a lot more lofty to the point where like I would argue that the average woman would still be able to she would be willing to at least compromise with. I don't see Tracy Ellis Ross as compromising. As a matter of fact, I see her as uncompromising.
With money?
No,
at all. And lifestyle, whatever.
It's not a matter of money then if it's anything.
Older. Thing you can't have the same demands you had when you was 20 and 30. That's just a fact. I don't care. It's just not the same. Okay, we all know the men don't even reach their financial peak till they're like 55 or 60 years old. So they do. If the ball is in the court, we got to make the game. The rules, ladies, is the way it is. But it doesn't. But for us, we're older. Those are when she was young. Because don't get me wrong, she's not an unattractive woman. She's in her 50s. She looks good. But that's not enough.
Kind of was unattractive in her youth.
It's not enough for the men.
I really want to understand when people keep saying men don't reach their financial potential until you said what did you say, Lydia? 55?
60.
Okay, so what are men doing before that? Like, what money are they making? Like, because when I think about like
that's a peak.
So that's what I'm asking. What is the peak versus what they're making at
if they
30?
making
because you gotta understand you got time. You gotta have time to build the skills up. You're not gonna make that money overnight. So it's better for you to go if you're looking for a job and you got 10 years experience, you're probably gonna get paid more. You can negotiate your pay higher than if you go in with 5 years of experience. This is how it is. And a man that got 20, 30 years, especially in the CEO world of corporate America, we all know they're more likely to move up quicker. That's just the way it is.
I understand that concept. I guess I'm saying, what are y'all saying is the average that a 30-year-old makes versus a 55-year-old? What are we saying are those numbers?
So the numbers is roughly like anywhere between the ages of 20 to like 27 or 28, maybe potentially 30. They're making around like 27 to 30,000 a year. Then it kicks up to the man.
Who's doing that?
And then
how are they surviving? How are they living?
Exactly. Well, you can survive on your own. You can survive on your own on 30 grand a year. As a single person, you can survive on your own on 30 grand.
That's just rent for 1 year though.
But I get what you're saying.
It depends on where you live.
No, because rent is like if you only average like point being is that if you're just looking at, because the thing is like even if you say that the cost of living is really expensive, you cannot change how much people make in the country.
True.
That's it is what it is. So even if rent is astronomical, what people make is still what people make. So when you talk about because I know a lot of times we talk about men peaking in their income, We often always think about the guy that's making $100 and some $1,000 a year.
Right.
Most men peak at like 65. 57 to 65K around the age of 55, closer to retirement. That's where most men are peaking at.
Mhm.
In their 30s, they making around like 45 to 46,000 a year.
Yeah.
And then in their 60s, they making around 55, 60. However, if you look at any job position, they all got a tax bracket that you got to progress in. Like you start here, and after 15, 20 years, or you may change your job industry or whatever, by the time you hit 60, you make more than what you made at 20.
Right. But your peak don't mean you're going to be making necessarily.
Your peak don't mean that you making
it's just
180 grand a year for the average dude. No.
Because you got to
see,
also understand that the older you get, because now their jobs now not trying to hire 50-plus-year-olds. So you got to understand you're at your peak before you start going down, because now you're closer to retirement. That's your peak. So if you stay at McDonald's all your life and worked on I'm not trying to belittle anybody. You stay there till you're 65. That's your peak, because now you're really gonna start. That's just how life works. You're less likely to get hired the older you get. So you might want to stay in. And I'm 53. Trust me, I ain't leaving my job till I get rich. You might want to just get your job, stay right there, build up where you are. Because if you think you're gonna do all this job hopping and stuff, it ain't gonna happen, because jobs less likely to hire you, and that's just your. That's your.
Because they won't get the most out of you.
Unfortunately,
there's a lot of different reasons though. Before we even drop that, there's a lot of different reasons why men start to get that. First off, you could become an empty nester, so that is automatically going to eliminate a lot of expenses. People typically pay off their houses,
off their home by that time,
right?
So
and then you've been investing the entire. Smart people start to learn money, have better financial literacy as they grow older. I know I did. My money looked different without me doing very different, just from the financial understanding that I have and knowing what to do with money, how to make smart investments. You start to network better with people who are making money, and you gravitate towards those people. So there's a multitude of reasons why men's income, and it's not all necessarily related to how much work you're doing by the time you get to that age. That's why it's so late, because you lose expenses. That's mainly what it is. Once you start to lose expenses, then you could do what you want with your money.
And that's like the reality for most Americans, specifically men. You're gonna die doing your job.
Pretty much.
Most Americans ain't got the money to retire. They may, you know what I mean.
Shit.
So,
I work in the
even if they do retire from their job, more than likely they would go out and get another job to supplement whatever retirement benefits or whatever that they have.
How can we tie this back in for her
I
question?
work in the industry, so yeah.
The whole Tracy Ellis Ross, how can we tie all this back in? Because you said, what are men doing up between?
She's at her peak.
What are men doing between what ages or whatever?
Yeah, like 25 to 55.
Working.
They work.
Just like everybody else. What else are they gonna be doing?
I think the real thing you're trying to understand, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is maybe perhaps why aren't they hitching themselves to the woman that they want to build with? Is that one of them or no? Or is that you just want to know what they're doing between 20?
Yeah, I just really wanted to know what they was doing between 25 and 50. That it takes that
They
long
ain't
to
doing
go
nothing
from
no different than what women are doing.
20 to 40,000. No.
What's actually
low
interesting
numbers.
is that women peak in their income a lot younger. They actually peak around in their 40s.
Right.
Peak what? As far as finances?
As far as income. Like finances, that's subjective on a person. You can, you know what I mean? If you make a few good investments, you can peak a lot higher. So but I'm just
I don't even know why we're doing this, but if we're talking about their value, their marketplace value, or anything like that, we really could.
I'm just strictly talking about income, because that was the conversation.
Okay, my bad. I thought we was talking about relationships. My bad.
No, I'm just talking. Yeah.
Well, I mean, because I work in the Medicare and retirement industry, most people won't have money when they retire. That's just a fact. Most people don't even have. Most African Americans, our average is about families itself is about 50,000 in retirement. That's just a fact. You may get them at 100. That's just average. For whites, we know it's more. So, but because at the end of the day, while we're creeping up retirement, creeping up our lives, while we're building each other, we're not factoring that somebody eventually gonna get sick. Okay, this is part of life. Okay, so I see it every single day. Been seeing it for years. Eventually, somebody gonna get sick. So the 401ks and all that stuff you put in there, that stuff gonna do wonder because you got the health care sucks. So most people are broke during retirement. All this building, fine, we're still gonna be broke. That's just the end of the day. So I just really had to tell you. I know nobody want to hear because we think we're all going to be rich, but we're not. I'm just saying, it's just a fact. You're building to put it on towards healthcare.
But I don't think Tracy Ellis is single because she's a millionaire.
Oh no, not at all, not by far.
There's so many other women that are millionaires that are married. Women millionaires married. So
yeah, for sure.
It's most definitely other things.
Oh, for sure. I think she passed over the guy when she was younger.
Just like what's that girl?
That's why I wanted to ask all these questions so I can get a psychological profile, but y'all keep stopping me before I.
Well, I said millionaire because the reality is that Tracy Ellis Ross is still looking for somebody on her level or better. She's just looking for him to also be essentially a dude that submits to her.
I would argue that the most people she run into probably 80 to 90% of the time are millionaires. So finding that you can just cancel that out.
But you missed the second part of what I said. The second part is also a millionaire that's willing to submit to her.
I'm saying I would cancel millionaire out, period.
That's gonna work.
I would cancel the money out, period.
Well, the reason why you can't cancel the money out because obviously she can find a dude that makes less to her to submit to her. That's not hard to find. You know, I mean, dudes will be willing to be a Stedman to her Oprah.
She don't want that. No,
exactly.
Most of the men, she don't even. That's what I'm saying. 80 to 90% of the men she run into are not even making less than her.
Right.
So
she's not even. She's not. Those guys not even have access. Not even. She's not even looking in that direction. It don't even matter. It's irrelevant.
Well,
I mean,
if she was good, but the thing, what you got to understand though, if she
would have to go out of her way to run into guys.
She has the resources to go out her way. She's just not willing to.
That's what I'm saying. She would have to go out of her way to get around guys that are making less than her.
But that's what I'm saying. She has the resources to do that. She's actively choosing not to because you're trying to take her income out of the equation when it's her income that's part of the reason why she acts the way that she acts.
Well, I mean, first of all, she can do.
On top of that, she a free spirit. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you the reason why it's not her income because it was never her income. She was just a regular little baddie, just like these young girls out here without the bag, and it didn't. And she had the same.
She's a famous child.
She still had the same issue though. Whenever she didn't have her own bag and she went on her own way to make her own, she still had the opportunity.
She's never not had a bag though.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is she was exposed to the average guy that she wouldn't need to go out of her way to see at this level.
Okay.
She's been exposed to every guy that you can, any artist like that you can think.
Won't go.
And it never happened. So it wasn't even a matter of money. It was a matter of she can't.
No, she's always had a. Okay. She's always had a bag. Her mama was Diana. Right. So what I'm saying is that she never went out her way to go look for a regular dude because they've always made less than her.
Look at her mother.
All I'm saying is, from the time she became 18 and graduated high school all the way up until now, she's been in the proximity of every level, every class, or every tax bracket, and she never got it right ever at all. Period.
She's never been in every tax bracket.
Bro, I said she's been exposed to every man in every tax bracket.
What does that have to do with her choices? She's still you're trying to eliminate
her choices because
you're trying to eliminate her money out of the equation when her money has always been there.
I did eliminate it because in school, in high school, in college, she been around people that didn't have the money. What I'm saying is she
always had money.
But that don't matter though. It don't matter.
It does matter.
She was always around people with money.
When she was 18, 19, 20, she wasn't saying, "Oh no, you broke," or you got.
How do you know that? She ain't even say that now.
I don't know, y'all. Because we got.
She was in the Gold Digger video.
We
She
got
has
to understand.
always been around people with
Look at her
money.
mother, Dinah Ross.
She's
Come on now. You really think she
yeah.
was
She been around, but she been around guys who didn't have money as well.
What
That's
does that have to
probably
do with
like.
the price of tea in China?
I'm just saying.
You keep trying to say her money don't matter because she been around broke dudes.
I call it a
That
lie.
mean that her money didn't matter.
It's a lie. It's a
How
lie.
is it
bro.
a lie?
Because I know these type of women, bro. I've been researching. These type of women are just unsuitable to be anybody's wife.
It's okay to admit that
It
you're
ain't
wrong,
got shit
bro.
to do with no money, bro.
It's okay.
She was in
Hold on,
the
wait a
Kanye
minute.
West
Hold
gold digger
on, wait a
video.
minute, because that was a extremely outlandish claim that someone is just not fit to be a wife.
Not, bro.
Why? There are so many people in the world. Everyone is fit to be whatever they want to be. Just because they don't fit your mold of a wife.
Take it like this. This is not a fact. This is my opinion on it. I call
Yeah,
cap.
it is.
I don't absolve her from being suitable just because she got a account balance. There's other qualities about this particular woman that a man is not willing to deal with, and it ain't got nothing to do with her money. I'm trying to tell you.
I don't know why it's so hard for y'all to understand where Darwin is coming from.
I think so many layers deep, bro. They just
How you
they
thinking
stuck
3
in the
layers
money.
deep? Like she's a million. She's always been.
It ain't
a
got shit to
millionaire.
do with her money. A
What
woman
are you
money
basing
never
that
mattered,
on,
bro.
What are you basing that on?
Because she's lying, bro.
Eliminate.
It just it don't have the ring of truth, bro. I done been in
So
consultations.
are you telling me there aren't men that make less than her that wouldn't make her a wife?
Is there men that make less
Are
than
you
her?
telling me there aren't? Are you telling me
Yes,
there
they
aren't?
would.
No, they won't.
Yes, they would,
Yes, they
bro.
would.
No, they
If
won't.
you telling me there ain't nobody in Tracy Ellis Ross inbox right now, you fooling yourself.
Okay, if you're talking about on a level where they trying to exploit her for her money, yeah. But somebody who's genuinely vetting her out.
How do you know that?
Because she doesn't have it.
Because she
Maybe
don't
not
want it.
They probably wouldn't have made
She
her
don't
wife, but they
broke
probably been her.
$48,000
She wanted to be a wife, bro. She wanted to
What
be a
is
wife
that?
at a
This
point
is
in her
good.
life.
She wants to be a wife. She
Listen,
wants to be a wife to a specific dude.
Nothing. It's not a
Well, they'll
fact.
talk
It's
to
my
her, but
opinion.
I mean, she's not
I
gonna want
do
them.
not believe this woman went
Trying to
through her.
want
How
you
old
guys.
is this woman? How old is this woman, Dr. Ladio?
She's
50. She's 52, 52.
I don't believe she went through her entire 52 years and then run into somebody that was willing to date her. And once I believe that she been in multiple situations where she could have had a man that was good for her and she blew it. I don't believe every man wasn't just right from her at the same status and financial status as her.
Why is it?
I don't believe it.
Why
I
is
just
it
don't
that
buy
she
it.
had to
That's
blow
all I'm
it?
saying. I don't believe it. I'm calling cap. That's all I'm saying.
Why nobody made that claim?
They
All we
don't-
simply
what I'm
said, all
telling
we
you
simply
is
said was my very first statement, because you're arguing against my first statement. I said part of her problem was that she's a millionaire and she's looking for somebody.
At first
Hold
you
on.
said
No,
you didn't say
wait. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
How
Run
you
the
gonna
clip
make
back.
You can run it back. You gonna have to run it back because I'm not about to run it back for you to make the argument.
Run
My
the clip
whole
back,
claim
JR.
was she's a millionaire and she expects the man that earns on her level to basically be a soy boy for her, to submit to her. That was my whole entire argument. You kept saying it's not about her being a millionaire. I'm like, what argument? Like, that's not an argument.
My opinion is, bro, she done had multiple opportunities to be a wife to somebody, and the motherfuckers did not want her.
I
It ain't had
need
shit to do with her money.
understand.
Nothing.
I need to understand.
The
Hold on. I need to
million, she probably
understand.
don't run into billionaire.
Why do you think she blew it? Why is it that woman didn't want them because they didn't qualify? Because she's already told y'all, men her age, men are too masculine. Y'all focus on much
Let me tell
too
you
like
why.
your
Let her
views
get it
are
out. Let her
too
get it out.
rigid, and younger men, I feel like she was saying younger men are more nuanced than y'all. Y'all are too rigid in your beliefs. And that means that she may not have wanted them. She didn't blow anything. They didn't qualify for her. Because everybody doesn't want you just for your money. You
All I'm
have to
saying is I
qualify.
don't buy it. That's all I'm saying. I do not buy that she went through 53 of her years and every man she ran into didn't qualify for her. First of all, I don't even think that it was a matter. It was a matter of her qualifying for them because they control access to marriage in the first place.
But women have to say yes.
Disqualified herself for many reasons that she had the opportunity and resources from the time she was born to optimize and position herself to be the best wife for the man she wanted to be.
She's
And
been
she
with
was not able to do it, so it was on her.
She's been with profile men though, because she was with her last known relationship, public relationship, was with a music manager named Abu Boo Theon, which ended in 2013. No, she's been with some men. What Darwin is saying is not, he's not off at all. I don't know why it's a hard concept.
Well, because he's arguing from
he was saying it's not all on the men just dogging her. And she's passed over some good men. She probably passed over some brothers.
Yeah, so here's the problem I have with that. For whatever reason, we always try to put a gender on it when we say that men have access to marriage. I don't think so. When women can deny or decline on 3 rings, we saw a lady. Kay Michelle was just talking. She declined on 3 rings. That to me would say that the person with the perceived higher value has a stranglehold on marriage. It's genderless. Whoever has a higher perceived value in that particular relationship is the one who controls access to that. Just like and I would also say that as far as men controlling access to sex, because depending on what type of man you are, if you fit in a higher percentile, then you control access to sex, because women will literally throw themselves at you, right? And although it may be a rare case, it still supports the fact that whoever has the higher perceived value is the one with the control. I think that she fumbled some bags. I think Darvin's right where that's concerned. I think she did fumble some bags. But it's still to the other point, because her qualifications are probably ridiculous. Probably ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Marry her too? Is that what's going on?
Say what?
Say what? He's controlling the rights to the relationship of the marriage. Is she asking him to marry her too?
It doesn't matter who asks, right? Because first off, most couples don't even like kneel and just do a surprise. Most, from what I understand, me and my wife talked about it. I didn't just we already kind of knew, like, when you're about to get married to somebody, you start like you might start joking around about it, and then you'd start discussing things. But I not for one second thought, my heart wasn't beating because I thought that my wife was going to say no. We had already talked about it. It was just a matter of time. Sure, the exact moment was a surprise, but the answer was not. A lot of people discuss these things.
That's not what I was asking.
You think
I was about to get to that, but I got cut off. Go ahead.
Fred, you think in 35 years
he still can't get back to it?
She's 53. Let's subtract 18 from that. She's 35 years of her life. Do you think at least once or twice she ran into a man that she actually liked and she wanted to be with out of 35 years?
All right, so check this out. I think that's a hold on. I'm going to answer the question, but do you want just an answer that don't make sense, or do you want me to break it down?
I don't think it'll make sense if you say yeah. I don't think it would not make sense or whatever if you say yes. She ran into at least one guy out of 35 years.
I'll say this. It's more nuanced than that. I would say that she likely ran into a man that was suitable for marriage, and that I would have recommended that she married, and probably would have had a good life and a good, provider, husband / all that. However, I think she fumbled it. She probably did not, because she didn't want him at the time for probably what we would consider to be a frivolous reason.
I'm saying
I ain't changed shit.
You said she probably didn't want him. I'm saying she actually wanted him. I'm saying
if she actually wanted him, then why would she decline from it?
No, I'm saying, do you actually believe in the 35-year span she ran into a man that she wanted?
Yeah,
it didn't work out.
It's proof, right?
Hard to say. It's possible.
35 years, you're saying it's hard to say that she haven't ran into at least one guy that she liked and wanted.
Hey, lady,
all right. So if she did, then he probably couldn't deal with her at some point, right?
No, but
it's possible. It's possible that she did. But did she have the option of getting married to that particular guy? Probably not. Or else she would have did it.
Okay,
so she don't control access to marriage.
Listen,
she didn't control access to that guy, but there's probably somebody else who would want to marry her. I'm sure there's more.
We only keeping the tracks of both people liked each other, and on a scale, on a level that where they wanted to marry, and it didn't work out. These are the only ones we worried about. We're not worried about a nigga that she didn't give shit about. That don't matter. We talking about the ones that she actually, the two that came together and actually looked at each other as husband and wife in the future, and it didn't work out. Do you think that happened at one occasion in her life out of 35 years?
Yeah. You gotta say, yeah.
It's probable. It's
You gotta
probable. I would say yeah.
What's the point of that?
So Darwin, I would say yeah, probably. But then at the same time, I still think she fumbled it because she found a reason not to like him or not to accept him. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. Yeah, like this guy I was just mentioning.
How is this not making sense to you, Darwin? Why I think the mistake that we make is we be so trying to get an answer and we pin ourselves to the shit. But a lot of things are nuanced. It's not like everything is cut and dry. If everything was cut and dry, then we wouldn't have these issues we do with relationships right now. There's a lot of nuance involved in the situation.
Darwin's just trying to make the argument that
I said it was probable, and I said it's probably there, but then I said she likely fumbled it because she found a frivolous reason not to like him. Otherwise, she would have married him. Otherwise, she would have married him, right? What's up? My bad.
Unless Darwin, you're suggesting that she was a problematic woman and he left her.
I'm suggesting that she wasn't qualified, or she just wasn't fit. That's what I'm saying.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I mean, she wasn't going to the altar, Sweeney.
But how do you know why she didn't go to the altar?
I don't need to know why.
You gotta know why, because
No, I don't. She's not married.
She's
insufferable.
The thing is that you're trying to make the argument that she's obviously didn't go to the altar for X reason. But you have to be able to prove that X reason was the reason why she didn't make it to the altar.
But this is my opinion. This is my opinion again.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a person who have the opportunity to practice to be the best player on the fucking team, you've been working out, you got more resources than all the other kids, you got all the training, you can go to all kind of camps, you got limitless resources to be able to do it, and you want to do it, you actually want to do it, and you never get a chance to play, whose fault is it? The team not letting you play, or your fault? Something happened in that situation where you didn't get access to get playing time, and it all points back to that something that she did. Because if you got everything in your hand, all the power to be able to make it happen, and you don't make it happen, it's something about that woman. And I don't need to know. All I need to know is
who has 100%. Who has all the power to make things happen in their life? Who has all the power to do that? Nobody has all the power.
This is figuratively speaking.
So that's the thing, though. You keep
eliminating all that most women aren't pushed. That most women would have struggled to get in.
Besides, what position did she put in? Besides, she was a millionaire.
She had access to arranged marriages. She had access to be recommended by other. Her mother could have put her in situations as a young girl coming out of college or high school to be positioned with another wealthy family that had outstanding young man. Why are we acting like this? This is
so her, but you're eliminating her personal desires in the situation, which is what me and Trev are trying to. What me and Trev is trying to get you to understand. She can decline men because she doesn't want to do certain things. That's why I said her money and her position.
I counted for that. That's why I said
you didn't. You tried to take it out of the equation.
I told him. I said the guys that she didn't want, she didn't want. It don't matter. She don't want them anyways. Who gives a damn? She don't want them anyways. I'm talking about the men she wanted. I'm saying more than one. I just gave him one just to see if Trev could actually answer. But I believe she had hundreds of men that she liked on a course of 35.
No, that don't even make sense. That don't even make sense logistically.
Darwin, I don't disagree with most of what you're saying. I'm just saying it wasn't a one-word answer.
Hundreds of men that she liked.
I agree that she likely fumbled the bag, but I think she found a frivolous reason not to like him. That's the only different thing that I'm saying. I think she ruined it. I blame her completely for not being married because I feel like she was in a position. I think she was in a position to.
I respect that. That's your opinion. My opinion, she just wasn't suitable for marriage. She wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, she put her career first. I just read about it.
All right. So when you say not suitable for marriage, are you saying not suitable for marriage, or that nobody wants to marry her?
She wasn't suitable for a man to be compelled enough to take her to the altar and marry her and create a legacy with her.
Based on what?
Y'all too masculine.
Based on the fact that she's not married. Do she have kids?
No.
So if she,
based on the fact she's not married with kids.
No. So if
the
she
results,
can,
at the end of the day, the results don't lie.
So if somebody is willing to marry her, then she's suitable for marriage.
If somebody's willing to marry her,
yes.
It depends.
That's not a depend.
Somebody's willing to marry her.
That's about as black and white as it gets. If somebody wants to marry her, is she suitable for marriage? It's a yes or no question.
If she say
Yo, you just did the same shit you was holding your head about, bro. What the hell?
But see, the thing is, the reason why I said she wasn't suitable for marriage is because she got to have the characteristics and the traits of being a wife and operating as a helpmate.
Can a woman be married and not have all those traits?
Hold on, let me finish. A man can be willing to marry her, and then he can start vetting her so he could actually validate, pulling the trigger on marry her. But it come to a point where he's like, oh, hold on, wait. Oh no, I was willing to marry her, but no, I can't carry it out because all of these XYZ.
What are you basing this on, man?
That's
hard to
simple vetting.
M. White, you was about to ask a question.
I would listen when I first met my wife.
The access.
When I first met my wife in college, I was willing to marry her from the time I saw her, but I wasn't gonna pull the trigger on it until I actually vetted her out to see if I knew I knew that was the one for me, and I was like, yo, if she meets X, Y, and Z, I'm married this woman. So I had to go and vet her and test her and do all these other things, and then boom.
Wait, so you had to, you know.
So Trill, the question I was gonna ask you in general, because you said women don't control access to sex in general, and men don't control access to relationships, right?
I didn't say in general. I said it can be. So depending on what type of man you are, you probably control access to sex, because you probably said a lot more no's and probably got to do what you want. So in that situation, you wouldn't say women control access to sex. And as far as marriage, definitely not men.
But men disqualify me on the regular because they say my experience is completely different than the majority of men. So I would be an outlier. Men who have my experience would be an outlier. To be fair, my experience has been more in line with women's when it comes to sexual access. But in general, I think that most men are the ones that pressure women for sex before the woman is pressuring you. And most women are the ones that pressure men for relationship as opposed to the men pressuring them for relationships. You would disagree with that?
I said marriage, right?
Marriage. What are we doing?
Marriage. All right.
Question.
So you gotta sit here. You gotta talk to her father. You gotta get on your knee and fucking beg, and she could say no and walk away, which you've seen happen. How the fuck does that equate to men controlling access? When we sitting on our knees begging a woman to marry us, we have to ask her, and she can say yes or no. Right?
That's ritualistic. That's a ritual. Right?
It's a ritual, but women, not just ritually, but women in real life say no.
The qualification to get to that ritual is the actual control. Like, so yeah, in that sense, it's an act of what would be deemed, you could even deem it submissiveness. That would be an act of a man being in a submissive position, right? But the qualification to get to that point is the thing that men generally control, which is the next tier of relationship. Being men control the original tier of relationships in general too. You would disagree?
Monkey wrench in that.
All right, no. So wait, Marcus. Let me. Let's bring some quick scenarios into this. Let's say you got a dime, right? She does what she does, and she does everything that men would want, right? Do you think that average men are going to line up to her if they have access to it? Do you think average men are going to line up to her and possibly compete for her?
Yes, but
married to her.
The men that she would seriously consider marrying, she's more than likely going to have to go jump through hoops to get that man.
No, but what if she likes average men?
If she does, that would be, how many dimes do you know that really just go for average men? That's again an outlier.
All right, so then let's do this. Let's do average to average. Average man versus average woman, right? Let's go with the masses. Let's go with the median. Let's do that. So your average man has to get on his knee and ask a woman. The average man has to try to court this woman to be in a relationship. The average man, because of scarcity of pussy, in all honesty, is going to try to lock a woman down. That's how men are. Your average man doesn't have that much access to sex, so they would want to marry a woman to have in-house pussy or whatever else. The average man, that's what it is. So that's why I say we can't really go and tell everyone that women control access to marriage, because the man on average is getting down on his knees begging a woman to marry him, and she has the power to say yes or no.
Also, I could throw a monkey wrench in that real quick. I'm white. I could throw a monkey wrench in that.
Most scenarios.
Here's the tripped out part, though. The only reason why men control access to it is because women refuse to propose.
No, it ain't.
If women, I will be willing to make the argument, if more women were willing to propose, and we say this all the time, if women decided to actually approach, they would get better results. So I would make the argument that if women were willing to propose, they would probably wind up in more marriages than not.
So what happened with Jim Jones?
If hold on, wait. Now, if they sought their own level, they would have to, because the problem is that
ultimatum men all the damn time. Like
no,
that's a come on, bro. What are we doing?
There's a difference between an ultimatum and, because a lot of the times they ultimatum men that don't actually want marriage. But if women started to seek their own level, because you have to remember, if you look at the chart for what women go after and what they all look at, and then then the rest of the dudes are just not people. But if you to Trev's example, if average women started reaching across the aisle and proposing to the average men and chasing down the average men, they will probably yield better results. All right,
I got one more. I got one more. In negotiating, the person who has more control over the negotiating, all our businessmen and businesswomen, the person who wants it less, right, has the control, right?
Yes.
All right.
Who wants
great.
sex more, men or women, generally?
No. Well, look, listen. We're talking about marriage, not sex per se. Now we're talking about marriage. So the men. So look. Wait. We talked about this just tonight. How men want the marriage more, right? We talked about that. We just found out that more men want to get married and more women leave marriages. So it's obvious that women care less about marriage than men. So how is it, if they want it less than we do, that we are controlling marriage?
So men grow up dreaming about getting married. According to these women, they don't believe in that anymore. I know for a fact most men don't grow up dreaming to get married.
They don't have to grow up to dream about it at a certain point.
Do women grow up dreaming about it?
Even if they do, they don't have to grow up, because
they are socially engineered to.
The numbers still say that there are more men that desire marriage and children than women at this current moment. Whether the woman grew up women grew up and dreamed about it and the dude did not, at this current junction in life, there are more men that desire marriage and children than women do.
Yeah, but the reason why it wouldn't work for women if they started in droves proposing, the reason why most of them wouldn't get married is because they already busting it open. They would have to actually marry before they would actually have to marry before they carry, or they would have to actually keep access to their vagina.
So basically, if they control access to both, if they could
control access to if they could control it, that means like they can't be influenced or persuaded to bust it open or tempted to bust it open. And there's a lot of guys that got some game out here that just gonna make them drop them draws.
So Trev, is masculinity.
Even if
hold on, y'all cut Marcus off. Let him go.
I want to respond because Trev about to ask you something. I just wanted to respond to Bruiser real quick. Even if she did, think about it this way.
We can talk
even if she, like, say for instance, we look at it like she busted open for the dude that's a 9 because he got the game out of this century. If she saw, if she and he was able to bust it open, and she busted open for him. If she sought her own level, if she sought her own level, she would still have a high chance of still getting married. Even if she did, yes, she would, bro. Yes, she would, bro.
She don't have any leverage. You gotta have leverage.
What are you basing this on?
This is basic fundamentals.
You saying the average woman don't have leverage over the average man?
A woman who give away her vagina for free don't have any leverage
over the average man.
It don't matter. I don't give a damn what man it is. If you can give away your vagina for free for nothing in return, you have lost all of your power.
What are you basing this on? It's not even based in reality.
It is reality,
no,
bro.
It's not.
Bro, it's reality.
That's not how the real world works.
Vagina is her leverage. She can use it to climb the corporate ladder. She can use.
I would have accepted your argument if you said against the average man. You said
it doesn't matter the level. Man, it is her vagina is her leverage, bro. A man's protection is his leverage. His provision.
So you telling me, if
the woman's greatest power is to bring forth life, and she uses her vagina to do that. She's a vessel.
Let me get the question out. Let me get the question out.
It is her leverage, bro. There's nothing in the world.
Let me get the question out. So you telling me if she busted over for the 9 or the 10 dude?
It doesn't matter what.
But then, hold on, wait, bro. You gotta wait for the question.
Go ahead.
If she busted over for the 9 or 10 dude, she couldn't leverage and say, I'm not having sex with the 2 until you marry me?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not talking about virginity. You're talking about she's switching to a 2.
Talking about
I'm talking about period. I'm talking about period. If she give up her vagina to the 2, she still loses her leverage.
That's not what I said. I said, are you telling me that if she busted open for the 10, she couldn't go to the 2 and say, I'm not giving you none until you marry me? And he wouldn't do it.
You're making my point.
No, I'm asking you a question. Just answer the question.
Yeah.
If she gave it up to the 10, could she go to the 2 and say, I'm not giving it up to you until you marry me, and she could get a marriage out of that?
She can get married. But you miss my point. She did not leverage her vagina against the 2 never got the vagina. I'm saying if she give up the vagina, listen to my words.
Oh, okay.
If she give up her vagina, she loses her leverage. She never gave it up to the 2.
Okay.
When you brought a whole nother man into it, you dismantled the logic of the argument.
Oh no, now I understand your argument. Basically, you saying once she gives up the draws to the dude that she's trying to leverage her vagina against, that's when she loses leverage.
Yeah, because the 2 could have charisma out of this world. And just,
I thought you were arguing something. I thought you were arguing something else.
His game, that motherfucker could be a comedian. He could be like a Michael Blackston and just have all this bread or whatever, or just he just got game. He just fun to be around, and he can bust down a 10. I'm saying he's not going to be compelled to marry her if he already got the milk from the cow. That's just the game, bro.
But
women.
No, I was making a completely different argument. I would. Because what I was saying was that a woman could leverage both.
So
she could say, I'm not having sex with you until you marry, and then say, I'm only gonna marry the person that I can like if she control access to the sex.
I'm gonna tell you, even if she has the leverage, even if the man, I'm gonna tell you, if the man don't want to marry her, he'll be like, well, I would go fuck with somebody else. He's not gonna bottleneck himself to her.
Bo had a hand raised for quite a minute. She was trying to go.
Bo. My bad. Go ahead, Bo.
And then Marcus, I hope you got your thought ready because I don't want you to forget it.
I'm so depressed. Y'all are really not making a good argument for me to not stay in this house by myself for the rest of my life, because I'm just trying to figure out, like, my vagina is the only thing I have to leverage. Like, what? That's the only thing y'all value women for? Like, please explain.
Lord have mercy.
Please. Please. Because if I'm just my reproductive organs,
you can tell that's what they think because they start calling us females.
We're talking about being.
We're not even women, girl. We're not. Look, you heard Darwin earlier. Women. We're not humans. We're not humans.
I didn't say you weren't human.
We're just females.
Listen, if you think that your vagina, if you don't think that your vagina, you don't think your vagina having the leverage, then
I'm saying Is my vagina the only leverage that because
it's
you
not.
keep
No.
talking about
I tried to
like
tell
we
the chat,
are
bro.
vagina.
No, it's not. I said when a woman gives away her vagina for free, she loses leverage. She loses her leverage.
So,
I didn't say it was your only leverage.
Other qualities to
I didn't say it was your only quality. I didn't say it was your only. I said once you give that up, once you give that up, you lose your leverage. That means that's your only leverage.
How much leverage do she use? Give us a percentage.
I'm gonna say there's a precedence. I'm saying leverage has a precedence. If you start with the most powerful part, it just negates everything else.
So if she gives it up, how much leverage if she had 100% leverage?
Think of it like this.
When she gives it up, how much leverage do she have at that point? Just give us. I don't want a scenario. Just give us a percentage.
If she give away her vagina, how much for the man that she want to marry or the man she want?
She's at 100% here.
Hold on.
Where does it drop to?
Well, I would say it significantly drops. I don't know the measurement of it exactly.
No. Here's the problem with what you. Here's the problem with what you're saying with that. It depends on who it was.
So then, okay,
it all depends on the man too, bro. Like,
if
I don't know how this is hard
What are you talking about?
Go ahead, Jr.
No, I was just asking that if it drops, then what happens?
Well, I mean, a guy can use that to justify not marrying her. Like, I just like what we have right here going on. I just like what we got going on.
So there is such a thing.
You might not be so compelled to wanting to get in marriage.
There is such a thing as poor pussy management or whatever. However, Bo was on a panel the other day. She talked about she done broke a bed on her homeboy. So what I'm saying is that
wow, you ain't smart.
It was on a public platform. It was on a public platform. It was on a public platform.
Don't be ashamed. Kudos to you, bro.
Damn it. Well, my bad. Listen, I'm not saying that to say that, right? It was my bad. It wasn't like a back check. You said it on a public platform.
Brother.
All right, either way. Okay, great. The reason I say that is because the only reason I'm bringing that point up is because
oh my gosh, who raised you?
Let's just say you have a special set of skills. Have y'all ever heard of somebody getting whooped before? So that leverage could actually be raised if it's whooped. Y'all see dudes out here that be whooped. So if anything, depending on what your skill level is and depending on the XP of the gentleman, that might actually raise the leverage that you have on a man. That's the only reason I brought that up. But my bad. Listen, I would have never brought that up if that was like a straight up one-on-one. But it was on the public platform. That's the only reason why I said it. We was on TikTok.
Look, I think that's a good.
Trev, did you say XP? The XP matters?
No, I said depend. I didn't say it matters. Yeah, it absolutely it matters. I said depending on the level of XP that the gentleman has is going to determine if he is absolutely amazed by what it is that she does. Correct.
So all of this 4 weeks where I've been, oh my fuck.
First of all, hold on, wait a minute. You and
Somebody
Trevor, you and Trevor always
Go ahead,
on the
White.
side of that coin.
Let him get it out.
Yeah.
Always
Yeah.
on the side of that
Hey,
coin.
Marcus, are you finding an inconsistency? Are you finding inconsistency? Are you finding inconsistency?
Let him get it out.
The last 4 weeks, Darwin, true or false, have I not been saying, hey, it matters because this is the result of what happens if a man has no sexual experience?
Exactly.
Right. So
Then they
now
told me that
y'all missing it.
is
You're missing it.
Trev never told you that.
No, and White right. He
and
Trev never said
XP
that.
matters 'cause
he
can
said
get
the XP works as a way to keep a man from making a ill-advised decision whenever he get cheeks for the first time and fall head over heel for that woman that might not even be right for him.
I said he could possibly be whipped. Now listen. What did I say was the ideal situation for both partners to be virgins? If you run into a skilled girl and you are a virgin, that's bad. The only time it makes sense is if you are a virgin and you run into another virgin. If you run into harlots out here, then you can't be a virgin trying to do that because they're gonna run circles around you. I don't see how that's inconsistent.
Hold on. The first time you got some as a virgin, wasn't everything enough to get you whipped?
No.
Oh.
Man.
No.
Man.
Dude. Hey, Marcus, didn't we just talk about how shit is different for different people? It wasn't.
Nah, come on.
And I was able. Look, could I keep it? Could I be honest with y'all?
You got some ass. You want to marry the girl?
No, absolutely not. So listen, look,
Hey,
time
Brad,
out.
Brad, be
Hold
honest.
on. First, I'm
Be
gonna
honest.
be honest with y'all. My first frag was a chubby joint, so I didn't give a fuck. I was like, whatever. You know what I mean? It was I was just trying to get rid of my virginity.
How convenient.
So,
It had to be a BBW.
hey, look, it wasn't out of my league. I had the confidence that I needed. Once I got a little bit of that, then I started working up. You know what I mean? I hit the heavy
You had
bag.
the worst of
I
the
was
worst.
doing
Bless you into the world.
if that's what you want to call it.
I'm still trying to get Bruce to answer my question, man. I want a percentage. How much leverage do she lose?
Oh, he's not answering that.
How much leverage do she lose?
He's not
Yeah, give me a percentage. She was at 100% when she wasn't giving that thing up. When she gave it up, where's she at now?
Based on post nut clarity, I would say 80% of her leverage.
She loses 80% of her leverage.
Post nut clarity literally opens a man's mind on a cerebral level. Once he get away from that nut, that man is laser focused. He knows, like, he start checking all other kind of shit. Oh, look at her feet. Oh my, no, what the fuck? Oh my God, her breath. Like her breath was smelling good before post nut clarity. Now he really able to think with some sense when he get that nut out of him. So I would say almost 80% of her leverage is gone, bro. He start checking her wig to see if he can move her hair, all kind of shit.
Wait, so let me ask you a question then.
Is her veneers real? Like all that, whatever.
So
like, all that shit come into effect. Niggas start thinking about all kind of, how much money did I spend on this bitch? Hold on, wait, where's my phone?
So would you?
Why she wearing my watch? Like, you know, some shit like that. All that stuff that you missed out on when yo was hard. Now it start coming in. So she lose a lot. Nigga, I would argue it only take. I would say 5 minutes right after he nut. He probably ready to pack it up and go to the house.
Hold on, wait. Then you about to make N White point then. So are you suggesting that every man has to sleep with the woman before to at least potentially experience post nut clarity because a woman has that much leverage?
No, I'm not suggesting that. That's Marcus's.
Mark, ain't that pretty much what he's suggesting? Because if you're saying that, think about it. If you're saying that post-nut clarity would reveal that this woman ain't shit, then that means you would have to experience post-nut clarity every single time to understand whether that woman is actually worth.
If and only if he's using his penis for discernment. But if he's using other things, like if he's got somebody like a covering over him or somebody's helping him vet, or he's bringing a woman home to his family and shit like that, and he don't really necessarily need to have sex with her to be able to substantiate post-nut clarity as a buffer.
All right, so
he can trust in his village or his surroundings to help him, and then just take sex off the table.
So, all right, fair. Then how much leverage does a woman lose by giving up sex if the man uses his brain and not his penis?
How much leverage does she lose when a
Give
man
up
uses
after
his
sex?
brain?
Let's say she average woman versus the average guy. How much leverage does she lose if he uses his brain and not his dick?
How much
She
leverage?
was at 100%. She was 100% when she wasn't giving it up.
If she don't give up her vagina, she keeps her leverage, point blank, regardless.
So, but how much does she lose if she does give it up to that guy?
If she gives up her vagina, she lose 80%. She lose 80% of her leverage.
Even if the dude using more than just his head?
Use his head.
Even if he uses more, if he uses his head, his brain, like you just suggested, because when I made the argument about Mark, you said that only happens if all he's using is his dick. Right. So I'm asking, if he uses his brain and a woman goes and she gives it up to this guy and he's using his brain, how much leverage do she lose? And you saying it's still 80%.
Loses 80% of her leverage if she give up her vagina, regardless of if it's his discernment or not.
That don't make any sense.
His discernment is not her leverage. You're trying to intersect her. You're trying to intersect her leverage with his discernment. You got to take him out of it.
I'm trying to figure out if there's more that she can come to the table with possibly that can give her leverage outside of just her vagina. You're saying that her vagina would pretty much lose.
Yes, she can. She can come with the qualities of being a wife. She can do that. But if she hasn't got married yet and she gives up that vagina,
so let's say she comes with the qualities of being a wife,
right?
And this dude is using his brain, and she gives up the vagina to that dude. What percentage do her leverage fall off?
If she come with the qualities of a wife and she gives the vagina up before becoming a wife, she lose 80%.
This don't make sense. Am I the only one that's up here tripping?
She hasn't made it to the altar yet. At any given point, she cannot argue with this man and say, "Hey, you better marry me." Bitch, I already got that pussy. I'm out.
Bro, that don't make any sense because
it does. She doesn't have the power anymore. She gave it away. She gave away her power, bro.
That's not.
I don't even talk to women.
Basically, what you just said was you just confirmed what both
power, regardless.
Hold on, wait. But then when both said all y'all literally did was reduce us down to just being a body with a hole on it, she was right because you literally just reduced whether the woman has
that.
Then don't give it to
him.
No, that's not the.
Go ahead,
that's not the point. That's not the point.
We're more than that.
Let her interrupt.
He's making an argument that no matter what, she could be a wife. She could be all of that.
I didn't say she was a wife. She wasn't a wife yet.
Hold on, wait. She can have the qualities of a wife. It does not matter. The moment she gives up her vagina, the reason why I asked him the 80% was because the percentage of leverage that she loses was because Bo was trying to figure out, are y'all actually literally reducing us down to just our vagina? And he said, no, we're not doing that. Yeah. Well, if you're saying that
what you just said is once I have sex, the other things that I contribute to the relationship are only 20%. That's the only things that I bring to the table
you're correct,
are worth 20%. That's what you're saying.
Sweeney is trying to say nothing else. You're retaining that 20%. He's trying to argue that I said nothing else matter. I didn't say that. Laisha is saying that you still have.
So you're saying I'm only worth 20%.
You only have 20%.
Once you have sex with me.
I didn't say you were worth 20%. I said you only retain 20% of your leverage.
Yeah, because you done gave it up already.
Hold on, wait.
So my vagina is 80% importance, is what you're saying.
If you look at it historically, when a woman was 18, in all of her life, she was bred to be a suitable wife with all of the qualities. The moment she got her virginity taken away, she lost all of her leverage. That she was taken off of the table. The father and the mother didn't even present her in an arranged marriage.
You basically just made
She didn't get the dowry. She didn't get nothing.
You just made both arguments, bro.
But not really. But this is what I say right here, because I stopped doing it. I know I stopped talking to. This is my argument here, right? I no longer talk to women about how to get a guy to treat her right if she already had sex with him. Let me tell you why. You already gave it up. If you gave it up and he ain't treating you right then you lost call. You can't make him. If you gave up the coop and he ain't treating you right after you gave up the coop, then now you're just trying to chameleon your way in a man's life. I'm just saying.
Trying to negotiate.
Your negotiating skills do go down if you already gave up the coop. That is a common sense. It's not even a bad thing.
Can I ask a question? The question I want to know is why do I need to convince you or negotiate with you to treat me right, though?
But that's my point.
Why is it a negotiation?
Oh my God!
Why are we negotiating?
Hold on, wait. The funny thing is that nobody. Hold on, wait, Lady O. The argument wasn't that, do she lose some leverage? The argument was, is all my leverage just my vagina? That was what Bo's question was.
No, we didn't say that.
Hold on, wait. That was her question. Mm-hmm. That was her question. And he said no. Okay. And then when we walked it down, it basically reduced to, it's just your vagina. And then everything else.
No, it didn't.
It did. The thing is, it's not that it's solely, but I mean, at the same time, it is kind of like a big deal.
Be honest, just say it's solely, so she can just be honest.
I'm just saying she really do lose her, and this is just, I'm not trying to be funny, but I guess I'm gonna use this anecdotal because this is just what I've experienced over the years, just by outside, being rather on social media or being in the real world, talking to younger women, I promise you, once a woman gave up the cakes, it ain't nothing else she can negotiate. I'm just be honest with you. It's just, I don't know why, it's just a hard concept to understand. Ladies, your vagina matters, okay? And I'm just saying, and you should want your vagina to matter, okay? So yeah. You should want your vagina to matter. So hell yeah, it should be a big damn deal. Y'all use it every day when y'all want some damn money. So when now all of a sudden you mad because a man look at you that way, y'all gotta keep it real here, ladies. We got to be real. Stop being this. And I'm not talking about you ladies up here.
It's a liberated culture, bro.
Ladies, it really is. We gotta stop acting like the coop don't matter. Because
okay, Lady O, I'm gonna tell you something that I feel. I just feel this, and it may not be true, but I feel like a lot of your opinions are subjugated in the fact of you've raised 4 sons, so your opinions of truth come from being in a very male-centered life. It's been all about your sons, your husband, your man, it's just full of men.
She has a mother. She has sisters. She's a woman.
You gotta understand.
What if she is
I
saying this is her
got nieces. I have friends. I was a cosmetologist.
No, I'm not saying you don't. I'm saying it's a lot easier to be on that side, though.
You gotta understand. I did thousands of women here. I lived in 5 different states, and I actually had thousands of females in my chair as a cosmetologist, single women, all types. I did prostitutes, because I gotta be safe. I did all types of women hair, and I'm telling you, it's unequivocally when women give up the coop, she does lose some of her negotiations. It just is what it is.
So the argument wasn't some. The argument was that they pretty much lose
a majority
all
of it.
Then y'all just made her argument. So when she said, why did y'all? Hold on, wait. The question is then why did y'all disagree with her?
Like 45 minutes.
The question
we
is,
can't hear you that good. That's
so,
why, M. White.
Why did y'all disagree with her when she said all y'all did was literally reduce? She said, "Man, y'all make me just want to be single because it seemed like all y'all reduced me down to is my vagina." And everybody on the panel said, "No, it ain't that." The reality is,
hold on, y'all. Bo been trying to raise her hand for like 5 minutes, and that she not gonna interrupt y'all though. Go ahead, Bo.
She been doing good.
And so my concern is that we are not holding men to a higher standard physically either, because I feel like y'all give away your genitalia just freely. Cute, ugly, short, tall, fat, skinny, whatever. Y'all just be giving it away, handing it out like cards. Just you done bought 5,000 business cards and you just handing it to anybody. And some kind of way that doesn't matter. But aside from that, if I have to keep something from you to make you act like a good person, to make you act like a husband, a boyfriend, or whatever, if I have to hold something back, if I have to use something to make you act a certain way, I don't want you. Because if you need to be coerced, that's manipulation. I'm going to hold this back so that you'll be a good boy. That is dumb. Because what we do with our bodies is of nature. It is a natural thing that happens. Attraction happens. The act of sex happens naturally. It is what our bodies do. Now, do you give it away to everybody? Absolutely not. You shouldn't want to. Your body should not react to that many people because you shouldn't be that easy.
Well, how many people should it be then?
What?
How many people should it be then?
I don't listen. That's not for me to decide.
Okay, first of all, I'm gonna tell you where you messed up at.
What?
You moved the goalpost when you start saying I shouldn't have to gatekeep my vagina to get a person to act right. This conversation wasn't a matter of making a man act right. It was a matter of compelling a man to marry you. The man can still treat you with some common decency.
Make a man. That's the same thing, Darwin.
No, it's not.
That is manipulation.
I know a couple right down the street right now that's unmarried. He treat his woman just like I treat my wife.
Can you hear me now?
It
What
does
about-
not mean a man
Yeah.
is not going to treat you with some common decency, like a human being, like you, a woman, whatever. I know you don't want to use the term woman, like a person.
No, we don't want to use
I
the
don't
term
want to use the term
female.
woman.
We like the
when have
term
you
woman.
ever
We
heard
don't
me say
like female.
thank
Okay.
you?
So, all right, this is what I
Female.
was trying to say earlier.
But do you get what I'm saying, though, right, Bo?
No, I
No,
don't.
You literally didn't
Fine.
understand that this
My
wasn't a
point is
matter
gonna-
of
my point is gonna
his
bleed into
behavior. It
what
was a
you're
matter
saying.
of getting married.
My
No.
point's gonna bleed into what you're saying.
Oh my
The
God.
thing with Laisha, I think what Lady O perspective comes from is dealing with men and understanding how men think. And
Mhm.
just because women don't agree with how men think, it doesn't change the way that men think. So it'll come off as if she's siding with us when she's just explaining how men actually think. When men say they think a way, women tend to argue that you shouldn't think that way because we don't think that way. And I
Right.
think that's one of the things that feminism did that hurts the worst is it equalized the understanding of how men and women behave biologically and think. And when you do that, you hold us to the standard of how you as a general collective of women think, and then you say that's incorrect because we don't think that way. But the majority of men will say we think the way you don't think. But feminism says that we're just people, and social constructs created gender and these thought processes behind it, and it'll have women putting expectations of women on men instead of understanding who men are and dealing with it accordingly or not dealing with it at all. But to expect men to be women is where you're going to run into conflict and problems over and over and over again. So when Darwin says that you lose the value, it's not just when you have sex. Like, so if I could, it's a nuanced point, right? You love nuance, right? The nuanced portion of it is, as a virgin, you have the most leverage for a marriage, was his point. It was you can say I'm not having sex until marriage because you've never had sex before, and no man on earth is really gonna hold that against you. If you've had sex prior to him saying I'm not gonna have sex, he will stop talking to you, because what you've done is place the man before him at a higher level than him, and the man's ego and self-esteem will not accept
that ain't what he said. And White.
No, I'm adding to. I said it's nuance. I'm adding to his
Do
point.
you guys feel like most people that are married didn't have sex before marriage?
Well, this is the thing. You got to understand how men, because of course I've seen this happen 3 times. Men know in the beginning if they want to marry you or not. It don't matter if they sleep with you or not. See, this is why I tell women to stop sleeping around so much. These men still know. They know, and they treat you like wives. They don't treat you like girlfriends. They don't treat you like buddies. They don't be your friend. The problem is you still have to have standards. When you go in wanting marriage, that is a talk that, number one, that my daughter-in-laws, they went in, they was like, this is what I want, point blank, period. We're not saying that they were little virgins, because no, they were not. But at the same time, I still saw how they moved, and I still saw how my sons moved. And I can tell you, it do not take men long to know they want to marry you. But my point is, you got too many women out here just having loose sex. And they think that's and this man never showed them that he wants to be with them. He never showed them that he wants to marry them. They give up the cookies, and now they want him to act right. Now they want him to put a ring. He just showed you that he wasn't.
Lady O, that wasn't an argument.
I understand that, but I'm just explaining to her.
I think all of us understand the argument that a loose booty is gonna lose a lot of leverage. That wasn't what we
I'm not vouching for his poor decision making.
With that.
Yeah.
What he said was, if girl A gets with guy A, and they both and there's more to her than just sex. She has all these other qualities. He said that if she has sex with that guy, whether she's a virgin or not, as soon as she has sex with that guy, she will lose 80%.
Use leverage. It doesn't matter.
It don't mean she lose value. It means leverage is what he was saying.
80%
It's the key difference between those two things, Sweeney. Leverage being the ability to negotiate for what you want before you get it. Like if she say you gotta pay me. Just listen.
I get the argument. I already understand the concept.
You gotta pay me $1,000 to have sex. After you had sex that one time, it's gonna be hard to get that same $1,000.
I give you $200.
the value of it, the
No.
leverage to
Get your head
negotiate
out.
changes is what they saying.
No, I get that. That's why I said I
And don't take away
understand
from
the
a value
concept.
as a
When you
person.
say you
I
lose
know, ladies, it's
80%,
hard.
when you say that you lose 80% leverage, you literally just reduce the woman down to her vagina.
No,
That's just
you
a
reduce
straight up.
her down to the 20% less, the 20%
Bro,
remaining
that
leverage.
bro, 20%. If somebody loses 80% of their value, bro, they have literally almost no value.
But
But they still have. We're not talking about her
No, bro.
value. We're
Bro,
talking about her leverage. You keep associating leverage with value, and M. White just tried to educate you
No,
on
and the thing is, they both go hand in hand, bro. You can't. They
What are
both
you?
go hand in hand.
So what are you leveraging?
The reason why I left
Exactly.
The
What are you leveraging?
Wait a minute. The reason why I left the 20% on the table, because in some cases, women are still able to get to the altar with the remaining leverage they have. But I'm saying it's a significant drop in her negotiation power. It just is.
What are you basing this on?
So this is what you're saying. You're saying that most married couples, she didn't sleep with him before. She was able to leverage the
That's not what I'm saying.
holding out, and she waited to have sex to get married.
That's not what I'm saying. And in fact,
marry you.
Here's the problem I'm having with that. So Darwin, look here. So
That's what I'm saying. This
if
shit don't
you
make sense.
unless you bent it out the frame so bad that you
So
mutilated her or something, why is it that
you don't want to do it
you lose
again?
80% of the leverage after you hit? What happened in between
the
then?
curiosity gap? The curiosity gap is a powerful thing, and it's often intersects with a woman's.
So are you saying based
You
on
just made
weird-
Marcus' argument that most dudes have to have post-nut clarity before they decide. Because if a dude knows he's gonna marry a woman, whether he has sex with her or not, then he's gonna marry her, whether she gives it up to him or not.
She's still losing negotiations. It don't matter.
Negotiations.
It's post-nut.
No.
Listen,
He's marrying her.
It's individual. You're
Y'all
trying to bridge.
y'all sounded like people sitting at the table saying, "Hey, I'll give you 6
Okay,
eggs."
he gonna yell. If he gonna yell, all I'm saying
This
is
is
you cannot bridge his individual discernment with her leverage. Her leverage is separate.
Doesn't matter.
Your leverage is completely separate from his discernment.
She's still at the mercy of him putting a ring on her finger after that point. It don't even matter. It doesn't matter.
But I'm saying to Laisha's point, to accurately measure that, you would have to bring in all the interactions of the people who had sex first and walked away from that as well, to actually get the number versus the people who actually succeeded and went to the altar after having sex.
So
you get what I'm saying?
The only problem I'm having is the separation of value from leverage.
Because I would argue that most people, and this is just me just throwing it at the wall, I'm spitballing, swing words. I would argue that most people who have sex before they get married, have a higher likelihood of it not working out or getting to the altar versus if they actually wait until they get hold it out.
I'm gonna put a little thing. Okay, so I watch those little marriage shows.
Whole culture. I mean, not whole culture.
Like those marriage at first sights and those shows. I do watch those reality shows, and I notice exactly what you said, Darren. The couples who did not what is it the marriage consummate the marriage, they actually are the ones that still married. It is 100% a fact. But the ones who did it in between, the 4 weeks of each other, none of them either briefly made it to the end and divorced late or 6 months later during the reunion show. But the other ones, if you go back, even the ones that's 5, 6 years, 7, 8 years later, they are still together in higher numbers. It's a fact.
No, I believe that. I believe that. But the problem with that is, anyone could say that those people are going to wait definitely have a different value system than the people who wouldn't wait. Would we not agree with that? So could it possibly be that based on their value systems and their principles with God, that could be keeping them glued into the marriage versus the sex itself? Is that unreasonable to say?
That's a reasonable thing. The only reason why it's reasonable because if a man was faced with a woman with that type of value system, Trev, to corroborate why she's withholding sex, men actually look at those women in a different light, separate from other women. Because
the thing is,
it's a woman who's trying to maintain her purity.
So confusing.
I would, me personally, well, I would say most men. I would argue most men would respect that. It's a respect thing that comes into it. Like, wow, you're really actually trying to make a difference between all of these women that's in the streets. Maybe I need to respect that, and I'm not gonna try to push her into it.
But it wouldn't just be because of the sex per se. It would be because of the value system that she has. Yeah,
well,
it's
yeah,
not
it would make
right?
the man. It would make the man tap into something maybe he was taught in the past. Because you know how your father say, "Hey, you need to do this," and you know you got some of these Bible thumpers on their kids. It might make him tap into his memory, like, you know what, this is the right way. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I should respect that, and maybe it'll cause him to elevate his value system. I think the woman could compel this man to change his value system. He might want to just be going around busting down, but he might find somebody with the qualities of being a wife, and she's withholding sex, and be like, you know what? I think I found my woman.
So you telling me a man?
Darwin,
You telling me a man of sound mind? You telling me a man of sound mind who knows what he's supposed to be looking for, and he ran into a woman that is everything on this that is a wife.
Mm-hmm.
He would sit there and be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna still wait this one out."
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying everything with him may indeed be in place. He may still want to marry her. But I'm saying her leverage, her negotiation skills changes. What you keep trying to do is trying to build.
So what exactly? What negotiate? All right. So outside of sex, what can a woman negotiate with?
Outside of sex, she can negotiate her time.
Being compassionate,
negotiating the intimate connection they have.
Y'all saying all that shit falls in 20% of her. All that shit falls in 20%.
No, it wasn't. See, so what you're trying to do is compartmentalize it too tight.
No, you said she gave her part. No, you gotta. If you're gonna make the argument, you gotta stick there. You said she.
I'm making an argument
off of sex. So you said when I asked you, what does she have to negotiate with?
Some of these qualities, when a woman has all of her leverage, a lot of these qualities overlap with one another. You get what I'm saying? They overlap in the percentages. They don't just break out 80-20. But I'm saying it's a tremendous drop because a lot of things just don't even matter. Period.
I didn't ask that.
Was
you said 80%. So
go ahead, Dr. Lady O.
You want to get married?
I'm not talking about post-nut clarity.
Not anymore.
We're not talking about post-nut clarity. Because he said,
if that man try to leave me, girl,
I'm not talking about post-nut clarity because he said the man is of sound mind.
I need a lavender
He's not
marriage.
thinking with his dick. We don't walk this down. He's not talking about post-nut clarity. We're talking about a man of sound mind. You telling me, I asked him, what does a woman have to negotiate with? And he mentioned all this stuff, and all that shit falls in 20%.
Still marriage. If she already had sex with him, just the marriage itself. Because at the end of the day,
the only thing that matters is
now because the ball is still in his court. Because now she's still got to walk on eggshells. If she's doing something wrong,
what are we basing this on?
He could just keep going.
What are we basing this on?
Can somebody start a lavender marriage app?
What are we basing this
A
on?
lavender marriage is when you're married to. A lavender marriage is when you're married to a gay man for emotional support, and it's a beautiful thing. You guys, I love lavender marriages. He's gay, but he's like your best friend, and y'all hang out together, and you feel so emotionally supported. I have a gay best friend, and I love you down.
I think we taking it too far. Y'all putting too much on it. In all honesty, I don't think, but no gay dude that I don't think so. I think that she would. Now the dude is not going to be a traditional guy and be like, ultra masculine. I can't see that at all. He may have plenty of feminine ways, but I don't think that his sexuality would be homosexual. I think he would probably heterosexual. I don't think
she'd do that unless she went on the record and said that.
What
nah,
she didn't say she wanted a lavender marriage.
I'm just saying it's looking real good in the face.
No, don't do that.
No. So, hold on.
You know what? He don't even want it. Don't even worry about it.
Y'all are reacting without listening.
He just gonna
she is comparing. Y'all basically just made y'all basically just made a lavender marriage sound better than what we was trying to present to her as
Yeah.
a more viable
I
option.
mean,
That's
be
what she's
honest with
saying.
you, when you get up
She's
there
not
in
saying
age,
she wants one, but if she's going off of what we're saying up here, we pushing women to gay them.
No, what you
We're
did, what
pushing
you
them
did,
right into
what
homosexual
you
nigga
did was
arms.
corroborate Trez's point on the value systems. If she value what does the lavender guy do again, Laisha? The emotional.
Yeah.
That means she's telling us she only values the emotional support or connection. That's her value system. So everything else about a man doesn't even matter. He can be your swinging,
wow,
sweet rainbow.
What?
Wow.
What?
Why is it that when you
on
ask
right
a
now?
man to bring emotional support, y'all look at that as the most appalling thing ever? I literally,
didn't say it was
matter of fact,
appalling.
wait, no,
That's
I'm
what
gonna
it
tell you,
sounded like.
I literally, the first time I ever talked to y'all, I had met y'all on Darwin's panel, and if y'all remember, I asked the man, everybody keeps saying that they have a wife, and that's great. But does anybody know if they have a happy wife? That man responded to me straight in my face and said, what does happiness have to do with a marriage?
Who said that?
My
Y'all
wife
don't
is.
remember that? Y'all don't remember the first time I ever met y'all that is what that man said to me? He said it on your panel. When women talk about emotional support or emotional intelligence, a lot of men be looking at them like we're speaking a foreign language, like we can't ask to have happiness or compassion or
I think he took what he
empathy.
said. I think he was trying to say that we do have happy wives. We do have it on the record.
No, you see, that's the proper answer. If somebody asked you right now, if you said, yes, I have a wife, I'm married, and I said, is she
I will tell
happy?
you. I will
And
tell you
you
this.
just be like, hell yeah.
Me and my wife understands that our duty supersedes that.
You would
Because
not come
we
out
can
the
be
gate and
happy
say what
one
is
day.
happening. If
We can
somebody
be
asked
sad
you,
one
your
day.
wife,
Happiness fluctuates.
if somebody asked
Bottom
you if your
line
wife
is
was
to-
happy, you
What
would
would
not
you
go out.
say?
You would not say, what the hell does happiness have to do with it? You would
Exactly.
say,
That's a disgusting
no,
answer.
that's what she's trying to tell you, that the dude on the panel came
I
straight
can't
when she
speak for
asked.
him.
That's
I'm
not.
not saying you
I
can.
do think
I'm
that
literally
how they
just saying
put things
that
out
people's
sometimes.
like interpretation of emotions, when men have to talk to a woman and she starts
not
talking about
listening.
emotions, they act
What,
like they get disgusted.
right,
Like
I
we
hear
can't
that
say,
part. I
hey,
hear
let's
what you're
talk about
saying, but I will
emotions.
say this. We have got to stop putting our happiness making up. Look, the only person that can make you happy is you. So when you're married to somebody, okay, they can only do so much to make you happy. You have really got to. This is why I say when you marry, you should still grow. You should still grow in your life. You still have your own two individual selves. You do need time apart. You do need time to maybe you go off and, like you say, you go get your nails done, you go get your hair done. You do need that breakaway. You got to figure out what you're going to do for yourself to be happy and be, especially when you with that person. And this is the reason why I'm going to use Ice Cube for an example, because he said it best. When he was asked how did he sustain his 32-year marriage, he said, that's my girl. There's going to be times we don't like each other. That's life. But I ain't going nowhere. She ain't going nowhere. That is happiness. Happiness is not all about waking up smiling every day. It's not how life works. Happiness is, and it takes. I have a good friend that's a medical doctor. Maybe one day I have her talk. It's not about that. I'm happy every day. That's not how life works.
Not saying
You
that.
figure out every day how do you make your life. No. The person that you with, that's the person that you chose. You go down with that person, good or bad. That is your happiness. It's building against each other. And I'm glad that, and it takes people that have been married 30, 35 years, 40 years, 50 years to come out and tell you that's not happiness is within yourself. Please stop saying, oh, I'm going to go home depressed. I hope my husband make me feel good. I hope my wife.
Nobody said that, lady.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
Insinuating though.
I'm insinuating. You asked an hour ago. You
Mm-hmm.
asked me, "Was my husband happy?" Right?
I never asked you that.
No, you did. You said, "Is he happy though?"
No. I never said that.
I was able to say yes.
No, ma'am.
Because you know what I thought in my mind? Do I try my hardest to put him in a comfortable environment? Do I try my hardest to make him smile? Am I trying to be compassionate? Am I trying to bring him peace?
It has nothing to do with you.
So that's yes.
Let me tell you,
that's not whether that doesn't matter whether she did it or not.
Sweeney, I think you're a cool dude. Would you be simping? I need you to chill out for a minute, okay?
Hold on, wait. First of all, just because
hold on.
Y'all are making arguments. Hold on, radio, really quick.
Hold on,
You have to.
I
Hold
like
on, wait.
you a lot,
Before
I'm
you
just
address
saying.
me, let me make the argument.
Okay.
Y'all are arguing against something that nobody said. Nobody said that
Yeah, I
happiness
never
is
asked
the
her
end all
about
be
her
all.
husband happiness. I don't
Right.
give a shit. I don't even know him anyway.
You
Hold on,
did.
I never said that.
When I was talking about how I shop and stuff, you said, and then when everybody started laughing, you followed up and said, "Well, is he happy?" I said, "Yup."
But that's
Because that's a simple answer to give.
No, you misinterpreted what I said, Leisha. I'm saying things that make yourself happy is you go get your nails done. I said that makes you happy. I said it has nothing to do with your husband. I never said that because I'm gonna tell you, I don't give a shit. I got fucking 3. I don't give a shit. I do not get in their marriages. I do not give a fuck. Okay, I'm just being honest with you. And I don't mean to cuss, but I'm saying happiness is all about you. It has nothing to do with the other person. The other person can never make them happy.
No. Before y'all try to figure out the argument, before y'all try to respond, understand what they just said. She said it's weird because on the panel, they asked, "Is your wife happy?" And the dude said, "What the fuck does happiness have to do with it?"
And I agree with her because that was a weird question.
That's
a weird ass answer.
It's a weird question to ask if somebody happy. It's a weird question to ask somebody.
It's a weird question for a man to ask whether or not if somebody is. First of all, again,
no, she asked the guy, "Is your wife happy?" He said, "What the
fuck does happiness have to do with anything?"
She asked the man on the panel, "Is your wives happy?" And the dude responded, "What the fuck does happiness have to do with it?"
As if talking about emotions in a marriage is a foreign language.
Maybe I misinterpreted that.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question, Laisha?
Yes.
If y'all can remind us,
Google the definition of
y'all can remind us whether or not y'all are happy or not. Why can't we remind y'all whether or not we're a leader or not?
In the chat.
Who's reminding? I was asking that man a question about
saying.
when he started talking about marriage.
I get it.
And that's all I wanted to know. I said, "Well, is your wife happy?" That's it.
I just was asking a question because I had a point. But the happiness thing is just as subjective as a woman being honest or lying about whether she's getting an orgasm from her husband she's been with for 15 years.
What the fuck?
What the fuck is
God damn, where did you pull that from?
I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm saying. Try to think. The level of subjectiveness is at the same height. A woman could tell you she's happy. A man could tell you he's happy, but that motherfucker might not be happy. A woman could tell you that she's getting orgasms. She may be, "Oh yes, daddy," but it may not be happy. That's what I'm saying. You have to take happiness when somebody say they're happy or not. You have to take it with a grain of salt.
Here's the thing.
If somebody
I'm trying to explain. Hold on.
If somebody asked your wife, "Is your husband getting orgasms?" And she said, "What the fuck is orgasm?"
Wait. That's probably what, Laisha, that's probably why he said, "What the hell does it matter?"
No, that's not the same
because
thing.
Because if you haven't sex, not
sex.
I can say sex on two. If you haven't sex, when you married for this long and you're gonna stay married, yeah, it kind of matters, but it really don't matter. Can you get the job done? We can keep trying at it as much as we can. But at the point blank, we gonna to that Dr. Lady's old point, using Ice Cube example. The fact that we gonna be together no matter what, that is what true happiness lies.
So if somebody asked your wife, "Does your husband get off?" and she says, "What the fuck does orgasms have to do with it?"
That how you
it's silly. No, it's the same logical argument. I don't get. It's the same logical argument. It's a logical argument. If somebody asks, "Is your wife happy?" and you say, "What the fuck does happiness have to do with it?" When you could just say,
I've been on the panel before. I've been exposed to that kind of conversation before. A woman answered. She said she didn't say exactly that. She said, "It doesn't matter. I love my husband. I love my life. I love my kids. I love my family." It doesn't matter.
If that woman responded like that about her husband, I would then proceed to tell her, "Well, sis, you must not be getting no orgasms," which is what I thought when I asked that man. He must not make it. His wife must not be happy. The same way I would think if a woman said that, she must not be getting no orgasms.
All I'm saying is,
He could have just said no.
She could be very well getting
Bro,
orgasms,
because
but she's
thing
saying
is,
it doesn't
Like,
matter.
what I'm gonna do
She's
with
gonna
you?
still be
That's
with her husband.
that's not.
Let
No,
me tell you something. When I
Wow.
was on TikTok and somebody asked me, oh, like, go
you
ahead,
know
ball.
damn well he ain't telling. If we ask
Cause
him if his wife is
child,
getting off, he not gonna say
child, you
what the
asked
fuck
me
does
about my
orgasm have to
sex
do with
life. I'm gonna
anything.
tell you, I'm getting my back cracks. My man does good. I would
And I'm
never
gonna tell
say,
you,
oh, it
I'm gonna
don't
tell you,
matter.
Lace, and what you just did, would you
What?
prove my point? There's a lot of women out there that's not happening, but to protect their man's image and reputation, they are actually saying that they getting their back cracked. But when they go in them group chats with a woman, they saying the truth. They saying, sometimes or maybe
I would
sometimes. Last
never,
year it
like,
happened.
that's
I'm
not.
telling you what's happening out here.
I don't
You
exist
really,
in that world,
I'm not even
child.
gonna ask you. I'm not even
In
gonna
my
ask you the
life.
question. But you mean to tell me if somebody asked you? You mean to tell me if somebody asked you, is your wife getting off? You gonna say orgasms don't matter?
What?
I
If
do got a good
somebody
man,
asked
Savannah.
you, if somebody
You
asked
asked me
you,
the
is your
question.
wife getting off? You gonna say orgasms don't matter? That's gonna be your answer to that question.
No, but why would I
Orgasms
bring
don't
that
matter.
up? Why would I bring that up?
Listen, first of all, if they ask me, "Hey, are y'all married?" I'm like, "Yeah." But is she getting you off, or if she
No,
getting off?
not getting you off. Is you getting her off?
If they say,
You
"Hey,
gonna
you
say
married, Darwin?"
orgasms
and I
don't?
say, "Yes, I'm married," is she getting off? I'm like, it doesn't matter.
You gonna say
I'm
orgasms don't matter?
I'm gonna say it does not matter. I'm gonna say exactly what that dude said.
Your ego won't even let you say that.
I didn't
bro.
say orgasm. I'm not gonna say orgasm. I'm gonna say exactly what that dude said when he said happiness doesn't matter. I'm gonna say that doesn't matter.
Orgasms don't matter.
I'm gonna say it does. Hold on. What did he say? What does happiness got to do with it? Right?
Yeah, you said, what the fuck happiness got to do
I'm
with
gonna say
anything?
what does the orgasm got to do with me being married?
That wasn't the question.
Y'all
The
are
question
funny.
was,
That's exactly what he said, right?
No,
Lacey?
the question was, is your wife happy? And he said, what does happiness have to do with it? So if somebody asked you, is your wife getting off? Will you respond? What does orgasms have to do with it?
What did he say, Laisha?
That's what he said.
That's what he said. I'm telling you what he said.
Darwin, that's what he said. Darwin, how y'all don't remember this? All of us were there. How y'all don't remember? All of y'all were there. Sweeney was there. Smooth was there. You was there. Lady O was there.
The
Bo
first
was
question
there.
was, is you married? It was about marriage.
No, it wasn't.
No, Darwin. How don't y'all remember this? We was all on the panel. This man brought up his wife. He said
tonight. You said,
he
is
said,
you married?
No, he brought up his wife. I responded with, I'm noticing everybody's talking about having a beautiful wife, but nobody's saying they have a happy wife. Is your wife happy?
Okay, same thing.
And he said, what the fuck does
but you do agree, but do you agree the first question or the first line of questioning was around wife and husband? We can take marriage out of it, but you were talking about whether he had a wife or not. And then
he was talking about his wife.
Was, is she happy? And he said, what does happiness got to do with it? So if you rephrase it and run it parallel to the sexual thing, he would say, do you have a wife? Y'all got a wife? Yeah, I got a wife. But is she getting orgasms? What does orgasms have to do with it? It's not just about sex. He could be on the thing like it's not all about sex. Or it's not all about her just being happy or whatever.
He didn't even follow up with that.
I don't know what did he say after that.
He didn't say anything after that. He said, "What the
you gotta
fuck
let her.
happiness have to-"
You gotta let her respond.
I really wish y'all remembered
What
this.
did the man say after?
What did he say after it?
After he said that it don't even like what does happiness have to do with it?
What did you say when he said what does happiness have to do with it?
I said, I think happiness has a lot to do with it because everybody's bragging about being married, but nobody's talking about the welfare of that marriage. Y'all don't remember, because I remember the reason I said it, right, was because you were telling me that you have three or four sons, I think you said, and you were like, and they're all married to beautiful Black women. And then that's when that man said, and I'm married too. And I said, I notice everybody's talking about how they're married, but are you happily married? And that man responded with, what the fuck does happiness have to do with anything? I'm telling you, all of y'all on the top row, me and Lady O was all on the panel, and it was two other people in the panel at the time. We was in Darwin's room.
You see what she just did there? She said, "Are you married?" And a while ago, she just said she didn't ask the question whether he was married. You see that?
Well, I didn't ask. He brought up being married because Lady O was saying her sons are married.
But you do understand. But do you understand when two people come together? Can you at least understand
like 4 weeks
why
ago.
it's important to not bank on happiness so much, because that can create a fragile situation.
I think that goes without saying.
People's emotions fluctuate, and then that could cause a downfall in the relationship. So you cannot use happiness as a pillar to keep your marriage afloat. You have to use other things, like maybe your duty, maybe making sure your legacy, or making sure your kids get ushered into the world safely. You know what I'm saying? Making sure you stay protected, making sure you have somebody to hold when you get 70, 80 years old. You get what I'm saying? Making sure somebody, you maybe pass away together. You're not going to always be happy. You're going to have moments of happiness. If you expect that
I think it goes without saying that marriage is bigger than just somebody's happiness. The context for which she asked the question was she was asking distinctly, do these men even know if their wives are happy?
As a matter of fact, yes, because the conversation was about like what he was trying to vouch for was that he feels like he's a good husband. And the dialogue that me and Bo were sharing with that man was, well, how do you know? And something that I said to him was, a lot of people want to give themselves their own report card, but have you ever asked her? And then, because I got a beautiful wife. I said, but is she a happy wife? That was that was the entire scope of the conversation, where my line of thinking is you can't grade your own test and say you're a good husband because you say so. Did she
Let me know
say
if
that?
it's a good way to grade it. Let's just say, for my example, when I get up in the morning, my wife be jumping in the bed, jump on top of me, smiling like, "I'm glad you're up," smiling and shit like that. Or, "I got some breakfast for you," and stuff like that. Like she really get up to the point where she almost get on my nerves. She'd be so excited that I finally woke up out of the bed. Is that a way to measure?
If you were to answer the question, your answer would be yes.
Yeah,
my wife is happy.
But I can say that she's happy just verbally. But
no, that's
hold on, wait. But I think the actions that I'm expressing to you that's happening on a day-to-day basis with my wife may be a better answer than just saying, yeah, she's happy. You may look at that as you don't really know if your wife really happy. Because I think Talasia's point is deeper than just answering it verbally. But if we able to communicate instances and examples of scenarios where Laisha can put herself in a woman's shoe and like, yes, if I was doing that to my man, I know I'm happy about my man. You get what I'm saying? So it's really no other way to measure it.
I'm just speaking on the fact that a lot of people brag about being married. Like a lot of people will get on a panel and feel like they can express themselves and say whatever and their point is valid because they're married. But my point was, just saying you're married doesn't make what you're doing the right way to go about it, because you don't even know that other person's well-being. Like, are you happy? Are they happy? Like, is what y'all doing actually working, or are you just saying that you're doing it and it's right because you're a man saying you're doing it?
This is the reason why I don't get in people marriages, because number one, everybody relationships is different. You can't say what's going to be happy for them. You just cannot. You absolutely cannot. We have got to stay out of people marriages. We can't make comments on them. There are people out there who be swinging. They married. They love each other. I know a swinging couple. They've been together 30 years. We cannot sit up here and say what works for one gonna work for the other. What may make you happy may not make the next woman happy in her marriage. We have got to understand that. That's for starters. And just like we want to say that, tell some of these single women out here who saying they're happy, but next they're overdose on allowing themselves. There's been 3 women on TikTok who's posting videos. I'm happy. You guys take care of your mental health. And next thing you know, these 3 young women unalive themselves. There's been 3 of them. So we can say that for single women as well, who run around here talking about, I'm happily single. No, you're not. You're on antidepressants.
When they hit that wall.
Okay? Because more women are on antidepressants than men. Okay, and that's between the ages of 40 and 49. And that is on paper. So when they sit up here and say that single women, because I've heard some women say, well, single women are happier. Yeah, because you're on antidepressants. So let's keep it a buck. First of all,
Are married women not on
That's because we are
antidepressants?
Well,
biologically
women, period, and that's
predisposed to
married or single,
depression
but
more
more,
than men.
but married women, single women are making that argument that they are happier as single people.
We
And
are.
at the end of the day, you got April Mason that came out and said, "Look, you on my couch crying. You got your Range Rover. You got to make $250,000, but you crying to me." She was a dating coach. Everybody knew who
Always
she
been
is.
on
She
no
was a
damn
dating coach. She quit the industry because of us and our unrealistic expectations. She talks about it all the time. So we can get up here and holler about what's happy and what's not happy. We have got to stay out of people marriages. That's just, I'm big on that. I have friends that I talk to. I ain't talked to her today, but sometimes we're on the phone 3, 4, 5 hours. When her husband come home, goodbye. Weekend, husband time. We don't call talk. We have got to stay out of people marriages because we do not know what's happy. So I think that was an unfair question to ask right now if his wife was happy.
How is that unfair if he's the judge of it?
And nobody should ask you that either.
How is how is it an unfair question if he's the judge of it? She didn't say your
But
wife ain't happy. Hold on, wait.
But unless you're asking her, you can't go to him and ask him nothing. You got to ask her.
You gotta ask her. You gotta
ask her if she happy.
Woman can be lying to her husband.
Easily say yes, my wife is happy.
No, you said don't comment on their marriage as if she.
Yeah,
was
I say no.
Wife. Wait. You're saying don't comment on the marriage as if she's saying your wife ain't happy. She just simply asked them.
That's still getting in somebody's business.
We get in people's business every day. You get into single people business. So I
don't comment on nobody marriage.
But I'm just talking about in general in these conversations. We get in people's business all the time. We got in Bo's business for 3 hours last week about her life and her relationship.
What you do, girl? I missed all that.
So
that's because she put it out there. That's unfair.
He put it out there.
He put it out there. Nobody
he put it out there.
That's not the same.
It is the same. It is the
same.
If
putting information out there.
Let me tell you why it's the same. It's the same right now because as I'm sitting here talking to y'all, I'm not telling y'all necessarily so much of my business where somebody's gonna judge me, right? But what I'm also seeing is that me simply just saying I'm married has now gotten me, well, why the hell are you talking on a panel at 2 a.m. if you're married? If you're married, why is it this? Why is it that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it is people passing judgment on what they think, which is cool. I'm just asking a question. It's is she happy? Is she happy?
He could have easily said yes and left it alone, and knowing she's really not.
And when nobody has said anything.
Okay, but it's okay.
Why is it a problem if he say why? Why is it a problem if he asks you? Why does it matter?
Well, because y'all are ignoring the context of
the conversation was you can try and give me advice because you're this old and you've been married this long and you know what you're doing. My question for how do you measure that you know what you're doing? Because is she happy? You're saying you know how to be a husband. Okay, cool. You're basing that off of you know how to be a husband because you're basing that off of what? Because you say so? Did your wife say that? Because actually another thing I proceeded to say on the panel was, I don't know if y'all remember, I said, I think it's interesting how a lot of times I hear men talk about what they desire, what they want, who they think they are as a husband, while you're probably hobbled over like some troll in the closet. Where's your wife? Put her on the phone so I can fact check this.
Let me
and then it turned into, I got a beautiful wife. She just ain't at home.
Well, let me ask you this. Are you saying the advice I give as a person?
No, I'm saying that man said that. I'm telling you the conversation me and that man was having on your panel.
Is he giving advice? Is he? But see,
yes, he was giving advice on your panel.
Wait
a minute. What?
If we get him the type of advice to help people make their women or husband happy, because he could be just giving advice on helping people find a compatible.
No, he was giving marital advice. What it is to be married, how to be in a marriage. And I said, well, how are you going to say that you're entitled to be able to give that advice? Because what kind of marriage are you even in? Is she happy? You're basing that out of your own opinion of yourself as a husband.
Hold on, real quick, Dollar. So basically, you're saying you use the happiness thing as a response
Yeah, that's
say
all.
that his
Picture
advice,
look like.
his advice is only have any.
Shit.
Oh, wait, you're saying his advice that he can give only holds any merit if and only if his own spouse is happy.
If his,
Is that what you're saying?
No.
That is that why you use is if your wife even happy? Because
I
because
used
basically what
it.
you're saying is if she's not happy, you don't have any merit to give advice on marriage.
No, I used it as what I was saying, right, was something that he tried to invalidate. And my part of the argument is I feel like what you're saying would not work for me. That would make me unhappy. Well, I have a beautiful wife. I know what I'm talking about. Do you have a happy wife?
Was a
Because if
picture
you came home,
like.
what I'm saying is what he said, right? If you came home and said that to me, it would make me unhappy. How do you know that what you're saying to her doesn't make her unhappy? What you're doing to her doesn't make her unhappy? How do you know that what you're saying and what you're doing actually like is something she likes, agrees with, she wants to do that? Like, are you asking her? Have you ever considered that? And then he just tried to throw it in my face because a lot of people on TikTok assume, well, your opinion must come from not being married. No, motherfucker, I'm married. I'm married. I just don't shut up and sit down and feel like my position in my marriage is so important that I would rather be like miserable just to stay married. I express myself. I talk about my feelings.
And Darwin, he was trying to use his own life as a grading system. That's why she asked.
Yes.
If you're gonna say that this is what if you're gonna tell this woman that what she's saying is wrong, and you should look at me as the example for why you're wrong. She was asking him, how do you grade yourself on that? Because the thing is, we are absolutely right. Happiness in the grand scheme of things does not matter, right? It does not matter. The duty and all of that matters, right? Does that mean that a person still can't be unhappy in a marriage?
Yeah,
even if they value duty over happiness, could they still walk around with a stank look on their face, with an attitude because they upset about something? Could they still not be happy?
Yes,
so if he said,
they can still go through spurs without a relationship and have unhappy moments.
Right. Yeah. So when she asked, when it was when you look at the context of the conversation, he was basically telling her that her feelings, and she was telling her that her feelings and what she would be upset about or what she would be unhappy about is wrong, and that his only example is, well, I got a wife. She asked him a simple question: is your wife happy? And he said, what does happiness have to do with it?
Yeah, I didn't know the conversation was
let Bo get in there.
Because your ass had the because I remember your ass had the screen on coffee cup mode and you weren't paying attention.
Let Bo get in there.
How you lying?
Let Bo get in there. Come on, Bo.
So, two things.
I'm not guessing, chat. I'm not guessing.
One, we can't be getting all into single people's business and then say, well, we can't get in married people's business.
No.
We have so many opinions. We have so many opinions about what single people feel and do and how valuable they are, but now we got to stay out of married people's business. And I just think that y'all should stay out of all of the people's business because
Lady, she talking about the whole conversation, not just you,
just the whole thing.
This is the overarching.
But I've never said get in single people business. I'm just saying.
No. I didn't say I didn't say you did.
I want her to finish, but she didn't get a chance to talk. She right.
I'm saying how things have gone. And we like to stay out of married people's business, but we be all in single people's business, judging them, judging how they live their life, judging if they're happy or not, judging all of the things, especially women, not men. But women, single women in particular, we love getting in single women's business and critiquing how they go about their lives and placing or subtracting, adding or subtracting value to them as if they're a product or something that you buy off the shelf. It's just been that I am not for sale.
It's a metaphor, though.
None of my life, none of my existence is of any monetary value. There is no, I am not a slave on the fucking block for
Okay, we didn't say you was a slave.
That is what it feels like. I'm telling you what it
You
feels
do
like.
have a
This is
shelf,
as
but
a
you do
single
have a
woman.
shelf life.
Hold on. As a single woman, this is what it feels like when you talk about us. And I'm not saying that this is what you are doing, but when you talk about us the way you do, when you talk about us using our vagina as leverage, when you do that, it feels like I'm a slave on an auction block.
Why do you do that?
Going
Why do
for
you
the
feel like
highest
that?
bidder and then saying, no, she not good enough. You looking at my gums, you looking at my vagina, bend over, let me see this, let me see your toes. That's what it feels like as a single woman.
Okay, I
And
get it.
you trying to place value on someone that is a human is crazy to me.
Well, look,
and so this
Bohemian.
whole
Let me
conversation
hop
has
in
been
here.
what
I hear
women
what you're
are
saying,
worth.
Let her
Bo.
finish. Let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish.
This whole conversation and all of these conversations have this commonality to them, and it is what single women are worth to you. And how they choose to live their life takes value away from them. I
Yes.
feel like the way women choose to, I feel like the way people in general choose to live their lives, especially if they are living their lives in a positive way,
Hold on.
adds
Where we
value
go,
to
Coach?
them. Every single experience that I have had adds value to me.
What about a
It does
negative way?
not take value away
What if
from
they
me.
live it in a negative way?
Say what?
What if they make poor choices and live it in a negative way? You don't think it
If
takes
they're
value?
learning from them, it adds value to them. I don't understand what y'all don't understand about how life works. Life works like
I've been
you
around
live
here.
life, you
What if they're
make
not
mistakes, and
okay?
you learn
Been through
from
it
them.
all.
That
There's
adds
some
value to
poor
your
behavior
life.
that they're not learning from. It's nothing to learn
Yeah,
from.
we
It's
gotta
already
stop capping.
Also,
Single women, some of
the
these,
thing
come
is,
on, we gotta stop doing that for single women. We don't
But
have
let's
to
not
sleep
say,
around like
but we
sleep
can't say
around.
that
unfair
single
about
Listen,
it
women
you
though
are
may not
is,
not
be that
learning.
way. You may not be that way, but let's just be real. Men want sex. We got to cut the cap out, okay? They're going to look at you the way they want to look at you. Stop sleeping with them. We got to stop capping. We got to
Okay.
stop. We
If we
cannot
want to stop,
hold on, y'all.
okay. If we
Hold on,
need to
love. Hold
stop
on, Lacey. Hold
Good
on,
capping,
Lacey.
night.
Hold on.
This
Hold
has
on.
been
Hold on.
great.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Bo,
I
hold on.
can't. I can't.
Y'all, just
Because
like
y'all
y'all
are not
trying to
listening to
dictate
what
a
I'm
man
saying.
pockets.
You're not a
You
single
no,
woman. And
single.
I'm giving my account as a single
Hold
woman.
on. I got it. But you try to dictate a man pockets and tell him what the hell he can do, but he can't look at you. That's just how men are. Don't sleep with them. It's so simple.
I don't care
no,
how a
it's
man
cool if
is.
they
Doesn't matter
live.
how they look
If
at you.
if
It
that's
you're
not
don't
the
matter.
point.
devaluing
Go
me,
open your
you're
legs
not a
and
man I
problem
want.
solve,
That's not
sis.
the point,
That's
Lady O.
it.
That's not the
No.
point, Lady O.
It
You
is the
are
You know
point.
what's
pushing it.
what's
What,
an
Not the
issue
point,
for
Lady O.
lady?
me?
Hold
Wait.
on,
It's
hold
a very
on.
big
Because here's
issue
the
for
thing.
me that
Y'all
we
are
will
missing
sit
what I'm
here and we
saying.
will say a woman is a product with a shelf life, but a man
But
is not
y'all
a
not saying
A
product
about
man ain't a
with a
men.
product
shelf
of his
Leave
life.
men
pocket. A man
out
is
of
not.
it.
A
I'm
man
not
is
talking
not.
about men. I'm talking about me as a single woman.
Okay, well,
Take
don't
men
sleep with
out
them.
of it.
Problem
Fuck
solved.
men. Take them out of the
You're gonna
equation. I'm
waste
talking
your
about
life worrying
me
about
as
what
a
men
single
want.
woman.
You're gonna
Y'all
waste
are
your life
placing
away.
value.
You're trying to
I'm
dictate what a
done. Don't
man
worry about it.
wants.
Well,
It's
one
I'm
at a
cool.
just
time, one
Don't
at a
worry
saying,
time,
about
one
it.
Bo.
at a
I'm
time.
You're
good.
trying
Hold
to
on.
dictate what a
I'm
Lady
man
O,
good.
wants.
Lady
You're
O,
never gonna
Lady
Good
get
O,
it.
you're
night.
talking.
Because y'all
Lady
not
O,
listening to me.
you're talking past them, and you're not listening to them.
You're
The
not
whole
listening.
I don't
point
have to
was,
listen to them because I'm
well, no,
trying to
no,
teach them. I'm older than them.
they not
I'm trying to
asking
tell
you to
them. I'm
teach
trying to
them.
tell
They
We're in the
asking you
same
to
age group,
listen.
Lady O.
They're
We're in the
asking you to
same age
listen.
group. I'm
Y'all
in your
want complaining
generation.
about men. I
Lady
don't
O,
complain
Lady
about
O,
men.
did you hear what she said?
I don't want to because she's not
Then what is
saying
the point of
anything
you up here
valid.
having a
I'm
why
not
are you
trying
up
to
here
be
having a
funny,
conversation if you're
but
not
she's
Then why
not
you talking to
saying
me?
why are
anything
you
of
talking if you're not
value.
listen?
She's
Listen to
not.
Lady
The
O,
only I
Lady
don't
O, Lady
care.
O, Lady
Sweetie,
O.
stop.
Yo,
Stop
you
having
stop. Stop.
sex.
Stop.
That's
Lady
the
O,
bottom
please stop.
song. We don't
Please
care.
stop.
So I
Please
don't have
stop.
no value. So you don't want
Please
to talk
stop.
to me because
You
my
don't
opinion
have
has no
value because you
value to
keep
you.
worrying about what the men want.
That's
Just
great.
tell the man
I
what
want
it
to know
is
how
that
you
you
feel,
saying.
Lady
That
O.
is
All right,
not
hold on, hold
Then
on,
now
hold
I
on,
know
hold on,
I
hold
don't
on.
need to
Hang
have
on,
a
hang on.
conversation with you
Let me
anymore.
interrupt. Let
Because
me
if my
interrupt.
no,
If my lived experience has zero value to you, me and you don't need to
No,
have a
I'm not.
conversation.
Hold on, wait. Let me make the point first. You sitting over here not listening.
Now,
You
that
sitting
just pissed me
fair.
off.
This is for the audience. She's sitting up here not listening to what she said. She was basically just comparing to how Single women lives on these panels be on the chopping block every single day, and it's unfair because a lot of our marriages aren't on the chopping block in the same sense that these single women's lives are. If they could dive deep into our marriages the same way that we dive deep into their lives, I wonder what kind of skeletons will actually start to pop up. That's all she's saying is
that's false.
There is
on both ends.
there is no
women are the main
neither
ones
my-
that's running around here saying marriage is not a flex. Stop it.
That's not what we
Stop it.
said. That's not
Stop
the
it.
that's
I
not the
don't
point.
care.
That's not the point. You didn't even hear the point. You just talking. She said that their lives are on the chopping block every single day.
They
about
put it out there. Don't get on the internet then.
All right, but the thing is that we also ask, we dig into their lives. It ain't just them putting it out there.
They dig into their people's lives. Stop.
And the
No,
thing-
you can
no, they do
They don't
not.
have to. They don't have to talk about it if they don't want to.
Fair enough, but the point still remains the same, that our marriages are not up to scrutiny the same way that their
Nobody
lives
asks
are.
us about our marriages. No one asks me. Anybody asks me anything, Lace. Every time you ask me anything about I don't even know if you have. But anybody asks me about my marriage or my relationship, I talk about shit. All the way from I had 2 people come for me at the same damn time. Just a month ago, I had to go make a fucking video about.
Bruiser,
They went all the way in my. What?
That's one example. That's 2 examples out of how often is your marriage questioned?
Bruh, nobody wants. That's not my fault.
Exactly, because the narrative
Nobody
is always, hold on,
wants
wait,
to.
bro. No, the narrative is do not talk about people's marriages.
No, it
Lady
ain't.
yes,
Right.
it is.
Listen, and White,
Bro,
did I ever
we
tell
literally do
somebody
not
they can't ask me questions
And
about
White,
my
how
wife?
often do I comment on your
Hold on, and White, you've been on this panel. Every time they ask me about my wife, I responded.
You answer. Yes, you answer.
What's the etiquette? What's the etiquette though?
Ain't
To not talk about people's marriage.
Exactly. That is the etiquette. You're arguing the outlier versus the rule.
If she say my wife ain't shit,
no,
then I'm gonna ask her. I'm gonna have smoke with her. But if she asks me, what does my wife do? What does my wife bring to the table? All this other shit. Why did I think about women was a wife? I'm gonna ask all that questions.
What's the rule?
What you mean? What's the rule?
You're arguing the exceptions. What is the rule? We don't typically bring up each other's
marriages.
That's the rule.
Unless the rule is
there is no unless. That's the rule.
You don't judge. The rule is you don't judge people's marriages. You don't talk about their covenant because it's sacred.
The rule has never been. Can we go one at a time? Trev,
hold on.
What's the question?
The rule has been
when it comes
if
to
you
talking
don't
about
want to
people's
talk
marriages?
about your business, you don't have to. The rule has never been don't ask nobody.
Bro, the rule has always been that. That's why we don't answer each
No,
other
it don't.
about our marriages.
It ain't never been don't ask,
bro.
The rule has been if you do not want to answer or if you do not want to reveal your personal business, you don't have to. It ain't never been. You don't have to ask.
We largely do not ask each other about each other's marriages.
No,
that is
I
the
ask
rule.
motherfuckers all the time.
No, you don't, bro.
I don't ask about their marriages. I just ask them about their relationship. And then if they married, then they come to that. But if they're married, I usually don't really have nothing to say. Like Laisha B is married.
Even didn't touch people's
It's
marriages.
really nothing I can
He
say.
even didn't touch people's marriages. That's the rule.
You're a married
proper
woman.
conversation.
It's really Sweeney, you can talk all day, bro, if you want to.
I'm asking you, because you arguing an exception and not the rule. What's the rule?
This is my point. If this woman is married, there's really no questions I can ask. The reason why we go deep in people's relationships is because they're often single or they often struggling to find a mate so they can get married. That's why we're able to go down rabbit holes with people. But oftentimes when people come up here like Lady Di and all these other married women, it often hits a wall because there's really nothing to talk about.
They don't talk about. We don't ask them about their marriages, bro.
Because it's nothing to talk about.
No, it's a lot to talk about. We just typically don't go that far.
The reason why
leave it alone.
The reason why we have these conversations, period, is to solve problems. How in the hell are we diving in somebody's marriage when they don't even have a problem?
Because Darwin, this is what I'm going to say. I think that the issue that Boheem is saying, and the issue that I kind of noticed, which is why I proceeded to ask. It essentially was that woman happy, is because a lot of people use marriage as a cover for being shitty. You're a shitty married person, just like somebody can be a shitty single person. You're still shitty though, but people will think, oh, well, I'm married, so It doesn't matter. You can't dissect me. You can't talk to me. I know more than you because I made it across the finish line. But if you made it across the finish line and you haven't done any emotional work, or if you made it across the finish line, like, I'm telling you this because this is what happens to me. When I get on panels and I talk, I don't lead with, I'm married, right? And like I said, people will then try and tear me down. People will then say shady things to me. All of a sudden, people start listening to me when they hit me with the, well, are you married? And then I say, yeah. And then all of a sudden, they feel like my opinion has more validity. But that didn't, and if you notice, it doesn't change my opinion, me being married. It doesn't change who I am as a person. And I think that that hurts a single person's feelings when you tell them that they are invalid, when you tell them that they must not know anything, when you tell them that they are less than because they aren't married.
Who
And
did that though?
you might not be a
Married
good
women do
person
that though.
either.
Y'all
Somebody
do
did
that.
that.
Married women do that. Y'all do that to single
Billionaire,
women. What you talking about?
in a
I don't do
conversation
that.
with billionaires,
Y'all
do
be the
business
main ones
I
women
doing
know
don't.
more
that. She should have got mad at women that do that. Women are the main ones that's
Nigga,
doing
man.
single women
Yeah,
like
hold
that.
on.
It be the married women
You
that do
hold
I
that.
on.
never
You
told
know
You
that. I
that.
just
never
did it
told a
to
woman
her.
how to
So
be.
You
to make
just did
women
it
feel
to her.
like they less than
Just
because they
did
men.
what
And
to
that's
her?
the men. It really be the women.
Lady O just
Okay.
did it to Bo.
No, I did not. I'm
You
just not.
did.
I'm
You
not gonna
just
listen. I'm
invalidated
no,
what she said and said,
I
I'm
just
not trying to
believe
listen to you.
if you're
You
for,
just did it.
she's not here to defend herself, but this is for anybody that's
Bo,
over
if
the
you
age
watch
of
it, come back
35.
up here and tell us how what she just did to
Yeah,
you.
this is
You just did it to her.
I already know what she said. She's basically saying that single women are scrutinized a lot, But the thing is this: she's trying to tie it into how men look at her with sexual value. She's not an unattractive woman. She is a beautiful woman. Okay, men are gonna look at her the way they're gonna look at her. The thing is, don't sleep with them. That's my whole thing. I can't tell women no more. This is the thing. Okay, you cannot force a man to look at you any other way. That's it. And she's not unattractive, but I'm saying, why are you worrying about those type of men? They're going to keep looking at you that way. Just don't fool with them. If that's because that's the way he's going to treat you for sure. Those are the men that you don't want to entertain. You can't get with him and be like, well, I don't want to be looked at as a piece of meat. You're going to know the man that's going to look at you beyond that. That is my point. It was not it was not to do anything. I know the single married women are the ones that do this crap. The single women, they do this crap.
Well,
It's
I
not
will. I will confess. I
manipulating
will
women.
confess that if I see a single woman on here struggling to get in a relationship, I do oftentimes remind them that they do have a sexual marketplace value. I do remind them that they have a weight class. I do remind them that most men, more often than not, are looking for a woman to optimize themselves for him. I do let them know that fertility is important, youth important, all of these other things. I'm not going to sit here and walk any of that back. That's just what I do. That's what I do on my own channel. I do this as this is one of my passions. I go deep into these studies, man. I study hard. I work with a lot of people, and oftentimes a lot of that I say it's not made up. It's coming from the data that I'm putting together on my own, and a lot of the stuff that I researched for people that came before me. Rest in peace to Kevin Samuels, my mentor. I have Jeff.
How you guys doing? How you guys doing
Hold on,
tonight?
McKinney. Hold
Hold
on,
on, can
McKinney.
No, I'm just
both
greeting. I'm introducing myself first. How
Can you
you
do me a
guys
You know
doing?
favor?
who the hell you are?
Kenny, can you cut that shit off the middle of your head, man, and just cut all that shit off?
Can both
You know
finish
who
because
you
I
are?
did cut her off before she dropped. I really want her to finish her point.
Before I go to bed, I'm gonna say this. If in fact we are not in these spaces to try to solve a problem, then there's no point in us being here. If in fact we are not in these spaces to listen to each other's experiences, the way we affect each other, the way other people live their lives, and the value that people have individually, then what are we here for? Because it's disheartening to know that just because I'm single or just because I'm younger, that my opinion and my experience and whatever I have to say is not valued. That is not something that I want to be around because I'm solution based. The reason why I am here is to share my experiences so that people will understand better. because all of us have different experiences. Just because I'm a woman, I am not the same woman as everyone else, and I do not have a market value. And if you see a woman as having a market value, as if she's a bag of fucking
Right.
chips, leave me alone. Don't never say nothing to me, because I'll never date you, because I'm a person. And every single human on this planet has value because we're human. Because as soon as you are born, you have value. And every single thing that you experience in life, every single thing that you learn in life, be it from trauma or whatever, adds value to you. Because as you live this life, and as you learn who you are as a person, and all of the accomplishments that you make, that is what makes you valuable. Because
So,
I could be born
Bohemian, I got
without
a
a
question for
vagina,
you.
and that couldn't
Let her
mean
finish,
shit. I
please.
could be born with zero reproductive organs, and I'm still valuable. You all place too much value on a woman's vagina just because your dick jump every 5 minutes. I need you to get control over your body so that you cannot have so much control and place so much value over that part of my body, because my vagina is only 5% of who I am. And you place 80% value on a fucking organ, it's really crazy to me. And as a single woman, hearing you guys talk about single women, it makes me never want to get married. It actually leaves me thinking that I will be single forever, which I'm coming to grips with. It don't make me no, never mind. I live a really great life. But y'all
Mhm.
make me never
Bohemian,
want to pursue marriage because it
Bohemian,
seems so
who
transactional, and I
said,
don't want to live my
who,
life
who
like
on
that.
this panel said 80% of your value is on your vagina?
That's what you said.
You.
You didn't hear me say leverage, did you?
I heard you say leverage,
I
but I'm
did not.
telling
I
you
tried
how
to say it
this.
3 times. I never said
Right.
80% of your value. I said this is your
Going
negotiating
around the
power.
world.
Can you understand when I say this is what I hear? I didn't say that's what you
Okay,
said.
I understand.
That is
But
how
I
I
just wanted to make
experience
I just
that.
wanted to make it clear that that's not what I.
Yeah,
I'm
but if you're
understanding
not,
that.
but if you're listening to not understand, that's the problem, because you keep coming back being sick. Because this is me. Facts over feelings. I don't do feelings. I do facts.
God,
Okay.
she first
At the
she
end of
said
the day,
two
I'm not
hello.
here to hurt your feelings. It is what it is. Because at the end of the day, you and I, because I'm not married. You're not married. You may have a nice fella that like you. I have a nice fella, but we're not married. But we both have been married. See, we still want. If you've been married before, we want, at least we've been there. We talking about women who are in their 40s and 50s who ain't never been married that get, okay, we talking, and those are the ones that probably get the most scrutiny. This is the thing. If you're a healed person, none of this stuff what people say on these panels should hurt your feelings when you go to bed at night. Because at the end of the day, you have been there, done that, and none of this stuff hurts my feelings at all.
I
You
didn't say it
ladies
hurt
don't
my
hurt me
feelings.
at all. I've been married, kids, grandkids, mother-in-law, all this stuff. I set myself up for a good life. Okay. So, but in the day, I'm not whining at the stuff. Single, divorce, what doesn't matter. This stuff should not hurt your feelings. If you know you have value, you shouldn't have to argue your point, because people are going to see you exactly for who you are. It doesn't matter. You cannot change 7.95 billion people on the earth. You just can't. You are an attractive woman. Yes, you are. And when you run into the right man, trust me, you'll be married in a minute. Because I have a good friend, she married at 45. Okay, she had no kids, didn't want kids, and she still got married. It's out there. But
Can I
all
just clean up? Can I just clean up what Darwin was saying? I just want to clean up because
again, go ahead.
Bo. So yes, you are immensely valuable as an individual, as a person, as a cousin, a sister, aunt, all of those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
What he's saying isn't that you have no value as a person. He's relegating it and speaking strictly to what you have to incentivize dating with. It does
Right.
not take away from who you are as a person, what you do for your community or anybody else that loves
Appreciate
you.
that.
He's specifically speaking to, just like if a woman has 10 kids at 19, she's lost leverage in the dating market. It doesn't change her value as a woman. In fact, she's immensely more valuable, especially to those 10 kids and potentially to whoever had the kids with her. The thing is what you have to bargain with.
Does she or is she not more valuable to the person who would be vetting her for a relationship?
You know what? This is what I like to
like that because we use. Then the answer is value. Y'all keep trying to dress it up. Nobody never made the argument that
messed it up.
Wait. Nobody never made. Wait, bro. Nobody never
Man,
made the
Sweeney,
argument.
you know how to mess up things, man.
I can do what I want to do.
Mess up a wet
The
dream.
messed up thing is that nobody ever made the argument that y'all said that she wasn't valuable as a person. She kept saying, so hold on, wait. She kept saying, so you telling me y'all
her
kept saying her vagina in regards to a relationship.
40-something years old.
Let me finish, bro.
We got to be realistic about ourselves. We teach
let me
What
finish.
does 40-some years old have to do with anything?
I'm just saying you trying to make vagina.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just stating a simple fact. I'm just stating a simple fact.
You complaining that it don't?
Wait,
I'm not.
Wait. No, let's be for real. Wait a minute. Let's be for real. Statistically speaking, I hate the term. I hate this term that it's like we expire because statistically speaking, only 11% of women are infertile. 15% of men have infertility issues, right? And what is it like? 30 or 40% of men need Cialis and Viagra by the time they are the same age. Wait a minute. Wait 1 second, lady-o. The same age that they say we expire, which is at 30, is the same age that they start needing Cialis and Viagra. But why is nobody talking about that? Why is it so important that our eggs expire, but that they need medication at the exact same age?
Y'all don't give up the ass.
I got. Can I talk, guys? I got something to say.
50% of men who don't have smacks on the regular have higher chances of ED. So you ain't giving up the ass enough. So stop the cap. That is one of the
not true.
So 1 minute we're doing it too much. The next minute we're not giving it up enough.
It is on the list. Go look it up. Men who don't have smacks regularly have higher chance of ED. Look it up. That is one of the symbols. Other than health, other than health issues, other than his age, because y'all ain't giving up the fucking pussy. Okay, so this cover the butt. Men need.
But y'all said they give it up too much. You went from we have too much sex
Do you want me to give
to not enough sex.
Bust it open.
I'm confused. Y'all got to pick up.
You said, wait a minute, y'all just finished lecturing about 304 culture.
Too many at
Who's
once.
muting me all the time, man?
Too
Come on, guys,
many
stop
at
muting me,
once.
please. Who's doing
Too many
that?
at once.
Hold on. Calm down, okay? It is one of the symptoms.
Put that comment back up.
Hold on. Other than diet, other than age, other than other things, one of the symptoms is men who don't have sex regularly do have higher chances of ED. You can easily go look it up on ED site, okay? Men need sex, women want it. That is a fact. We cannot get around this, ladies.
Y'all gonna make me do some research. Ooh.
So give it up or don't.
I'm about to
Is it time for me to talk?
All up. But hold on, not in the way you say, Bo. See, now, Bo, you confused.
Yes, we need to stop muting me, brother. Stop doing that, brother. Come on.
I didn't even mute you.
Bo, now she confused.
I don't
Okay,
have that type of control.
All the way around. I know.
So their erectile dysfunction is based on not getting any, but we need to keep.
No. So before the relationship, if you're married, then you should. If you're not, then you don't. That's what they should have said, but wasn't said. So you have it available for leverage. I don't agree with 80%. I think that's bogus. But whatever, you hold on to it so you have it as leverage and you'll maintain respect. And if after you are married, then sure, your husband deserves it. At that point, you give it up enough. And a lot of married men are included in those stats that are experiencing problems with ED because of a sexist marriage.
Damn.
I got something to say
First of
real
all,
quick.
these
Okay,
men
let me
You
go.
don't
Let
want
me
to
go.
hear
Let me
you
go ahead
again.
and talk.
Go,
Okay, guys,
go,
everybody chill. Let me go ahead
stay
and talk.
around a little longer.
This
Do
is what
not,
I gotta say.
do
I
not drop.
remember,
Okay.
I'm finna go to sleep.
lady O, I gotta talk, please.
No.
This is what I gotta say, right? I
You
think she
got to
just
mute
left,
Lady
but
O.
Help y'all.
You got
this
to
is what
mute
I
Lady
gotta
O.
say. I remember a few weeks ago there was a guy on this channel that we talked to. Everybody said, "Oh, why you harsh on that guy?" It reminds me the same thing we went through about 3 months ago. When you guys know that somebody or some people are doing wrong, and you cut them, you too lied on them. Guess what they do? They think that whatever they're doing is okay. You got to tell these women the truth, man. Got to tell them the truth. When you have sex with a man, you lose some leverage. Period. The kind of leverage you have before the sex is no longer the same leverage after sex.
Period. Say that
Then
again.
number two, the leverage you have pre-sex is not the same leverage post-sex.
We've been saying that.
No,
I'm saying it so that they will
nobody
understand that
denied that
what
you
you're
don't do
saying is
that.
truth. That's number one. Then number two is this, right? Guys, the lady that just left has to understand that the older you are, you're not losing value by your family member, just like Marcus said. You lose value to your sexual market. The same thing that Kevin Samuel said, the same thing that Bruiser said. I'm not going to value a woman at 45 the way I'm going to value a woman at 20. It's not going to happen. The woman at 20 has a high value sexually compared to a woman 25 years longer in the market than a 20-year-old woman. And number two, if you out there tattooed up all over your body and you think men are going to respect you the same way with a girl that doesn't have any tattoo in her body, it's not going to happen. If you dress carelessly and you think people are not going to see you in a sexual way, you're out of your damn mind. And then another thing again, check this out. Check this out. As a woman, the first thing a man wants from you is sex. I don't care how intelligent you are or how dumb you are. Sex is what attracts us to women. So if you think that I'm going to approach a woman to be my friend, that's not true. So you have to know that when men see you, one thing that attracts them to you is sex. But if you're going to say that we shouldn't qualify you both on sexual appearance, you're not serious. This earth is made up of two people, a man and a woman. Women get attracted to men because of money. Men get attracted to women because of sex. That's the trade-off.
Kenny, real
Thank
quick question. Does a woman lose 80% of her leverage when she gives it up? 80%.
A woman lose
I'm
80%. Yep, she does. I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how she loses it. That's why I said that your value pre-sex is not the same post-sex. Because pre-sex, a man will chase a woman with everything he got. Post-sex, the woman loses value sexually. But
no,
the thing,
I don't think anybody disagree that she's gonna lose some of her leverage
no,
after sex. I'm
no.
asking, does she lose 80%? That is a yes or no question.
It's a yes because she loses 80%. But guess what? But check this out, Sweeney. Post-sex, men don't care about sex anymore. They care. You remember the word character, right? That compensates the sex. That's the only
So
way she gains her value.
okay, fair enough. So if she
Yeah.
has all the character, if she's a wife straight out the gates, This dude gets with her. He done hit her up on, you know what I mean? He done been taking her out on dates and everything else. He's of sound mind.
Mm-hmm.
This woman is displaying all the characteristics of being a wife.
Mm-hmm.
She drops down 80% after.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't. She actually increase.
Thank you for being logical. That's all. Thank you for being a logical person on the panel. That's all I was
She
asking.
increases
Somebody to
for
be
that.
logical.
Okay, explain that.
She increases. She increases significantly because you know why?
Mm-hmm.
You know why, Lady O. Lady O. This is why she increases significantly. Because when a man sees a woman, a man is attracted to a woman sexually. At that point, I don't know she can cook. You see what I'm saying? I don't know her character. But after sex, she brings me food. She does all these things. She does a wifey character. That's why we always tell women that, listen, you have to cook for a man. Don't think that your vagina is what
What if she don't do any of these things? What if she gave it up?
it goes down, it decreases by 80% right away.
That's what Darn was.
If she, like Bruiser said it didn't matter whether she had all that value, whether she didn't have all that value.
What we
He
talking
said
about?
straight up and
We're
chasing
talking
down.
about her ability to negotiate the terms of the relationship.
Oh
what
no,
she
Bruiser,
want
no.
in a
Bruiser,
relationship, how she want to be treated, where she want to go, all this stuff. She's giving away her vagina for free.
She can still determine.
If she's giving it away for free,
drop down
she don't have
80%
any.
because she
Lose
had
her
sex
leverage if
with
she's
him.
giving it for free.
She will still have.
No. Guess what, Bruiser? We've been in this game for a long time. We went through so many girls. If a girl can cook after sex, can do those domestic work after sex, performs the duty of a wife, she heading to the altar.
She might need to do that. She might need to cook
Listen,
before she give it
you're
up.
arguing a different thing. You're arguing whether
yeah.
he's going to use his discernment and take her to the argument. I'm not saying that he's not gonna walk away or stay. I'm saying her negotiation power is still at low. You know what I'm saying? He may very well still
right.
He may very well still marry her. But
I
I'm
still
saying
believe-
her
Besides
ability to negotiate
sex, what would she
as a
negotiate
vagina-
with?
Regardless of
Besides
the
sex.
man if you want to marry her or not, her negotiation power, when women give away their vagina for free, they lose their negotiation power. I don't
No.
Besides sex, what would a woman have to negotiate with
I'm
for
coming.
marriage?
I'm coming. I got to say something, Sweeney. Let me answer this real quick. Bruiser, if a woman has good character and can cook pre-sex, and then the man finds out those qualities post-sex, right? That woman's chance of negotiating whatever she wants increases significantly, higher than that 80%. But this is what happens. Most women can't cook in America.
See,
that's not my
That's
point.
that is why you see
I
those
understand what
most women never get to the altar, even with their good character, some kind of good character, they never make it to the altar because most of them use microwave to cook.
Look, I'm not talking about the cooking thing. You can have that argument. My whole argument is on giving away your vagina for free. I'm gonna stand stern of it. If a woman give away her vagina for free, she lose her negotiation power tremendously. Period.
A woman
We're
would lose
talking
it.
about we're not talking about negotiating to take me to the mall or buy me a bag or get me a fucking
So he's
pop.
talking about
We're
her
talking about
sexual,
take
right?
me to the altar. I require marriage. It is a requirement for you to marry me. I'm saying once you give away the coochie for free, a woman loses negotiation power on compelling a man to take her to the altar and marry him. Now, whether he uses his own discernment or use his own preference on whether
Yeah,
he
Sweeney. Sweeney, if the guy is, I'm coming, ma'am. Ma'am, hold on a minute. If the guy is in his 20s, right? Your logic makes sense. But if you're talking about a guy in his 30s, right? That understands that I gotta eat. My bed's gotta get made. My house gotta look clean. And I gotta go to work with a food prepared, right?
She already.
Man, that woman can negotiate marriage after sex
No,
and still get that marriage.
she can. I didn't say she couldn't negotiate it. Period. I'm saying her strength decreases.
So if the woman
Y'all,
don't cook for him, he gonna starve to death, or can he like
y'all keep
make a
talking about.
sandwich?
Ma'am, I will kick the woman out of my house so fast, so quick, because I've done
stuck
that
on
before.
cooking. He's
But
stuck
but
on
If she
cooking.
can't cook, I kick her out of my house so fast, so quick.
But a lot of like men, when they get old, like towards your age, they did become flaccid. So what happened then?
I don't give a
All this
damn if
like
my
talking
dick can't
about
stand up. If you
how the
can cook for me, you're
woman
not staying in
and
my
all this
house.
other stuff. Like a
Hey,
lot of
look,
y'all like penis can't stand up when y'all get
I don't care that because if you want marriage, you better be
real
cooking for me. I
noodly.
don't care.
You know what I'm saying? It be noodly woodly.
I'm
But
I'm
that's your
Hey,
business.
look,
So you can be
Kitty,
single if that's all
Kitty,
you want.
can you at least agree? Can you at
So
least
you
agree
talking
with
about
this
all this stuff
parallel?
about women and their whatever they got going on, but y'all like listen,
20
y'all
Bruiser, what did you say?
at a certain
Can you
point
at
it
least
grow, but it
agree with?
noodly woods.
Can you at least agree with M. White's parallel he drew to make it even more understandable? M. White used a transaction between a man and a harlot, and the transaction was a total of $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Hey, you can get all the XYZ on this menu if you give me $1,000." She have sex with him before she get paid. His argument is that she don't have the leverage to demand that $1,000 because she didn't take the money up front. He can be like, you know what? I didn't really enjoy that. I'll give you 200.
You're right. If the pussy don't want nothing, yes. Because some pussy don't want nothing after sex. You're like, what
Regardless,
the hell
what
did
I'm
I
saying,
do?
regardless if it is or not, if he's cunning or he has
No,
some
if it's
ability,
good, if the sex is
he
good,
just want to
brother,
hold on to
you're
his
gonna
money.
give that
He
woman
can walk away
$1,000 and
without
want her
paying her
again.
You
nothing.
are old as fuck
He
though.
can
I mean, sorry, I'm sorry. Am I wrong for cursing? Is this like you can't curse on?
Man, they're gonna let you talk
We
when
do
it's your
cuss
turn,
up and
okay?
down.
We're gonna let you talk when it's your turn, okay? Just
I
chill,
know,
bro.
but you're kind of old though to be like talking
No,
about.
no, no, no. It's turn by turn. It's turn by turn. They're gonna let you speak, okay?
I'm sorry.
Go. Okay, just chill in the background. Sweeney, what did you say?
Oh shit.
Go ahead, Detroit. Let me hear what she's passionate.
Who
Let's
the
see.
hell
Yeah.
is
No,
this man?
I'm just saying like he is talking like he is just
Lasha,
hollering like
I've
six
been in
pack.
I've been in
I
this
mean,
show for a
chest.
long
I
time,
mean,
Hold
okay?
on,
Lord
Kitty.
Jesus, that was
Kitty.
the rudest thing I ever heard.
Let
Yeah,
her
yeah.
let her
You
let her
Don't
get her
worry.
rocks off
guy
real
is
quick.
just.
Don't worry.
I'm a fat woman. I'm a
I
fat
don't cuddle
woman.
people on this show.
And I'm
You know what? No,
okay,
what
I'm
I'm
fat
saying
and
is
whatever. I'm just
Oh,
gonna
baby,
hit
you
leave
ain't
it
gotta
alone.
coddle
But
me.
the way this guy is talking, he's an older man. And
Yeah.
let's be real about what happens when men get older. And he talking about PUSSY and this, that, the other, and half of y'all couldn't even hit it right because you gotta take Viagra and all kind of extra stuff to even hit a young girl, right?
I
So
gotta answer let me answer that question for you, ma'am.
this,
Kitty,
that,
why
that,
she
like,
cooking
that
you?
ain't even natural to even. You need to grow old with your woman and just be with a woman that's your age and stop all this trying to talk about young women and what they need to be doing. You need to be talking about the women that's your age that will grow old with you.
Men shouldn't marry women
When
their
your noodles
age.
start to get
Men shouldn't marry women their
when
age.
your noodles start to get a little bit like this, you know what I'm saying?
But ma'am, men shouldn't marry women their age. That's wrong. We shouldn't marry women our age. Our women supposed to be much younger than us.
But how in the heck are you going to please her if you getting flaccid at the age of when
And
you get
let me answer you that. Let me answer you that.
you need to
A
be with
lady
a
once
wife
asked.
that
A
can
lady
build.
want.
No, let
Okay,
me
let me
say
answer
this.
you that.
A young woman should not be with no old behind dude that's gonna die when their kids get a certain age.
Ooh.
You about to
Okay,
be
let me answer
70,
that
trying to date
question.
a little young girl, and then by the time they children get a certain age, you fixing to die off. Your noodle gonna get a little
Good.
right when she hitting her prime. You can't even F her right. And that listen, when women get in
Man
their
got
40s, that's what
cooked.
they really wanted.
Okay,
They really
okay. Let
wanted
me
to
answer that
date them
question real quick.
young guys and really
I
wanted
gotta answer
hard.
you that.
But your
I
little
gotta answer you
noodle
that
like this
question.
noodly woodly. So
Okay, let me answer you that.
stop
Let
it.
me answer you that. You've been repeating, but let me answer you that. I have a woman that was. There is a woman that was in her 50s that came to me, right, and told me that her husband couldn't have sex with her anymore because his penis couldn't erect. I said to her, if you want to find out your husband penis can erect, get him a woman younger, and you will find out that it's you, not him. So if you have a man that doesn't that his stuff doesn't stand up, get him somebody new.
Honey, I don't date no old behind men.
No,
But I say this: why is Viagra is this? Is that not the truth?
no, it's not Viagra. It's a woman.
And Viagra, no, it's the women, but they have pills to make
No,
older
I don't.
men.
Men don't need pills. It's just that the pussy's old.
The pussy's old, but the old men, the dick don't get old either. So the
No, it
pussy
doesn't
is
get
old.
old.
Do
That's
you
why a
feel like
70-year-old man can still
wait?
impregnate a 20-year-old girl and still
No, the
beat the
dick
shit out of
don't get
her.
old. The only thing to get old is just the pussy, but the dick
It's
don't.
the
The
pussy that gets
20-year-old
old. I'm telling you
girls are
for
in
real.
the
Men
group
get
chat
tired of
laughing at
pussy.
the
You ain't gotta take
50-year-old
off
man,
on a
though.
Viagra pill.
After certain age, after certain years, right?
Okay, so
Men
let me
get
get this
tired of
straight.
having the
Let
same
me let me
pussy.
let me
He
Certain
wants to
years,
change.
women
He
get
wants
tired of that.
something
They're trying to
new.
get divorced. Everybody
hold
complain
on,
about
wait.
how divorces are the main thing that happen with a woman a
Hold
certain
on,
age.
Miss
It's because
Men
Miss
y'all
get
take
tired
too
of
Queen.
it
long.
because he wants something
Hold on,
new.
wait,
I'm
Kenny.
telling
Hold
you
on,
for
real
real.
quick. Let me try to draw some clarity to her. What I think he means is that yes, it become new to like what the woman he's with, but the moments another woman comes in, much younger, finer, fresher, is rock hard. What
Why do you
he
think
said,
that?
hold on, wait. And
Why do
because,
you
That's
think
right.
that?
hold on, wait. And because of that, he's arguing that it's not the fact that his thing is not working. It works fine. It's just that he's desensitized from the one he's been with.
Honey, y'all need to look into some science,
Why
and that's
do
why they
Hey,
have
why?
wait a
Viagra.
minute, wait
No,
a minute, wait a minute, wait a
Darwin,
minute, wait a
can you
minute, wait a minute,
please
wait a
explain
minute.
to me why can and this is a legitimate question. I keep running across 45 and up year old men that swear to God they are hot shit to 20 something year old women. And I'm in the group chat with the 20 something year old women. And these women are saying, girl, I just wanted that little money he got or whatever. Cause he got some finances, but his dick don't work. He balding, he fat, his beard patchy, he ugly. We laughing at them. We're laughing that we have to
But
feed
the
you
man
C.
still got what
Alice
they
That's
to
just
get
want
it
though.
one
The
up.
man
dude.
still
It
got if he
don't
got
work
some
for the
if
young
he
girl
got some
either.
cat,
I'm
if he got some cat, it
confused.
don't matter because they still get what they want. If they slept with him, it don't matter. The men
But
don't
they
care.
didn't.
Go
How
ahead,
you
get
sleeping
your
with
money,
somebody
young
and you
girl.
can't get it
Go
up?
ahead,
I
let
want
these
to
guys believe that.
understand. I want to understand why are you thinking that you're going to get it up for the 20-year-old when the 20-year-old is literally laughing, talking about he had to eat like 4 Cialis to try and get it together. What are we talking
You're about to
about?
have a whole heart attack. Ain't that what happened to I ain't gonna even say
What?
that. But I was
Of
about to
course,
say,
yeah.
But the
So
men
look,
don't care
That's
though.
what happened to their favorite big bruh. Yeah, that's what
I
happened to
wasn't
they
gonna
unc.
say it. I
Yeah,
wasn't
that's what
gonna
so
happened to
say
big
it.
unc.
let me
That's
tell
an
you,
Okay.
where
anecdotal.
I
That's
go.
what happened
I
to
Anecdotal
him.
thing.
wasn't gonna
There's some.
say it, but I
So
Yo.
was
listen,
saying.
I think we're all ignoring the science. So while it is true that new kitty will absolutely excite a man differently, and a lot of people who do think they have ED will find out that it's not quite the ED. It's the woman. However, we can't ignore science either. Your testosterone levels drop as you age. This is scientific. This is science, right? We can't deny that. And I know some hoes, like not people who act like hoes, but real hoes that actually get paid for a living to do that. And what I'm telling you is that they love the older guys because they will not perform like one of the other dudes because it'll destroy the merchandise. So they like the older guys because you're more patient. And they tell me, they be like, oh yeah, this dude, he's going to be like 3 minutes. He'll be like 5 minutes. His shit probably not even going to work. He probably just going to eat. So like we gotta understand that we can't. Listen. When women are wrong, but we can't just get on here and start capping either, right? We can't ignore science at any point. Like if we're gonna beat
Jesus
people up on their
Christ.
argument, then we have to use the truth to do it.
Um,
Um,
Let me put it this way. Trev. When you're in your 20s, right, you can go all night long. In your 30s, you can still hit close to that. In your 40s, you can go like 5, 6, 7 hours, right? Maybe a little break in between. That doesn't mean you've slowed down. But what it does as men is that we adjust. Your
hey,
your your
hey,
joints. I'm hitting somewhere. Your
pause. Go
joints
ahead.
might not be the same because of your joints might not work the same. Your waist might still be that good. Your knees might not hold up like it used to, right? But guess what? You still not slowing down significantly. Before a man slows down significantly, he has to be in his late 60s. That is science.
Lapeef After
You
Dark.
see what I'm saying?
So
when you talk about a man in his 40s, when these women come here and come and say a man in his 40s slowing down, you know what the hell you're talking about? A man in his 40s? He's still full of energy. Men don't slow down until they hit like 60, 65.
I'm 38.
That's when they slow down significantly. Not in their 40s.
Trust me. You ain't gonna
all
tell
right,
me
so
4
I'm in
years
that
old.
age group. There are outliers, right? And I probably have gotten better based on knowledge, diet, different things, but I have to work harder to do that, right? I have to work harder to do that. Like I have to eat better. I have to exercise better than I used to have to in my 20s to be
Where the hell
better,
am White
right?
at on
And
this post?
the only reason that I may be better at this age is because I'm no longer excited by it or as much as I was in my 20s and when it was a new experience. So we get that, but we can't negate the fact that the average encounter is just over 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes is the average encounter. So when people say shit like 6 hours and stuff like that, people are going to look at you crazy because I don't know any women here. Not to say it doesn't happen, right? Or it can't happen, right? There are outliers, but we're talking about generalities. When we make points, we can't talk about people who are considered to be supermen. The average encounter, look it up, is in the range of 5 minutes. We got to stop it. 5 minutes. That's what women get most of the time.
What?
And more women than not report not even gaining any orgasms from any age bracket. We ignoring a lot of things. This is a subject I'm extremely familiar with. So I'm telling you, we can't play with it. Pause. This is
I think that a guy
Trev, look at
they
this.
know how to eat some punani a little better.
But on the woman's side, though, we gotta also gotta stop capping too, because we go through menopause. We have got to stop acting like our bodies don't go through even more changes. We go through the dryness, we go through the mood swings, there's so many things that our bodies go through as well. So we can't really take shots at men because our bodies, and I'm 50, I'm in my 50s, our bodies don't hold up like that either in the bedroom. I don't like that we talk about a man's peen more than we don't talk about ourselves as well. So we're more likely to have all these health issues and with menopause, where that is a higher chance where men do have higher rates of leaving women who are terminally ill. So, we might want to slide very careful when we go in and take shots at each other. Both of us do, because we all gonna get old if you're lucky. Okay. If you're lucky, you're gonna get old. So, I would thread lightly on in because our bodies just go through some crazy changes as well. But at the end of the day, too, Miss Detroit. I was just in Detroit this weekend, girl. Hey, I was in Southfield area. But to your point, our things still work. Out of all of that, it's still gonna work. It may be. I'm just saying.
A little bit of lube and just a little bit of Astroglide, a little bit of baby oil.
How you know about
Astroglide? I know. Guys like us sometimes we don't want to say.
Kenny, let me interrupt real quick. Trev, you said something. You got to work hard on all that stuff. How long you been married?
17 years.
You've been married 17 years, but you haven't been able to accurately measure yourself as 40, as whatever you 40, 45 years old with a 20 or with some new vagina. So how do you know if you would actually have to work that hard? If in fact, to Kenny's point, whenever you get some new tail in front of you, it unlocks a whole new a whole different type of energy that you might have been.
It works off the base, man.
So the
rate.
I'm kind of in tune to my body, and you just spoke a couple things that you weren't very sure about, but yeah.
Hold on, what you mean?
I'm familiar. I'm
saying like don't incriminate the guy.
I'm familiar with
Trev,
myself.
Play the fifth, man. Play the fifth. Play the fifth, brother.
Hold on, I don't know what you talking
Play
about.
the 50, going too far, brother.
Slow down while you can, Trev. That ain't working, boy. That's
yeah,
bad.
you might not be able to come back.
Yo.
Yeah, but let me go ahead and answer that.
Hey, but we also be swingers, man.
Let's just be.
Swinger
Let's
thing.
be.
You might get to hit some young 20-year-old. You might be a swinger
Ain't no swinging.
Hit that 20-year-old and see if you got it.
Ain't no swinging.
See, Detroit look like she done been it all.
Yeah, she about to incriminate Trev,
Detroit,
man.
Detroit the type to wipe the sweat off her forehead and put it on you. And lube you up.
But this is what I get. We got to be on. We got to start telling the truth, man. When I was when I was 30 years old, so this lady she approached me. She was in her 40s, right? Guess what? In the middle of sex, she started having cramp. We got to tell the women the truth. Most women cannot have sex,
Bruh.
but they want men to perform like ninjas. But they can't do nothing on the bed. They just laying there with their back. But telling a man that is a 5 minute man, how can I be more than a 5 minute man if you can't even move? That's why I'm a 5 minute man, because you can't move.
Oh,
that makes sense. That makes sense. If
You can't even stand out. All you're doing is
Well, if a woman
no,
is
Kenny,
able to
'cause-
make you orgasm in 5 minutes, that means she must. I mean, unless you
no. The orgasm means that I want to get the fuck out of here.
Ikenna
That's
is
the meaning
right.
of that
Ikenna is
orgasm.
right. Because in my case in particular, if shit is whack, I'm busting real fast.
I'm
Right?
real fast. If it's good, I'm staying an
Legit.
hour. I'm staying hours.
Legit, I'm in there.
Hey, Ikenna, what's the sound that we making?
The thing he was wrong with.
So I would say I had a 3 hour situation that just happened like not too long ago, and I would say that and he was in his 40s. You know what I'm saying? It was very strong, but I would say this is that when it really goes to it, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody ain't doing it like that. He was in his 40s and he was able to hit it, boom, like 3 hours long, and then boom,
Y'all ain't
boom,
take no breaks?
boom. No break.
How much did he pay?
It, never, it didn't stop. No, it didn't stop.
Don't do that.
That's pretty.
And it was very.
I'm just
Listen,
gonna
I
say,
was gone for the next day, and I couldn't. It was terrible. I was
were
like,
you at least not even to hydrate? You went for 3 hours without hydrating.
listen, and let me tell you something. You have to hydrate because the next day I was wiped out. So yeah, you have to like drink some
Now,
water.
so now you calling men 5 minutes, but see how somebody knocked you out. That means that you were doing your shit too. Like I said,
But
some
that
of them just
I'm
let.
47, bro. I'm not 20
But
something.
you were throwing it down at 47. Some people at 20, they can't even throw
Day
shit
I was
down.
47.
How
honey,
old
I
was the man? How
25.
old was the man? How old was the man?
40, about his
How-
40, about 40 something.
Oh,
But
he's in his
guess what?
40s
You
and
were doing
he
it
ain't had
right.
a noodle?
No,
That
you
kind
didn't.
of kills you.
But
That kind of kills your argument,
this
though.
one right here, I don't think that. Come on now, come on now. See,
Oh, so you think just himself and his age got a
he's not
noodle,
being
but that's not the.
realistic about when you start getting it upper. You know what I'm saying? That 3
But
hours, that back
3
hurts.
hours for 40-something-year-old, that ain't bad. That kind
Nah,
of goes
she's
against
agreeing with
your
me.
point. Yeah, because that
But
goes
I
against your
feel
point.
like a 20-year-old to do that. I mean, hey. But I did have to tap out at a certain point. I was like, oh my God, this is too much.
But you see now, Lasha is quiet. She's not saying nothing because
Do y'all be
at the
using
end of the
timers and
day,
shit?
Conversation
Y'all
for a
like
married woman to be involved in. For
I'm
real.
not having nothing.
This ain't a good conversation. We can change this
I'm,
topic.
y'all.
You can change
I'm
this
working
topic.
on myself. I'm
Listen,
on the
when you get in
potter's
your
wheel.
40s, hey, that's what you want. It's like, oh,
I'm working on myself and I'm on the potter's wheel. And what I'm not going to do is indulge a conversation with a certain group of people about certain stuff because I'm under a certain age.
You
And I
ain't
just
there
think it's
yet.
laughable when a
Just say
certain
you're
age
not
of
there
people talks
yet.
about a
It's
certain set of
okay.
stuff.
It's okay. Just say you're
So
not
what you
there
saying,
yet.
but you gonna get
Laisha?
that
That's a
how old
little
are you?
confusing.
You're gonna be
How
that
old are
certain
you?
age one day, child. And let me tell you something.
What
When
you
you get
said,
at that
Sam?
age, you get that certain
Laisha,
age.
I was asking what you
See,
were
some women
saying.
are
You
the
can say it. You
most
don't have.
sexual
This
when
ain't really the
you
place to better yourself, to be honest. Go ahead.
I just think the shit be laughable when I hear like me being in my 20s it's funny when I'm hearing like old men pine after young girls. That shit is
Yeah, I agree with
gross.
that. But I
It give me
will
the
say
Okay.
that.
ick. I
Listen,
don't
you
have
ain't
nothing to
gonna get sex
say.
until you get in your 40s.
Like
I
like
felt
when
like
I'm
you when I
looking
was
at a
your
man
age.
and
I
I
understand.
imagine him being old
I
enough
have
to
had
be
sex
my
in my
daddy,
30s,
and I
but I
think
have
about
never
him sleeping
experienced
with a
sex
woman
in my
my
40s.
same age or younger, it gives me the ick. It gives me the you're pervy. I don't talk. I
So
don't
wait,
talk.
You think he
did
Like
agreed?
Kine say he wanted to? Did he say he was smashing 20-year-olds though? I don't know. I didn't. Did you?
he did.
I don't know where she got that from.
I'm
I
just
told her. I
But I'm gonna
told her
tell you
that.
what, you
This
ain't
is
had
what I
sex
said.
with a woman until you turn in your 40s. I'm gonna
I
tell you that.
said, if you have a older man and you give him a woman in his 20s, you're gonna find out that his stuff works much better.
And
That's what
that's
I
when I
said.
shut up and got quiet because it gives me the ick. I don't have nothing to say to
Why is
them.
it giving you the ick? Whereas
Ew.
a lot of younger women deal with older men all the time when
And that's
when
their
one is there.
preference, and that's why I
It's
said I don't
because
have nothing
Oh,
to
money
okay,
say
is
that
to
makes
them.
there,
sense. I
honey.
got
Honey,
you. I
if
won't take that.
somebody
I
gave me
got
some
you.
money, I'd be oohing and on too. If someone
Like,
gave me $100, I'd be like, yeah, go on.
100?
Damn,
You know what I'm
100?
saying? 50, you know what I'm
That's
saying?
it.
Not even 1,000?
Give me 50, give me look,
Hey man, look.
200,
See,
50, whatever.
never mind. Never mind.
This
I'm
is
not gonna
an
say it.
exchange of like,
I'm not gonna say
okay,
it. I'm not gonna say
whatever,
it.
based on the level of money, okay, I will ooh and ah based on how much money you give me. Shit, fuck it.
100 though is crazy. I mean,
Hey,
Somebody
Trap,
say, what about 99.99?
They ain't do it for nothing.
Trap, give
So
me
I
your
mean,
daddy's
shit, at
watch.
least I'm gonna get some money off it.
Give your daddy's watch.
Hey,
Tom,
some people listen. Some people just go out to dinner and be fucking. I mean, what we gonna really talk about? 100.
Man, but I gotta say, we gotta change this conversation because Lasha is getting uncomfortable.
I'm
Yeah,
not uncomfortable with that, sir. Let me
talking
tell
about
you
sex.
something. I'm
you done
comfortable
poked the bear.
discussing sexual relations with a certain age group of people that I consider to be like
Everybody's here is
I
20
wouldn't
years older than
discuss
you.
that with like
her mother.
certain people. I'm not.
Don't worry.
I'm not. Like, it's
I,
different. Trev look
I
like he
understand.
about 40. Okay, cool. Darwin look like he about 35. Okay, cool. Sweeney look like he about 38. Okay, cool. Lady O, even though you say you in your
Damn,
50s or
Darwin is
whatever,
older than
you look
Sweeney
like
by
you
5
about in
years.
your 40s. Okay, cool. But when a certain looking age person starts coming around me talking about sex, I don't talk about it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't.
Listen, if you take anything from this conversation,
I look
stay
old.
in your damn marriage.
How old I look? Like I'm in like my.
Did you not hear me say I would fight
She's
tooth
talking.
and nail to stay in it? I'm never leaving it. Never leaving my marriage.
I'm telling you,
I'm
the
never
market
leaving that
is
marriage.
Oh,
getting
no. Why would
uglier
she
and
leave her
uglier every
marriage?
year.
What?
No, don't ever leave your
Never
marriage.
leaving my marriage.
No.
Detroit, did you leave your marriage? She's still talking. Detroit,
Huh?
you left your marriage? You left your marriage?
I ain't never been married. Mm-mm.
Damn. No
I
wonder
don't
why
want
she
to be married. I don't want to be married. Mm-mm.
You ain't never been married? That's why you charging $100. I'm gonna need you to up your price.
Hey, listen.
What you got on the cart?
Man.
Don't say everything for $100. Come on, I can't let you sell yourself.
On a card or on a cart? What do you mean?
It's a la carte.
A la carte?
You don't know what that means? What it?
No, I don't know why I said that. I just was blurting out.
Oh, the truth come out whenever you speaking too fast.
No, it's my birthday, y'all. It's my birthday. I've been drinking, y'all.
I'm telling you, I'm telling everybody in the hood, you a Benjamin.
I've been drinking. Listen, I made the wrong thing. I've been drinking. It's my birthday.
I'm telling everybody on the block, you do it for the business.
I just turned 48, you guys.
48. You getting up there, girl. You getting up there.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna lie. Whenever you was
But
35,
no, do I look old?
tell the truth though, Detroit.
She said, all y'all old people.
Detroit,
Like,
tell the truth. When you were 30, when you were 25, it was much higher than 100, wasn't it?
I wasn't having sex. I was a DJ. I was more focused on career. I actually went celibate for
What
a
advice do
very
you
long
got?
time.
So if you can take it back, would you have prioritized family and marriage other than career?
I wouldn't change anything. I have very beautiful children. I didn't have my first
so you
child.
had your children. That's good. I
didn't have my first child till I turned 30, and I had my second at 40.
Lord have mercy.
I had my first at 30, my second at 40, and then I had another one at 40.
I apologize. Let me pull back. See, you done had your kids. That's
got
good.
2 kids.
Yeah.
So one of them is 20, one of them is 10.
One is 17, one is 7.
You told me you ain't had no kids. You ain't never been married, ain't had no kids. I would have been heartbroken.
Well, my first baby father passed away, and then my second one, we're still cool. We're friends. We're good.
Sorry about it.
Okay.
But my family told me don't have no kids in your 20s, and I'm glad I didn't because I got to travel the world as a DJ. I got to travel all around, went to like all different kind of countries, and built up myself in my career and this, that,
How old is your mother? How old is your mother?
She passed away when I turned 13, but my aunties told me not to do that.
How old is your daughter?
17. I have a 17-year-old and a 7-year-old.
The only thing, and I'm not saying your parents are right or wrong. The only disconnect.
Not parents, aunties.
Well, I'm saying the only thing. Your aunties told you not to have no kids.
Yeah, because you know what happened is, see, the older generation that was like housewives and stuff, because my family was very traditional like a lot of them were like married to men and very like traditional. I think that they feel like they didn't get to live their life. So when I was growing up, they said, listen, they sat me down. They literally sat me down and had a meeting. Like, listen.
So let me ask you this: do you want to see your grandbabies?
Yeah.
What's more important, you be able to hold your grandbabies or travel the world?
I mean, listen, you only got one life to live.
So travel the world, right? So
Both.
fuck your grandbaby.
No, I would love to like hold my grandbabies, but listen,
Well, what if I told you, based on the time you choose to become a mother, the likelihood of you being able to have an experience with your grandkids or great grandkids? Because at this rate, if women continue, and then we had this argument, great grandmothers are becoming extinct. A whole generation is pretty much cut off during the active life cycle.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, do you value being an active grandparent over your 20s, doing whatever the hell you want in your 20s? Or do you value doing whatever the hell you want in
active
20s?
grandparent versus, you know what, to be quite honest, like that wasn't even like a consideration. It was just being taught to me a certain way. I mean, you know, let me tell you something.
But now that I get it, you was taught that, but I'm saying now that you know, now that you are potentially gonna be being able to be a grandmother, and you know it's something that you actually look forward to. Should women value this thing that you're gonna be looking forward to, being able to hold your grandbabies and experience the time with them?
They should, yeah. I agree with that. You're
And
right.
that's all I was asking. Because I understand when a woman is in her 20s, she's not thinking that far. Most people.
However, I don't regret because I was able to travel the world. So that means that I have a well-rounded thing to teach my children so that they can like live a certain type of life. So if I were to have children at that age, I was very like crazy. So my kids will be crazy. I think that now that I've gotten a little bit older and I have my children older, my kids are more grounded so that they're not going to be as crazy as I probably was and traumatized, because I probably would have traumatized them in my 20s. I was an alcoholic, a DJ. I was like out in the club.
So you weren't prepared to be a mother at that time. That's what you're saying. You were never prepared at that time.
So it was
My kids would have suffered. If I would have
upon
had
whether
any kids at that time, oh my God.
So it's contingent upon whether a woman is being educated as a young woman to be a mother. If she's being trained up for the streets, yeah, obviously she want to postpone.
And it's not necessarily trained up for the streets. Like, say if you have like a mom that might be or like that might passed away, or probably like it wasn't trained up for this. I was never trained up for the streets.
Well, who
I was
took
a virgin until I turned 19 years old. So I wasn't trained up to. I didn't have my first boyfriend until I turned 19. I joined the military. I was not for the streets, but the military showed me the streets. I was very naive, and then when I joined the military, they showed me everything, and I was stupid. And guys, honey, child, the military.
Well, I won't say trained up. Then maybe that's a bad term.
Honey, you don't gotta listen. If you unleash your child into the military, good luck. Your child, whatever you have instilled in that child, is erased, and all the crazy people that join the military, that's what they're gonna run into. And if they are very green, honey, they're gonna have like hyenas.
Was your father in your life?
My father died when I was 6 years old.
And your mother passed when you was 13. You said,
yeah.
So first of all, I'd like to say my condolences.
My condolences too.
Secondly, let's just say yours is an extreme case, and and it sounds like you're trying to generalize that to everybody.
Well, no, I'm not.
If and only if they had your case with your parents, then yeah, they would be exposed to being compelled to go into the streets and being manipulated and influenced in the wrong way. But is it safe to say that if your mother and your father was in your life up until you got out of high school and went on your way to pursue other things, that the likelihood of you being in the streets when you got in the military would have been lowered?
Say it again. That the likelihood of me being in the streets. Well, what the military does is that when it's time to go, they just kick you out on the streets, and so that's why the homeless rate is so high. So I don't really know.
You talking about getting kicked out of the military?
Well, no, I was in the military, but when it's time to go, they just throw your ass out the military. It's like, and they just open the gates and.
I'm saying you're talking about being discharged.
Yeah, it's very just get out. You know, time to go. and then everything.
That's if you don't renew your contract. That's what you're saying. If you don't sign off for another 4 years.
If you don't do the rest of it, it's like they tell you.
While you were in the military, is it safe to say you was moving like a lady?
No.
I think what she was saying, like I think before we start I think she was saying that her aunties gave her the wrong advice. That's what she was saying.
And that's why I
That
was
if her
trying hard to.
if her mother was there,
like,
because I think she insinuated that if her mom was there, it would have been different.
She
But because her
really
mom
can't
wasn't
answer
there.
that because she haven't had that experience. But she would have to look to other people who had the experience of a mother and father, and try to use that as a determining factor.
Yeah.
But I think that they had a good point though. Like, I mean, live your life, be in your 20s, and
No, they didn't have a group when they screwed you up.
That's a lie.
That was
Did
terrible.
they screw me up?
No,
That
they
was
didn't have a
terrible.
good point. They
That was
messed you up.
terrible advice. Because number one, like you're one of the latter ones, right? Because if you look at statistically, of course, just like you say, you were able to have your kids like at 30 to 40. You know, I know there are a lot of women not a lot of women. I know you see a lot of posts of women glorifying somebody had a baby at 40, but it only makes up 4.9% of the population of women who have had kids, of 40-year-olds. Not a lot of them are able to have kids. That's even with IVF. That has been statistically known. So, you know,
IVF expensive, ain't it?
Yeah, and it's very expensive.
$10,000.
Have them, yeah, and that's if the eggs work. Sometimes they implant them and they don't work, so you got to go back. I know people that used up all of their eggs and were able to get one kid when they really want about 3 or 4. So, but the point is, you know, it's a small percentage, and you actually beat that part. You know, must have been a blessing from, you know, like say your parents.
Well, I wasn't really promiscuous either.
But that's fine. That's fine. But you had kids. That's fine.
And then when I turned 40, they actually burnt my eggs, my thing. When I turned 42, burnt this because I had 3 C-sections, and they made me get a C-section. They said you have to get a C-section, so they burnt. Not a C-section. They burnt my ovaries because I probably would have been, you know, I was very very fertile even up to like the age of 42.
So they tied your tubes up.
They tied your
tubes. They didn't just tie them. They burnt them.
Tied and burnt. Yeah, I got mine like that.
Until I was in the middle of a C-section crying, and then they burnt my C. Let me tell you what happens with women about the C-section. This is a very horrific experience, but I don't even want to get into that. But yeah, I probably would have still been able to have kids probably up until the age of 50 because I was very fertile.
Well,
some women are very fertile for a long time.
But you don't put it like this: when before the age of like 28, you have 28, you have anywhere. You're born with between 1 million and 2 million eggs. A woman is, every woman. Okay, majority of us. By the time you're 30, 90% of those eggs are gone. So you do have about 150,000, 200,000 eggs. That's true. So you still are able to get pregnant. But of course, about 50, you got about 20,000 eggs.
Chromosomes at a certain age.
Yeah, and then you're looking at autistic and autism and stuff with older parents, and it's just too risky. I wouldn't, but you know, you did your life, you lived your life. You said you don't have no regrets. We can't change that at all. You continue to make the best of your life and raise your kids to the best of your abilities. You know? Yeah,
I got to say this, right? That autistic thing for older parents is a Western lie.
That's true.
Is not. No, I'll tell you, man. I'll tell you why it's not true. My grandmother had my dad.
This man using a case of
in her 50s.
Individual case to debunk a study.
No. Right. Because I've seen so many. I got to be honest with you. I've seen so many women that have their kids in. I'm not saying that it's good to have kids in your late age. It's not good. You see what I'm saying? Because to be barren is just easy at that age. You might never have kids. But the ones that have it, the case of autism is very low. As long as I'm concerned, in the West, it might be different because my grandmothers on both sides had their kids had their last kids. They're set up like 2, 3 last kids in their 50s and their late 40s. and none of them have that problem.
Well,
Even
okay,
I'm coming.
okay,
1 minute, lady. 1 second, 30 seconds, lady. Even down the road, of all the grandmothers that I knew back home, right, that had their kids very late in age, none of them have autism. None of the kids. And most of the ones that I'm talking about are my dad's age. The kids are my dad's age or my uncle's age. None of them have that case. It's here in the West that they talk about this, and I'm somebody that speak facts. Sometimes I don't look at data. I look at actuality, like things around me.
but that's
Then I go
anecdotal
beyond
though.
that, and it's not
You
that
making a
common.
point. You using an anecdotal experience to.
My daughter is autistic actually, and her brother's autistic. Now her brother was born earlier, and then I had my daughter a little later. The brother that was born earlier with the same guy, because me and a girl had a baby by the same guy, and the brother that is like about, like I'd say, like 5 years older than my daughter. He's autistic, but he's more severe autistic. But they had the baby earlier than I had my daughter, and my daughter is like not as, she's more like just on the spectrum, like socially, like she don't like, but she's like almost like an introvert, but very intelligent. She don't fuck with nobody. So I don't know, like, and I had my
It's a
child.
gene. It's a gene she may have gotten from
So I
somebody in your family.
it's like hereditary, to be quite honest, because I think even the father
Uh,
was like semi-autistic too. So
so that's hereditary. It's not. It's not. It has nothing to do with age.
No, but
Yes,
all I'm
it
saying
does.
is,
That show
King,
you
you
does
can't.
have an increased risk of most autistic children do come from. I say most, not all, do come from people that's over the age of 40. That's a fact. I don't know.
Yeah,
Stop. Please
fathers
don't fight this
included.
fact because it's
Fathers
very
included.
misleading. Huh?
I had
I said fathers included. If the father's older too,
Yeah,
it
the
increased
father's
the
older
risk.
too. It's a stat. So we don't want to just mislead people.
Okay.
And then collectively, again, that's still a small percentage of people who are having kids.
You can't lead with it's a Western lie and then use an anecdotal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My daughter, she's not autistic, and she's she's what
Listen,
they
I
call
get it. I get it. Y'all gonna have bits and pieces of people, family members that just
Right.
got past the threshold. But I will say this: you got to be careful with saying, "Oh, but my cousin this and that," because you got people that will champion that, and they will postpone their lives, and they will try to do it that way. Everybody's trying to wait to the last minute to do things, and it's usually because of things like DJ said. They want to get out in the streets. She might have not said the streets, but that's what it was.
Yeah. One thing that I say to people, because I start having kids. I start having kids at the age of 43. One thing that I say to people all the time is this: you got to have those kids early, for mostly one reason.
I want to be able to look at my wife and say,
though.
I want to be able to look at my wife and say, you remember when we was in college? You know what I'm saying? You remember when we was young? I don't want to be able to have that. I think it's a beautiful thing to have that conversation with your wife when you had that experience. When you married your woman young and you can go back in the days and be like, yo, remember when this? But if you had that experience with another person and all these other persons and shit, and then you just finally get married at 30, 40, you can't have those conversations.
Right.
You gotta wait till you 60 to talk about that shit.
Right.
So I'm like, I appreciate that I was able to do it that way.
Yeah,
You know
me
what I'm
too.
saying?
Yeah, I mean, I was extremely, really young with my oldest son because I was only 15. I do not glorify that, but I was. But I thank God I am able to see grandchildren, and hopefully great grandchildren. I don't know. I just again, I do not glorify teenage pregnancies. Please don't do it. I just don't. But at the same time, it was kind of like a blessing that I had him at that age too. I mean, he's freaking almost 38 years old in September. He did turn out great, 6-figure earner, physician assistant and stuff. But I don't try to argue that when I hear the stats of kids that come from teenage parent homes don't have great outcomes. They don't. I would never argue that point that because mine did it in this, I just would never do that. I just don't. Yeah.
But most marriages like get divorced. Everybody want to talk about the female divorce rate, right? Most of those marriages end at when we go into menopause, And once those kids get out the home, we end up, so even though your grandma, you had the kids young, the marriage sometimes ends to be over.
Well, this is the thing here. Your time, because I am a divorcee, and because this is the thing, I don't want to look at it as all divorces are bad either. Because me and my ex-husband, we get along great, but there has never been a time where all marriages have lasted 50 years. It's never been a time. First of all, somebody's going to unalive. That's for starters, and some people do part ways. You just have to make the best experience that you can make out of a situation. At the end of the day, you still build some type of legacy with children and lineage and things like that. I'll be honest with you. I compare myself when I was married and when I was with my ex for 13 years. I still fare better in my marriage. That's just the bottom line. I would always, I just still fare better. But
because I'm like, you're tired, your eyes water. You want to go lay down, girl?
She's still missing. She's still missing.
Hang with the old people. The nerve.
I'm absorbing what you're saying.
She can't hang with the old folks.
What do you
I
want
actually have a question for Laisha, if it's okay.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing?
Yeah, man, we're gonna go
Why
to get
y'all
Rojo.
picking on me so bad?
Yeah, we're gonna go to get Rojo.
I don't want to pick on you. I really want to know. You said earlier that it gives you the ick when older men talk about dating younger women, but you also said you got a whole group chat where the women are preying on older men for their money. That don't give you the same ick?
Nope, didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Wow.
Didn't say that at all.
Okay, so correct me. I'm sorry. What did I miss?
What I said was, I'm in the group chat with the 20-something-year-olds because I'm in my 20s. And we're laughing about the guys that are trying to sleep with our homegirls, right? And they can't get it up. Because mind you, I have 2 married friends. I've got 3 homegirls in relationships, and maybe 4 of them just dating and single. So it's funny to me. It do give me the
There is something that
Okay, so you didn't say.
Always blame, but can we
Hold on,
fair
Ekene, hold on real quick, please.
And also,
You didn't
I don't
say
have
that
the ick because of
they be laughing, saying that they got money. You didn't say that?
Yeah.
Did I miss something?
Yeah, the single ones, yeah.
So they entertain the older men because they got money?
Yeah.
Regardless of whether they're able to get it up or not? So them preying on the men for their money, like my question was originally stated, doesn't give you the ick?
I'd be like, ew, I would never do it. What do you want me to say
Younger
to that?
women
The
are
same way
fake.
I'm sitting here like, ew, I'm not finna talk about it with y'all. Like, what do you want me to say to that?
You guys are tricked.
What it like my
I'm
thing
just
is
curious
are
if
you
it gives
trying
you
to
the
get out of
same
me
ick.
that you want me to berate them? Is that what you want me to do? Because I didn't berate him. I said it give me the ick. And that's all I'm
Right, so
saying in the group chat.
I'm asking, does it give you the same ick?
When money is given.
Huh?
Not the older men pursuing women that are under 25 gives me the ick in general.
When money is given, does it give it
In
any?
general.
In general.
In
Younger
general.
women lie
And
too
that doesn't
much.
have anything to do with anything outside of I have a 9-year-old daughter, right? And in 9 more years, she's gonna be 18. And the thought of somebody on here right now telling me that they would be checking for her gives me the ick. It makes me want to get very aggressive and physical. Because
Right, but
I'm
you're
still
married,
going to
right?
see her as a child. Because I know for a fact when I was 18, my parents still saw me as a child. I still asked them for my dental insurance and they still helped me plan my life. I still called them for everything. When I was 18, I still was asking for the hall pass in high school. What are you talking about? Like when I hear of 20, I think of somebody that's still on their parents' car insurance, health insurance, barely just moved out of the house. I think of a kid. It
She
gives
shouldn't even
me the
move out of
ick.
the house at 20. Okay,
Okay,
let me
but
tell
wait,
you
hold on,
something.
Ekene, hold on. Let her finish.
It just gives me the ick because my baby's not far off from being 18. Like, it gives me the ick also because I remember at 18, I didn't look no different at 18 and 16. So if you're checking for me at 18, if you're checking for me at 20, and I got the same face and the same exact body that I had 18 and 20 at 16, you probably would have checked for me at 16. That's how I feel.
Right. So I would like to think, right? I would like to think that. Hold on. I was very patient. Hold on a second. I would like to think, right? With you having that mentality, you wouldn't have your daughters in no group chat with her friends talking about getting men for their money that's impotent, right? Your daughters wouldn't even entertain a group chat like that, just like you wouldn't, and I'm sure your husband wouldn't allow your daughter to entertain an older man if you have that mentality. Am I
No,
correct?
they won't entertain an older man. I've never done
But
that.
they also wouldn't entertain that group chat either, right?
You want them to be accountable for what their friends do?
No. What I'm saying is, if you're raising them with that as a standard,
right,
to not date older men,
right.
you also would probably prefer them to have better friends in a group chat or whatever the case may be that's not preying on men for their money as well, right?
I would say I would hope so.
No, you should do so, not hope
Okay,
so. You should do it.
so the point I'm trying to make is, if you get the ick from older men liking younger women, that same ick should apply for those younger women that's preying on men for money.
Again, the second sentence that I said on here, or like the third, was my response is usually like, ew, girl, I would never do it. The same way I said, ew, I'm not gonna have this conversation. What is it that you want me to say? Berate her? Stop being is it you want me to come on here and be like, I'm finna stop being my homegirl's friend. I'm finna be held accountable for what she does. I'm finna dislike her for her choices. No, I'm not. Now
Hey,
what?
Roger,
I'm not
let me
like,
Right.
say
I
something real
can't
quick so
do
you can
anything
continue.
about that.
My thing is
Roger,
this.
please.
I'm not
Roger.
saying, hold on, man. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Slow down.
Kenny, let that man
What I'm
cook.
saying is this, right? You spoke to the ick when it came to the men speaking to the younger women. I'm asking you the question, so now you're answering, but you didn't speak to the girl, I wouldn't do that when you first said it. You were using that as a point to men having ED issues. You wasn't saying anything about an ick or girl,
Those are
I
two
wouldn't do
separate
that when you brought that up.
conversations.
I understand. That's
Somebody
why I'm
asked
asking you.
me why I got quiet, and I responded why I got quiet. Now you're trying to tie it back to when I said men have ED. But if you notice, I said men start taking Cialis and Viagra in their 30s, and I don't think their 30s is old. So those are two separate points. I'm not what the next
I
sentence.
understand what you're
Right.
saying.
The next
You
sentence I'm
missing.
about to say is not to shade you, EK, but when I'm looking at this man, I see somebody who's probably in his late 50s to 60s. That's not the type of conversation that I want to have with somebody I consider my elders. I can sit up here and talk about sex and talk about my sexual liberation, talk about me getting my back cracked all day by my husband with somebody that looks 30, with somebody that looks 40. I'm not doing that with somebody of a certain age, and that's
How
okay.
old do you think I am?
I already told you. I think you kind of
She said you 60, dog.
60.
He
I'm
about to
sorry
be
if you're
in his
not,
late
in
because I'm
my
not trying to
50s
say
and
that to be
60s,
shady.
man.
I'm trying to say it
I think so too. You look like
elaborate on my morals. I
yeah.
have older
No.
parents.
The
You
thing is,
understand?
okay. Let me come. The thing is
How
that
old are you,
let
Kenny?
me correct you real quick. I'm
I have
sorry.
older parents, and it's a
How old
certain
are you,
level of
Kenny?
respect that I was raised with to respect my elders. I'm not trying to be shady. I'm being so for real.
You think Kenny is an elder?
Yeah.
How old
I
are you,
mean,
Kenny?
I don't. I
45.
assume I'm always the youngest, but all of y'all look
Nigga
like
drink
people
hella
that I would
alcohol
have
though.
conversation
You're
with out and
45?
about. I'm
Uh
45.
huh.
Hey, hey,
I'm
Did
sorry.
you have a
I
hard
didn't mean
life?
it like that
Laisha,
though. I'm
Laisha, you
sorry.
just
I
You
didn't.
lying, bro.
Who
so Laisha,
45?
so
I'm
that mean
45.
so wait, that mean y'all gotta feel uncomfortable with me
4 or
too, cause
5?
I'm 45. So
Oh, you
well, no, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know he was 45.
You
I'm
gotta
okay
understand.
with having
No,
a
no, 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 that's
conversation with
okay. No, no,
somebody
no,
in
no,
their
no, no,
40s.
no, no.
I didn't
No, no.
know.
yeah,
Lesha,
we just
I'm
say
not
you
mad
was
at
born
you.
as
Know why? Because this is camera. This is camera. We're not in real life. Real life
Yeah,
is
like
different. Like
I
when you
was
say you're in your,
assuming.
I'm coming. When you say you're in your 20s, I was shocked
Shame
because
on
I thought
camera.
maybe you're like about 40. That's what I thought too. Looking at you, I thought you were in your 40s. I'm sorry. With camera can make people look young or old.
Stop
That's
capping the
You
kids. Talking
don't
about
look. No, don't let him say that. You don't look like
no,
you're not
but it's
no
true.
damn
It's
40.
true. I'm just
Nobody
putting it out
thinks
for
I'm
the
in my
first time.
40s.
No,
For
you
real.
Nobody thinks
get
that.
out of here with that. That's crazy.
But that's
No, I'm just telling
fine.
the truth. For
Because
real.
take me like I was trying to be
Sound
shady,
like
but
you
I
shaming
wasn't.
a
No. I'm
I
telling
was
the
trying to
truth.
be
You don't look
respectful.
like you in your 40s, child. Don't even let him do that. That's bullshit.
God damn.
Like, you should have lit his ass up, Sam.
Yeah, shady.
I'm not
Yeah,
mad because I
shady.
respect
No.
You know
elders.
damn well you don't look like
No,
you in
no.
your
I'm not.
Not
I'm
an
not mad. I'm not
elder.
mad at her at all.
Not an elder.
I got
Yo,
white hairs.
respect my
Look, I
elders
got
is
white
crazy.
beards. I got white hairs. She's gonna think
Oh,
I'm.
that's
Yeah.
unk. That's unk.
You trying to come for her after she said that you look old as hell, and now you want to try to
Come on.
bully her.
Let me ask you a question. If this girl was sitting back, right? She was sitting way back. I saw her physique, everything, right? I thought she was maybe like about 40.
No, oh, come on
But
now.
guess what? When she said she was in her 20s, I was shocked. That is why I said
That
I asked her how old.
girl,
Didn't I ask you how old you were? Didn't I ask you earlier? And you said
No.
you're in your 20s?
Yeah.
I asked you earlier how old. You said you're in your 20s. That was when I sat back. I said, "Oh, I thought she was older." For
man,
real. I'm
don't
not
do
I'm not trying to throw any shade. But beside that, let me say this real quick. Let me say this because I gotta say this. One thing about girls, right? You guys want to get it when you want it, however you want it, and just on your time. So this is what I always tell women. You can't pursue older men for money and then not expect the older man to ask you for something. Life is give and take,
Mm-hmm.
especially when you have daughters, right? As a mother, I'm a father, I have a daughter. You got to teach your daughter, you got to be more harder on your daughters about the street. Once your daughter turns 18, I got to tell you this. Once she turns 18, men are going to come for her of different age, and there is nothing you can do about it to those men. You can only control your daughter if you start early. At her age right now is when you got to start installing those things to her that, hey, tell her the truth about how men act, caution her about men. Don't tear men down. But let her know that let her know this, that your mistake, your misstep will make men take advantage of you. That's what I always tell moms. That is why fathers should be the one talking to their daughters about men,
So
not
do you
women.
tell your daughter to like make sure she get that
My daughter
money?
is 1 year, is 1 year plus older, so I can't tell her anything like now.
So when
But
she
I
he 40,
disagree.
y'all just went in on me. He 40. How old are you? You said you
I'm
45.
a man. I can start having kids at
Hold on,
60.
because
It's different.
y'all just went that in on me about me having a
No,
child at
no,
30.
you're a woman. We're not the same.
What?
Okay, but hold on before
We're
we
not the
get off
same.
track. It can
Can you have
I
kids at
I
60?
gotta disagree.
You can't.
But you're not gonna get old as hell and leave that child and not
Go
do
go ahead, Roger.
men die before women do. What
I
do you?
gotta disagree. If you wait till 18 to start schooling your daughter, you waited too long,
No,
my man.
no, it's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's
Well,
not
you
what I
said when
said.
she turned 18, you got to start
No,
teaching her about men
no,
and
that's
all,
not
and
what I
all
said.
this.
I said when she turns 18, men are going to be coming for her. That is good for her to start teaching her 9-year-old now
But I asked
about
you,
men.
are you gonna teach your daughter to get that money?
I have
Why would I teach my daughter to get
conversations.
the money?
Listen, like
What?
go for an older man and get that money. I mean,
Why would I do that?
you just
Oh,
said
That's
something to her about
that's not what he said. What?
What are you talking about, lady?
you just came at her.
You don't know what you're talking about. Just let it go. You don't know what you're talking
You
about.
just
That's
came
not
at
what I
her
said.
about okay. Okay. All right. Y'all need to rewind the tape because he did say something to that effect.
You remember you said you've been drinking, right?
Yeah, but I know that
Okay,
earlier.
good.
I'm drinking beer. I'm not drinking
Yeah,
beer.
yeah, I see. That's the reason why.
No, because
So
the whole conversation initially was that she had a group chat about getting money off of men, and young women should be getting money off of older men.
Clarify, that's not what it's about. It's just a group chat in general. And that is
Right.
some of these girls' lived experience. So some of my homegirls be telling me what they got going on amongst the dating pool.
You got an elder right here.
So
But then he came in talking about his younger daughter and what we got to do. But then he changed the subject midway through. But the whole conversation was about her. This guy Rojo was talking to her about her group chat. I'm not stupid. And then you came in, and I don't know whether you decided you want to change the subject about whatever, but that was what the conversation was. So I'm like, okay, what is it got to do with getting money off of men at a young age with the older men? Because you were talking, this is where it's getting confusing at.
I mean, and also the thing is that I'm saying it gives me the ick for a older man who I like. When I think of older men, I think of like a father figure, right? So I'm thinking of somebody that's supposed to be like mature, discernment, leadership, all of these things, right? So when Rojo was asking me, does it give me the ick about a young
Rojo.
girl doing something? Oh, Rojo, I'm sorry. When Rojo asking me about a younger girl doing something, well, first of all, like some of my homegirls that's 24, like, girl, you're stupid. It's fine if you do something stupid. Like, we expect you to do something stupid. But let's clarify. I'm not saying my homegirl's the one pursuing the older man. I'm saying, yeah, it's kind of creepy that somebody our dad's age is pursuing somebody that's in our age bracket, and she's just trying to get what she can out of it. Like, her trying to get the money comes after him presenting or propositioning her first, is what I was talking about. Like, it gives me the ick to know that the position that my daughter could be put in is similar to it feels predatory, like somebody trying to come after her because she's young and malleable. Like, and men be
Right.
saying that. It gives
What
me
we
the
men
ick.
what
I
are
don't
what
gonna
we
do
like
that.
it.
saying,
That's what I'm
as
trying to tell
good
you. Men will
like
do
on
that.
some, Kane was on something about the money. Oh, the money this and money that.
what
So
Kelly
I'm
did
not.
you
Listen, I don't care how. I'm not that drunk where I don't know what the hell the conversation with how it led into.
mhm.
No, you know,
You
listen, I never
you
said
you
anything.
kind of you kind of misunderstood what he was saying though, but it's okay.
Maybe I misunderstood, but I just
And Lacey, for the record, I wasn't saying that your group chat is all about that, but you spoke to that coming up in the group chat. So no disrespect to you and your group chat, but I wasn't saying
Well,
that that's
well,
exactly what your group chat is about.
Yes.
isn't like half of the young men who lost their virginity lost it to an older woman? Like,
And I consider that, I don't know if we could say the R word on here, but I consider it that.
Well,
Like, I don't
I
care what gender it
definitely
is.
I
If
lost
I
mine to an
find
older
my
woman.
son messing with an older woman, like, and he's like, how these men be like, oh, I lost my virginity at 12 and she was
Yeah, that's what them
22.
old
No, if
Yeah,
it's under
heads.
if it's
call the
under
police,
18,
get him on the
that's
phone,
different. If it's
get him
under
on the
18,
phone.
that's different. But if you're talking about 18-year-old, no, you can't do nothing about
Yeah,
it. You
you
can't
can't
even
do
call
nothing
police.
anyway, legally or whatnot. I just hope that she
Yeah,
don't have a
legally you can't do
mindset that
nothing.
she wanna, because the things, being, I mean, I'm sure if you live near a college, I know me living in Atlanta, I'm on the south side sometime, near the colleges, and I've been around some of the younger ladies, and they seek out because they gotta eat, they gotta get through school, so they will date older men knowingly, you know um to get handbags, to get food and things like that. So I
we.
mean,
Cars,
huh?
I mean,
Oh
no,
yeah,
let's not talk about that weed.
cars.
They like to get the
yeah.
little young
They
girls
do a
high on
lot
that
of
weed and get
they
them.
yeah, they do that stuff. So
Young
they,
young young women prey on old men all the
yeah,
time.
they know that they can
They're
get
the
these
worst.
older guys. They deliberately do it
Yeah,
because
but
they're
that's
gonna
a
get that money.
that sound like
And
pay
Um,
Lasha knows
pigs.
that.
but I
She
do
knows
want to
young women
say
prey on
What you know
old
that,
men.
about pay pigs, Trev?
I know about a lot.
But when older men, but it's not all older men who have these. Sometimes a man won't get up because he's not attracted to the woman like he thought he was gonna be. So it's hard for him to get it up. He already gave her the money, so he trying to eat and do whatever he got to do to get his thing up. It could be a combination of those things too, because I hardly doubt that these women are getting with all these guys and they have infertility issues. Because my guy's in his 60s and he ain't got no damn infertility. He ain't taking no damn pills. Ain't shit wrong with him. I'm like, God dog, ain't nothing wrong with him.
You feeding them right,
All
honey.
right now.
You feeding them right.
So I'm just
All right
saying,
now.
You give them fruits and vegetables. I know
It's-
you cooking right. You got him right on the right diet.
well, he
But a
eat
lot of
right. He was
Hey, look,
military for
I'm
30
gonna tell you
years.
the
He take
worst
very
thing that
good
can
care of
happen to a
himself.
man.
But
yeah,
A
exactly. A
woman
lot of
take off,
people
if a
beating
woman
all
take off
kind of
her
wild.
if a woman take off her damn waist trainer and you see an oatmeal pie, oh,
that thing go down.
Yo, J
Sometimes
Speed, what up?
Hey, what's going on, man? I was trying to get some sleep.
OG.
I was trying to get some sleep, and then
oh Lord, you heard
I
of.
had a half an eye closed and one was open, and I started hearing stuff about aspired eggs and old box and limp noodles, and I'm like, what the hell is going on over here in JR's place?
After dark.
I'm like, what the hell is going on? Hey, young lady up there in the corner, 20 years old. I'm in one more month I'll be 3 years from 70 years old. So
What?
oh, most certainly. And I
You and Ick
and I
and they
got
look
it
the
like
same
that.
age.
And I got it like that, and I've been
Yo,
celibate for
this
3
is
years now, cause
crazy.
I
Good for
had to slow
you.
down.
You have to slow down.
I had to slow down. I had to slow down because
All right now.
I've been promised 125. You know what I mean?
All right
So
now.
I'm trying to
I don't see
keep it
what's
good
on
for
earth that I
my
want to be
next wife. I ain't
125
trying to get
years
out
though.
there. I ain't trying to
Oh,
get out there and kick up no carpet or ruin nobody dance floor. So
Oh,
but anyway, this is a good topic. It really is a good topic because there's one thing y'all did not bring up. Well, it's two things y'all didn't bring up. There's a hell of a lot of bullshit going on in the sex relationship in the first place. Men have changed the way they frequency by looking at too much of that corn. I said corn with a C hub.
mm-hmm.
All this free stuff they get to see, and they don't get to smell it. They don't get to see it really sweat or anything like that. So they get that vibration. That's the way love making should be because they look at it so much. And then you got the women who got 455 horsepower vibrators in their room, and they using them for everything from the rabbit to the rose to everything else.
desensitized.
And ain't no man shaped like that or have that kind of RPM behind himself. So this is the problem going on in the bedroom why men are starting to use the virus Cialis. And this is why the women so numb they can go in the bathroom and spend 2 minutes and get 2 orgasms and come outside. You got to work with them for 3 hours because they don't change the frequency of their body. See, these are the things y'all not really talking about. How women ruin their bodies and men ruin their bodies by looking at too much corn hub. And so until y'all get that together, that fantasy in your head, see when you're looking at when you got that rose, it really don't have no smell other than your smell is, of your own body. You don't have a smell of a male. You might get a little plastic burn down there, but you ain't getting no smell of no male. So you're changing your whole frequency. And nobody really talking about the science. That's the really science behind it. Men and women been the same way since I can say the beginning of time. When you had aspire eggs, you're going through menopause. Men have his thing, not limp noodle and all that. That's just been since creation of time. But what's changing all of this? And they setting y'all ass up for robots, women and men. Y'all have been set up actually for robots. Men ain't. Listen, what I'm finna tell you. Most young guys, if they're using safety, they ain't been outside a balloon in the first place. So they really don't know what the real cat feel like. The last time they know the cat feel like is when they were probably born. So you got the women who have changed their frequency and they dealing with plastic. So when the robot comes out, Model 525, adult style, y'all gonna be ready for it because that's what you set yourself up for.
What you saying, Tom? What'd you say the timeline was before the robots hit?
We're talking about 2029. I mean, they got some editions coming out. They got some editions coming out right now. Yeah. They got a whole stack of them coming out right now.
And they're already infused with AI too. They talk to
right,
you,
and so now you get the visual,
facial expressions.
Right, and they come with this chemistry with them where they can let out little smells and they can smell like roses. They can do all kinds. And then you got on these. You put on these glasses and you can do it 3D. You know, human beings have lost their damn mind. I mean, really. And there ain't nothing wrong with some old-fashioned box. You know what I mean? A woman laying down, she's scratching the ceiling with her toenail while you getting into work. You know what I mean? But y'all be doing all this Olympic shit in y'all bedroom, eating booty and all that kind of shit. You know, that's killing it too. You know what I mean? I mean, if you think about it,
you drawing a line now. You came up with all this, man. Lasha was
no. What I'm trying, listen.
That's where I draw the line.
And listen to my African brother. Your hair didn't fall out. Your hair didn't fall out because of genetic. Them thigh burns. So let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Y'all got too much shit going on in your bedroom. If you supposed to be making all them U-turns and stuff, God would have put your private parts on top of your forehead. Now, y'all can call me old-fashioned at all, but you remember, you got to understand, back in the day, you know how many guys, how many women, guys that cussed me out because I took their lady from them because they were doing all that kind of bullshit. I'm an AKA demon. And so when I go in there, I'm going in there to do some work. You know what I mean? And another thing, if your woman getting up and making you a meal after you get through having a sexual experience, you didn't do the shit right. My woman legs be shaking for about 2 weeks after we get the experience right. I might get an apple pie about 3 weeks later. So y'all got to stop all this bullshit y'all talking about your woman getting up making you a 2-course meal after y'all get through having sex. That's some bullshit. You know what I mean? Unless you doing it like a bird, 2 minutes, a half a minute and a half. I mean, you got to have an old guy like me come up. I'm sorry, young lady. That might be a little embarrassing for you, but this is, you know, my oldest kid is 50 and my daughter's 28. She's a virgin. She don't go for all this old bullshit y'all doing. And you know, I praise her for doing it. You know what I mean? Sitting back and watching all this stuff that's going on. Y'all got too much stuff going on. Y'all go follow these white people straight to hell because they the one taught you all this bullshit. Come on, let's be serious. Love making didn't change until the 1970s, until they bust us into these white people. Hell, the first time I even heard about a white boy even going down on a person was in 1974. I ain't never heard no shit like that. You told a black dude in 1970 that he went down on a woman. That was a fight. I know it ain't a fight. Now it's a fight. Y'all can't get to it now.
Sodomy's in the Bible. Sodomy's in the Bible, man. They've been doing this for a long time.
No. That ain't what I'm saying. That ain't what I'm saying, Trey. What I'm saying is, I'm saying black people had a certain way we moved. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Even in the early 80s, if you told a black man where I'm from, North Carolina and Atlanta, where I'm from, that he went down on a woman, that was a fight. You getting your ass kicked. You know what I mean? I'm just telling you how we don't change in time. Because we following these people in hell, a lot of their culture don't have nothing to do with us, and so we sucking it up.
Wait, you don't do none of that?
I don't do none of that. Look, I don't give a damn. She got Kentucky Fried Chicken on her drawers. I ain't eating nothing. I'm gonna just tell you that from the beginning. You know what I mean? That's up to y'all. If y'all want to do all that, that's cool. Hey, look, I'm cool with it. But I'm just telling you. I'm strong in the backbone. I don't know how to use my jawbone.
What if she got the
this might be an example of the top.
What was that again? I can't hear too many people talking at the same time. Sound like we having an orgy.
What if she got the fountain of youth in her pants?
I don't care if she got the fountain or any damn thing about that. Look, she got good. I look almost 70 years old. How the hell she gonna have more fountain of youth than me?
OG, they don't got hairs on them no more.
But listen, what I just said. I don't want nothing without hairs on them. That's like that young lady was talking about mixing with young people. On a person's body look like that as a young girl. I want a beard down there. I want to be able to braid that shit. Put some,
what if it smell like
put some locks down there.
Strawberries though. They make it.
You want the snappy nappy dugout.
That's exactly what I want to see. The fireworks when it start friction. You go get, do that science project, and you take a comb and pick up paper. See y'all. I'm telling you. They don't. My brother tell you right there from Africa. They don't have all this bullshit going on in Africa while women going down there and burning the earth down there.
That's right.
They don't burn the earth down there. It's natural down there.
No, that's
but
a
see,
lie.
y'all wasn't setting yourself up.
What country?
Look, they putting hands on robots.
Yeah, if J Speed ain't had it yet, that's why he don't.
Hey, you can say what you want. Y'all can have all that bullshit. Because you gonna end up in one of them Diddy parties. Hey, you gonna end up in one of them Diddy parties where you gonna be carrying damn a gallon of damn baby oil and keeping it in your trunk. Y'all keep on with all this bullshit. This is what. Wait. See, this is what I'm talking about. Hugh Hefner started Playboy way back in the 50s. When it first started off, they used to draw the pictures. By the time he finished, with Playboy Mansion, you damn near was looking at a woman over inside of her box. So this is what I'm saying is.
That was Penthouse. That wasn't Playboy.
No, that was Playboy. They had special dishes. They did that, baby. I don't want to fog up your glasses, but I'm gonna tell the truth tonight. All right. So what I'm trying to tell you, we need to slow down.
It's too late.
No, it's not too late because
you can't put that back in the jar.
Wait a minute. I'm not talking about for us. I'm talking about we can't eat ourselves into the new generation. That's what I'm saying. We need to start training our kids. See, I train all my sons. All my sons know throughout the South Bend, aka officially know, what I'm saying. I ain't gonna be talking about the young lady. I don't want to embarrass her, but this is kind of.
It's too late for that too.
No. But listen, what I'm just saying, Trey.
Trey, this go down on the woman. Do a woman go down on you?
Hell no, I don't play that.
Wait,
I gotta kiss my woman.
Wait. Never
I gotta kiss my woman. Listen, I gotta kiss my woman.
Never happened in your whole life?
Never happened because look, let me tell you something. I told this story. I know somebody ain't gonna believe me. I told this story one time. You don't start off with sex relationship and you gonna spit on my private part and tell me I'm supposed to be enjoying it. So that's how that shit got stopped from the beginning. She started off wrong. Right?
So like she knew
back in the South, wait. Back in the South, when you spit on a person back in the South, you damn near you gonna lose your life. So she spit on it, and I already know we wasn't going that way. And from that point, you can say I'm traumatized or whatever. From that point on, I ain't had no use for that because I just believe I want to kiss my woman. You know what I tell them young boys who do that? I say, shit, make me think you want to cut out the middleman.
What she do when she on that period?
Wait, what's the middleman?
The middleman, not little.
That shit went over your head. Y'all gonna have to think about that.
What do you
that
do
shit
when
went
she
over
on
your head?
She's on her period. I guess you just.
No, I said the middleman. I ain't said nothing about no cycle.
No, I know.
I said the middleman.
Question. That's independent.
All right. Well, okay. Then I guess I got to just break it down to you then.
But hold on.
All right. If another man is sticking his thing down in there where it's supposed to be at, and you down there eating it, maybe you trying to cut out the middleman.
Okay, yeah, I got your joke.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I get you. But my question is, so what do you do when she on a period?
Oh, what you mean? Well, she don't even sleep in my bed. I'm a Muslim. She don't even sleep in my bed when she on a period.
Cheat on her? Go with another woman?
Say what would back door? What are you? No, we don't do back door, front door, or none of that. She can't sleep in my bed until she become clean.
What happens is if they gonna have another woman to be with them.
Well, hell, let me tell you. Sweetie, can I explain something to you? When everybody was doing all that stuff, white women were jumping over the fence. What the hell they was jumping over the fence for? They weren't jumping over the fence to get their pussy ate. They were jumping over the fence because they want black guys to blow their back out. So how do y'all start believing what y'all did is dumb y'allself down and equalize y'allself to them? Y'all should have stuck with the blowing the back out. Because that's why the woman was jumping over the fence.
I don't think nobody
think about it.
They stopped blowing backs out.
No, listen what I just said.
I'm gonna keep having this new age of sex.
I got you, my brother. I got you. I mean, once you eat a certain meal, and you like it, it's kind of hard for you to go back. But see, that's why I ain't never tried that meal.
Booty eating is weird. The booty eating.
Why is it weird, baby, for you to be doing the thing that your body was designed? Ain't your private part from the waist down? Why are you making U-turns? Why are you making U-turns? Why the hell are you making U-turns then? You get a ticket for that in the car.
Listen, you don't eat all day ass. You eat fresh out the shower ass.
You don't even
wait. So slow down. Slow down. I got something for that. So if I come in there and wash your toilet out with Ajax and Clorox, you can lick it too, right? It's clean.
Man, stay away from women's
That's not what I'm trying to tell you. You still, either way you look at it, it's a shitty deal.
It's a shitty deal. Don't do it.
Either way you look at it, it's a shitty deal.
That's why a lot of black men are having all those worms in their stomach now. Like, you know,
y'all know I'm telling the truth.
Right, they have all
see, the thing about it is, we as black people, we can't even tell each other the truth. Now you can like whatever you want to like. You know what? There's people eat chili. Hey Trey, I got a movie for you.
Y'all need to cut that out.
I got a movie for you. We need to talk.
Assholes out. That's gross.
Trey.
Hello.
I'm gonna go.
I'm listening.
I'm gonna go.
You talk for real. I mean, I looked at your stuff. You know, I talked about it. I got one for you. I'm telling you. And once I give you the oversight of it, you are really like. It has nothing to do with sex, young ladies and men. I'm a retired stuntman actor from Hollywood. I know what the hell I do when I come up with a synopsis for a movie. I'm telling you, this is the one. But anyway, young lady, I do apologize to being an elder who coming up here and had to tell the truth, but I wasn't trying to be greasy and nasty with it. I'm just telling we as black people, we need to go back. We are the original people on this earth. Why are we following our children into this sex Olympic we doing in our bedroom? We can't even keep a relationship together. We doing all this stuff and our relationships are going to hell. So something we got to be doing wrong.
Stay away from throat cancer.
I would not date a guy. If I knew that he was eating on his asshole, I would not date
Hold on, y'all.
You what would you say, young lady? Wait a minute, I couldn't hear you because
everybody stop. JR is trying to
say what was it? Wait, headquarters. Well, hold on for a minute. What was you saying, young lady?
If I knew a guy was licking another woman's asshole, I would not date them. That's disgusting.
Well, you sound like you got pretty good damn sense.
That's
real good sense.
All right. Lord Giatron, $2. I love you guys. Gina, $7.89. Men don't want the responsibility. That's a lot of pressure. Jacqueline Rice, $10. I don't have an issue with women not following men who aren't godly. The problem is when they expect those men to still be responsible for them. That's the true hypocrisy. Can't have it both ways. Shout out to 199. Boheme got that Eve spirit. Rice again, $5. Bo just spoke in the whole absolutes. But if men were to do that, it's a problem. Then it has the audacity to talk about the hypocrisy. The iron is insane. Ronald with the 199 super sticker, big and $10. Am I the only one who think it's alarming that it's 300 degrees this time of year and Sweeney got on that thick ass hoodie and trying to give advice? My place at DCX 1999. I'm really confused how you conflate necessities, cooking, cleaning, and child care that are core in the daily function and success of households to mounting TVs, lawn, and car care as a man's roles diminish that much. My life entertainment 999. I am financially set and well off. I can cook, clean, etc. for myself as well. If my woman chose not to do housekeeping and cooking duties, there's nothing else she can bring to the table outside of sex. Mr. Fuggy 999. Most men don't know how to do these things because many men didn't have their father in their house growing up, especially in the black community. Browner with the 199 super sticker. My life entertainment 499. Tracy Ellis Ross is single because she was a Hollywood passed around by men and women just like her mom was. That's why she hates masculine men. She's hurting. Gina with the $2. Star with delusional. Gotta grow up, sweetheart. Gina again, $2. Everything is not so black and white. Gina again. Life is not a fairy tale book. Arnold with the 99 super sticker. Gina again, $5. Sweeney Wright. In my second marriage, I told him we going to the courthouse. And he said, okay. Phil, $2. You and Al Gore internet with your bowl. Ronald, 99 super sticker. Got D Ray, D Rob, $10 also member. Miss Norm. Name one thing of value that you have other than that thing or taking care of the kids at home. Ikene, on the panel as well, $2. At Sweeney, let Lady O cook. Single women need her. Congo English, $20, Dr. Lady. Appreciate your discernment. Ayana, as an energy, I understand your purpose. Keep going. Bruno with the 99 super sticker. Bruno with the 99 super sticker again. Bruno with the 99 super sticker again. And that is all, folks. Aisha, I'm surprised you hung around. Well, everybody, but much appreciated. Hopefully these elders didn't put some dust in your mind. So hopefully you're all good with that. I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. Appreciate you, DJ, J Speed. Going for the
It's
goal.
my birthday.
Happy birthday again, man. You
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. And that's it, folks, man. Y'all make sure y'all sleep tight and have an excellent weekend. The Pacers are going to pull it out.
Awesome.
I got to pause that. I said Pacers, man. That's it, man.